All right, you guys, it's about 11:30. We're continuing our 11 a.m. newscast coverage here. Breaking news, there's a brush fire burning in the Pacific Palisades area. You see that live shot right there, the large plume of smoke. Right now, it's at least 20 acres, but we believe possibly, according to Sam DiGiovanna, our expert here, he believes that's 20 plus acres. We have crews on the way to the scene, and we'll bring you a live update later on this hour. All right, and joining us now on the phone is Chief Sam DiGiovanna, our NBC4 fire expert. Chief, for anybody who's just tuning in at this hour, we want to remind people, if you live in this surrounding area, have a kit ready to, in the event that you need to evacuate. What should that kit have?
Medication, eyeglasses, important documents, and your laptop. Anything else can be, leave it behind. And I do want to go back to something on the acreage. I just got a report. This thing is now at probably even plus over 200 acres. That's how quickly, from the time we started this fire and started talking about it, at 10 to 20 acres, and now it's over 200 acres. That's what I mean about the rapid rate of spread. So get that medication, eyeglasses, laptop, and important documents. Get prepared to leave. And it's not just... I'm sorry.
Sorry, Chief. And we can only assume that this fire is going to continue to grow at this fast rate.
You're absolutely right, and that's what I was going to say. We're looking at this fire right now, so we're talking and focused on this fire. I'm saying this to everybody through Southern California. Take heed to this warning we're giving you now. You've got a window period right now. Take advantage of it. You're not under the duress that these people are. Get your things together and get ready to move on.
Yeah, you talk about being proactive and ready because if it's not happening in your neighborhood, there's a chance it possibly can. Chief, you hit on something earlier during our conversation about not only the fire that is burning here, we see the active flames and the smoke, but you talked about those embers. And when we talk about, how far those embers can actually travel in wind like this, we typically say a mile, but you say what?
We've had reports fires. These embers can go 3 to 5 miles. It just depends on the wind, the fuel that's burning. So, just when you think you've seen it all, we find out that embers start, burning or blowing further away. And this has happened in recent fires. So this is a good example of where it could happen. So not only that, these embers, they're lighting the brush ahead of it, but these are the ones that also get into your patio furniture, trash can, wood piles, everything around your home. The attic vents, these are the things that cause these structures to burn down. So make sure you clear those and get your house prepped just as well. And especially, I'm going to say it again, to those that are not impacted by this, we're warning you right now. Take advantage of this warning.
Yeah, something to keep in mind. Absolutely. Chief, if you can just give us a sec here, we want to bring in NBC4's Brittany Hope. And Brittany, you have friends who are currently being evacuated in this area?
Hi, you guys. Yeah, so pardon me for checking my phone. I'm actually texting with them right now. So they haven't been told to evacuate, but because of the conditions, because of what they can see from their neighborhoods, they said they're getting their documents together, they're packing their bags, and they're making the decision upon themselves right now to evacuate. And it sounds like that's what a lot of their neighbors are starting to do as well. I'm hoping we can show you some of the videos that they sent to me. So if you could let me know in my ear if we're able to show you. This is the view of their neighborhoods, both in the North Palisades and in the South Palisades. In both of these videos, you can see that huge plume of smoke stretching into the sky, that dark black smoke as well. That's because at this point, at least from what they're telling me, they say they haven't seen any structures around them that have burned, but they have seen a lot of the hillside behind all of those neighborhoods that do have flame at this point. Now, their neighborhoods are really, really smoky. I actually texted my girlfriends, let's see, at 11 o'clock about this, knowing that we were reporting on this. That's when they went outside where they had been living. That's when they saw all the smoke, and then they started getting everything together. At first, it seemed to be off in the distance, but now it seems, at least from their perspective, that the flames are certainly spreading more toward the neighborhoods and more toward the homes, and they said it started to grow really fast. There was about a 5-minute window at around 11:10 where they said, okay, this thing is changing. We're going to take this seriously and just start to evacuate, prepare our documents, because they just don't want want to risk it, and I think that's a safe call. You heard Chief saying that as well, evacuate if you can, be ready. This would be the time, especially because from one of my girlfriends, she said the traffic isn't too bad yet at this point. She was able to get in and out of the neighborhood, but as things change and as those flames continue to get closer to homes, that's when the traffic will also be backed up as more road closures go in place as well. So I think taking their advice would definitely be good advice for if you live in that area.
Brittany, and I think it warms every firefighter's heart out there to hear that your friends made the conscious decision without an evacuation order to get their documents and get out. Did she at all describe what the neighborhood is like right now? Chief Sam talked about structure protection. Are there fire units within her neighborhood, or at least on the way out of the neighborhood?
Yeah, so neither of them said that they had seen any engines in their neighborhoods yet. They're not in that neighborhood that is right backed up to the flames. They're in the north and southern part of the Palisades. So that's, if the videos that we showed you, you can see, they can kind of see it behind the homes across from them. Yeah. So at this point, they didn't tell me if there's any apparatus, but again, I know they're actively evacuating. So they're kind of just giving me updates as they could and sending videos, but I have them on location on our iPhones. So I've been kind of watching their dots as they've made it out. But I'll make sure when we get off, I'll text them and ask them if they've seen any fire engines up in the neighborhoods yet.
All right, Brittany, thank you very much for that. We will continue to, of course, monitor that situation. If you can just give us a sec here. It is 11:36 in the morning here. And we can confirm at this hour that the fire has grown now to at least 200 acres. And we were, of course, talking about the Pacific Palisades fire. But this is one of the concerns that we had, Michael. We've been talking about it now for a few days. The winds, the gusts. I mean, Stephanie was talking about winds now being at, 50 miles per hour. So we want to bring in our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, also, who's joining us here in studio to talk about this concern now.
Yes, Annabelle and Michael, Stephanie and I are here monitoring the fire and weather conditions. And like you mentioned, the gusts there are starting to get a little stronger. Our observation data showing you with the Palisades fire, we've got gusts close to the Palisades at about 27 miles per hour. But you move off to the north and west, Santa Monica Mountains, it's much stronger there. And that's the concern as we go throughout the rest of the late morning hours into the afternoon and later on tonight. So right now we've got winds gusting anywhere from 54 miles per hour. As I look at the relative humidity, it's ranging anywhere from 35 to about 45%. So that's not much of a concern right now. We had the Franklin fire there in Malibu last December last year, and relative humidity was much lower than that. So this is what we like to call a wind-driven fire and also a topography-driven fire as well. We've got significant Santa Ana winds on the way as we go throughout the rest of tonight and into our overnight hours into Wednesday. Looking at some of the gusts across the region, they're ranging anywhere from 30 miles per hour at LAX, typically in areas where we don't typically see very strong winds, to spots up into the mountains there in Santa Monica Mountains where they're over 50 miles per hour. Also, I want to show you the wind triangle, or at least explain it to you. Typically, when we're talking about the wind triangle, that's a fire that's fueled by three ingredients. First, the topography. So as we look to the screen and we see the image on our left here, looking at the live picture of the fire currently burning, there's a mountain, or at least a foothill, and a slope. So you've got Santa Ana winds moving into topography, where you've got a lot of brush and you've got a lot of dry vegetation on the ground, adding to the issue with this rapidly growing fire. Also, the weather. In this case and in this scenario, we've got strong Santa Ana winds that are only going to get stronger as we go throughout the rest of tonight. And then the other part of the triangle is the fuel. Well, what's the fuel in this situation? It's bone dry. We haven't seen, Stephanie mentioned, we've not seen any significant rainfall in months. In fact, for LA County specifically, a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rainfall. So that's adding to the problem, which is why we've got this red flag warning. Yes, the Santa Ana winds are here. They're going to strengthen tonight, but then we've got this red flag warning that has been extended until 6 p.m. on Thursday. So dry Santa Ana winds, which will drop the humidity significantly. And that's why we're seeing images and the pictures you're seeing to the left on your screen with this Pacific Palisades fire that is burning more than 200 acres right now.
You know, yesterday, Melissa, during our 4, 5, and 6 o'clock newscast, we talked about how what we were going to get this morning and possibly into the afternoon was just an appetizer of what's to come.
Right.
So we're talking about stronger winds as the hours progress.
Right. So let's set the scene for you and set the stage for you over the next 12 to 24 hours in terms of what we are anticipating here. As we go throughout the rest of the afternoon hours, we're going to continue to see winds ranging anywhere from, I would say, 30 to about 50 miles per hour. Steph, would you be in agreement with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. And then once we get into tonight, especially for some of those mountain and foothill communities, it's going to get even stronger. So overnight tonight into your Wednesday morning, the winds will likely peak even more. So in terms of where you live, if you wanted to plan out the rest of your day, for the coast and the valleys, winds gusting anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour, especially later on tonight. And so these are areas that are typically wind sheltered, meaning you don't really see the Santa Anas that often. This is a very unusual case. For the mountains, San Bernardino Mountains, San Gabriel Mountains, up across the Santa Monica Mountains, winds gusting anywhere from 65 to 80 miles per hour. And there could be some isolated spots where you've got winds close to 100 miles per hour in some rare cases. So that's the case as we go throughout the rest of tonight. In terms of our community and residents living in and around this area, what you can do to prepare right now is make sure you have a ready, set, go plan in place and also take precaution. There will likely be downed trees, power outages in your area, so make sure you are prepared now for what's likely to come later. Michael and Annabelle.
All right, Melissa, thank you very much for that. I mean, that is very concerning. 30 to 50 miles per hour in the coast, 60 miles per hour, 65 miles per hour or more, even in the mountains, and then 100 miles per hour in certain areas. So you were hearing these numbers, and we don't want to be alarmists here, but we do just want to keep you safe. We want to keep your family safe, and we want you guys to take the precautions necessary, especially if you live in these affected areas. All right, joining us now on the phone is LA City Councilmember Tracy Park. Councilmember, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
You know, we're seeing these images live here in our studio on the cameras here. We see this dark plume of smoke. What do you want the viewers to hear from you?
Well, I want folks to know that this is a very serious matter. We are very concerned about the dry conditions, the wind. This fire is growing quickly and moving quickly, and we anticipate that evacuation orders will be coming shortly to affected communities in Pacific Palisades. We urge everyone to please remain calm and pay attention to orders as they're being given. Move quickly if and when that order comes, and know that our public safety partners are on the front lines working very, very hard to get this under control as quickly as possible.
Let's talk about resources, Councilmember Parks. Do we have enough? Are we relying on mutual aid from other parts of the state, from the county? What can you tell us?
So right now we have many, many resources on scene from LAFD. There are multiple fires actually burning in the county and the city, so I don't know yet whether we will activate mutual aid, but if necessary, we absolutely will do so. We have our command post being set up at Will Rogers State Beach, as well as Fire Station 23. And the Emergency Operations Center has been activated as well. I personally have council office staff at the EOC and the command post at Will Rogers Beach. We are following this very carefully and communicating out to our residents updates as we have them.
Councilmember, I'm sorry. Can you talk to us about shelters? Will we have shelters in place for any of these affected residents in this area? And then, of course, people who do have bigger animals.
So we may need to execute those plans, which is why it is so urgent that all of our community members are paying very close attention and following the directions that they're given. I will share more information as we have it, and we will keep that information coming. I will personally be out on scene shortly as soon as we wrap up our meeting here at City Council, but we are very, very concerned about this and acting quickly to ensure that we are protecting our property and lives as well as animals. So we're going to do whatever it takes to keep our community safe.
Councilmember, we talked about the rapid rate of speed of this fire from 2 acres to 20. Now we're talking 200 plus acres. What is your biggest concern and your biggest fear at this point?
Well, obviously, the speed at which this is growing and moving, which is enhanced by the very dry conditions and the wind, obviously the evacuation routes and the smooth flow of egress as these orders come to fruition are the things that I am most concerned about. We have a very highly trained and well-prepared department and communities. We are not new to these situations, but we remain very, very cautious and concerned, and we look forward to a cooperative, orderly process as we manage this scene as it unfolds.
Your message to your constituents out there in the fire zone to be proactive. We've spoken to one of our reporters whose friends heeded the warnings. They figured no evacuation orders yet, but they are heading out with all of their important documents, medications, and such. Is that your message to your constituents?
That's right. Everybody should be prepared. Gather your personal items, pets, and essentials that you need to take with you, and folks need to be prepared to leave at a moment's notice if that order comes.
Councilmember, power do we know if it's been shut off over there?
I don't presently have that information, and I would defer to LAFD and or DWP or the utilities on that. Right. I don't have that info.
And then what's the best way for anybody who lives in this area to get some more information that you guys are releasing immediately?
Certainly, following the local news, they can track this at the LAFD website, and certainly through my office, and folks can stay tuned on social media at Councilwoman Tracy Park. I will be posting information throughout the day, as will our partners at LA Fire Department.
Okay, Councilmember Tracy Park, we appreciate your time. And as she mentioned, they have a command post set up at Will Rogers State Beach. Of course, she will be out there on the front lines, if you will, at that command post, speaking with constituents and, of course, getting a handle on what is happening out there in Pacific Palisades. We want to bring back NBC4's Brittany Hope. Brittany, as you mentioned earlier, you have friends who live in the area who has chosen to evacuate, even though there are no orders in place at this point. You have an update for us.
Yeah, so I just spoke with both of them. So the very latest from one of them is that, yes, they were able to evacuate. They said that getting down the hill, there's a lot of traffic on PCH. They said it's pretty much gridlock if you're trying to head to the 10, because they said it seems like a lot of their neighbors are evacuating as well. Everyone is kind of going down that Palisades Hill. One of my other girlfriends is still packing up, but she went outside of her house, and she said all of her neighbors were outside watching as the flames kind of came toward them from that hill. They haven't been given evacuation orders yet. Usually in the case, you see the sheriff's office going door to door, blaring their sirens. She hasn't seen that yet, but again, she's still preparing everything. I can tell you what she's hearing from a lot of her neighbors is that folks who are trying to get up the hill, whether it's up Sunset, whether you're trying to get up through the Getty Villa, trying to go up Palisades Drive, there's a lot of fire engines there. Even LA County lifeguard trucks headed that way, and police. So they said getting up the hill is proving to be a challenge, understandably. So it sounds like anecdotally there might be some road closures, but a lot of people also just rushing home, right, to get all of their important things so they can collect all of those and then evacuate if needed. So it's really a fluid situation, but it certainly seems like there's a lot of backup. Now, another issue at play here is also that Topanga Canyon has been closed since 10 a.m. this morning, way before the fire, because the winds have been so powerful. So a lot of the people who are trying to evacuate from the Palisades are having to go on PCH toward the 10. So that's also another factor, right? They can't just take Topanga into the valley. They have to go all the way to the 10. So there's a lot of cars and a lot of people just trying to go somewhere, but it sounds like no one's really moving that fast.
All right, Brittany Hope, thank you very much for that. We will continue to touch base with you in just a few moments. We want to bring in Chief Sam back. Chief, we were listening to Brittany talk about these road closures. I was certainly stuck on the 101 freeway this morning trying to come into work, along with everybody else who now has to use the 101 freeway because Topanga Canyon is closed. As people are getting ready to leave, this is a big concern. Let's talk about the game plan here and what you recommend people do who are needing to get out of this area.
Yeah, again, like I emphasized earlier, even if you're not ordered, evacuate. If you're in the area and you feel that you could be or you feel threatened, evacuate now. Otherwise, when apparatus are coming up the hill and you're trying to get down the hill, it could cause gridlock. So stay ahead of the game. It's so important for people to remember that. Don't wait until the last minute.
Yeah, you know, we just had Council Member Tracy Park on, and I think you guys all read from the same playbook here because we talk about being proactive and, you know, being on your game, if you will, before anything happens. And we spoke to our colleague out in the field, Brittany Hope, who has a couple of friends who have decided to be proactive and get out of the neighborhood. And we talked about the gridlock on PCH at this point. And again, what it is like to get in and out of those neighborhoods. So again, Chief Sam, your words don't fall on deaf ears. That is for sure. You
know, Michael, if you look at what we're seeing right now, that looks like a spot fire right there. Do you see that fire ignited further away from the homes and it's burning right there, the white smoke right there that's burning? That's likely a spot fire that has burned, traveled a half-mile quarter, I can't tell. But that's taking off right now, right in the midst of those. And then it's going to fall right down into that little canyon in there. That's a chute in a canyon. That's very dangerous because we know, just like we talked about this, I don't know if it was Stephanie or who brought it up earlier, Melissa, about topography. That's true. The speed of this fire is also going to be topography-driven. Fire moves 16 times faster on an uphill surface than on a flat surface. So when it gets into a canyon or goes up a canyon, it's going to move a lot quicker. There's a good example of something that could happen. And look at it spotting even further to the left of this.
And we can only expect to see more of these spot fires, Chief, especially with the gusts. You know, our meteorologists were talking about at this point, they're about 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, you know, and that's strong. Even if a 20 or 30 mile an hour wind is concerning, we're talking 50 miles an hour with the possibility of these increasing through the day. I can't emphasize this enough, and I'm sorry, but I have to say it. Get prepared now. We're seeing one fire. It's like living in California with earthquakes. It's not a matter of if, but when. I'm going to say this for the next couple of days. It's not a matter of if we're going to have another fire, but when and where. There will be more fires. Take advantage of this warning and be prepared.
You know, Chief Sam, it's interesting because this spot fire that we just picked up on here, I don't know if the camera's going to move back, but that's just proof positive that even though this isn't burning near your home, there's not necessarily a safety zone within this area that we're looking at here. Yes, the fire and the smoke may be engulfing one part of the Palisades, but again, that spot fire, those folks probably thought, hey, we're in the clear. But you know what? We talk about the gusts, you talk about the winds, you talk about how far one of those embers can travel. And again, there is no safety zone within what we're looking at here.
Not at all. They're right in the path of it, and we're going to see more of it as we're scanning to the left right now. There's another one. This is a good example. Unburned fuel in between these spot fires. So you know that this is just created by a spot fire, and it's just going to continue and keep traveling. And I have heard that they are doing evacuations all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway. That's just what I was told. So evacuations are happening right now. Take advantage of them and leave.
And we do want to reiterate, the 101 freeway is heavy. The 405 freeway is being impacted as well, and the 10 freeway. And of course, keeping in mind that there are many road closures. So, Chief, I just kind of want to reiterate what you've been talking about, is that if you live in this area but, you know, are potentially feeling that threat, leave immediately. Don't wait until you're evacuated.
So true. And I'm going to say this, from when we started, less than an hour ago, this was way up high in the hills. Look how far low, how quickly this fire has moved.
All right, Chief Sam, if you can stay on the line here for us. We want to bring in meteorologist Melissa McGee again. We talked about where the fire started earlier today.
Yeah.
In the canyon, high up on the hill, it's moving its way down here at this point, causing a major threat.
Right. Very interesting what Chief Sam was saying, too, about the spot fire in the sense that we are dealing with a wind-driven fire. We've got significant Santa Ana winds moving on through. And the example we always use is that you're dealing with Santa Anas and it's blowing those embers around and it's blowing the flame around. So when you have a flying ember, that typically travels about a mile. But when you have rare situations like this, they can travel a little longer, a little farther than that. And that's what we're seeing with the case right here in unburned fuel in between these spot fires as well. looking at some of the live imagery of these pictures here.
Wow.
Fires getting very close to these homes here, and there's a lot of vegetation too just above that home too, you guys. So that's a big concern as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon into tonight. That bush looks nice and green, so there's plenty of fuel for this fire to attack as it works its way down the hill. And the winds are erratic in a situation like this. Downhill, the wind doesn't travel as far, but when you're dealing with winds and flames that travel uphill, the larger the flame or the stronger the wind, the faster it travels up the hill, for example. So this is a big concern as we're looking at these homes threatened by the fire in Pacific Palisades. We've got winds in that area ranging anywhere from about 20 miles per hour. Close to the Santa Monica Mountains, we've got winds gusting up to 53 miles per hour. There's a lot of smoke in that area.
You know, we talked about yesterday, Melissa, during our newscast, I think the terminology we used when it came to rain in Southern California, bone dry.
Bone dry. Very, yeah, you can see it there. This is part of the problem. I mean, it's been at least 6 months since we've seen any significant rainfall.
Wow.
We've got a deficit of close to 3.5 inches. And the end result, or at least the indirect result, is that you get fires like this burning very close to homes with all of that brush and vegetation as well. So if you're in that community, you know, do what you can to be safe, have a plan in place. If you are seeing the images that we're showing you on the screen, this is probably your opportunity to act now in terms of clearing brush and debris around your home if you are not directly impacted by the fire that's currently burning in the Palisades. But it is bone dry. It's going to get drier, Michael and Annabelle, as we go throughout the rest of tonight, dropping that relative humidity, which adds to the fuel and adds to the potential of Santa Ana's spreading more fires.
So, yes, and of course, you were talking about that oil, too, that's also igniting this fire, right? So you saw that green bush there.
Right.
Bright green, but that has a lot of oil, and so that could easily ignite.
Exactly. I mean, that's part of the wildfire triangle is what we like to call it. That's the fuel, that's the topography, and that is the situation that we're dealing with the significant wind event that's taking place right now.
All right. We want to bring in Chief Sam DiGiovanna back here. Chief, you know, we're talking to Melissa here, our meteorologist, along with Stephanie Olmo. We're talking about these winds. They're erratic, and we're talking about the embers as well. You're saying that these embers can travel 3 to 5 miles, especially in gusts like this.
Yeah, let's just say this. Erratic winds create erratic fire behavior, and that's exactly what we're seeing right here. It's a lot erratic fire behavior moving very quickly.
Chief Sam, we are looking obviously at live images here in the Palisades during the day when these winds and wind gusts are supposed to increase later this afternoon into the overnight hours. What is going to be the biggest challenge for firefighters at that particular point?
Well, it's going to be hard to say, Michael, because we may get more fires in between now and when the winds really kick in.
Right.
That's going to create a lot of resource, you know, to take care of these. Let's put it in perspective. And I talked about this during the Franklin fire. You could have 250 fire engines on this fire, or in the Franklin fire. That's a lot of fire trucks. But when you put it into perspective, you could have 2,000, 3,000 homes. That's hard to defend 3,000, 4,000 homes when you have 250 or 300 fire trucks. Just doing the math, you're outnumbered. So hoping that we don't get too many more fires through the day, so we keep our resource availability there. But one thing I will say, like I mentioned earlier, the most robust mutual aid ever in the state of California, the most professional firefighters, they will do their job and they will do their best. And I promise you, they will save homes and communities.
You know, I certainly didn't want to interrupt you while you were speaking, but we just saw two magnificent, at least what I thought were magnificent water drops here. Can we talk a little more about I'm assuming those are the super scoopers you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, those pick up about 1,200 gallons of water in about the same amount of seconds, 1,500 gallons of water in about 12 seconds. What a great asset they are. And I saw it, too, and I thought, wow, I love seeing that. And hopefully they'll stay up longer. The winds will cooperate, but I don't think that's going to happen later through the day.
How long do you think they will be able to continue to battle this blaze? Or at a certain point, when these winds start getting stronger, will they have to just stop the air fight?
Well, that will be up to the incident commander and the air operations chief. They'll know when it's time to stop, you know, to ground the air because it just may be too dangerous for them. So the thing is that the newer helicopters have the night vision goggles that they use at night, providing the wind will cooperate. So at least the helicopters can continue on through the night if the wind is cooperative.
All right. So, Chief Sam DiGiovanna, we would like for you to hold. Annabelle, we're just getting word here that the LAPD has gone on tactical alert because of all of this adverse weather, the conditions, obviously the fire evacuations, and of course, tactical alert means they are on heightened alert at this point. Tracy Park, a City Council member, Tracy Park, talked about how, you know, if and when there's a mutual aid situation that needs to be activated, she, of course, will do that as well. Again, as we continue to monitor this fire here in the Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, and we're seeing these live images. It's about noon. We're continuing our 11 a.m. newscast coverage here. We have breaking news. There's a wildfire burning in the Pacific Palisades area.
Yeah, right now it has burned at least, and we say at least 200 acres. We have crews on the way to the scene. We will bring you a live update from them later this hour. We want to bring in now on the phone with us Officer Alec Pereda with the CHP. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name there, Officer.
No, you're good. You're good.
All right. All right. Again, let's talk about the role that the CHP plays at this point and again, your biggest concerns.
Yeah, so I'm seeing here, too, you know, these fires are becoming a bigger concern out there. CHP will be here to assist. Like I heard you just said, LAPD is going on tactical alert. If they need help with any road closures, we will be there to assist. But we also want to urge the public about driving. Driving does get a little more dangerous during this windy time as well. Debris can be flying. Cars can be pushed into other lanes, causing crashes. Big rigs can tip over. So we want to urge the public to make sure they're staying vigilant and driving safe during this time.
Officer, if you can talk to us, we're talking with one of our reporters who was talking about the 10 freeway being just saturated because people are trying to leave the Pacific Palisades area. Topanga Canyon is closed. The 101 is also heavy, and the 405 freeway is also heavy. What do you recommend anybody who's trying to exit this area to do?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. A lot of people are trying to do the same things right now, and there's nowhere for them to go. If you can, try and use Google Maps or Waze, whatever app you use. See if you're able to find an alternate route using maybe city streets. You might be able to go down Washington or La Cienega, maybe just get out that way. But try and go on there, see if you could change it to the settings where it says avoiding freeways, because those freeways are especially going to be very congested right now.
All right, so as folks prepare, as they get ready to leave, and as these winds are scheduled to pick up later this afternoon into the overnight hours, what is your message to folks out there, Officer?
Just to plan ahead and be safe. Traffic is going to be pretty bad all day because of these, so plan ahead. Avoid these areas if you can, the 110, the 105, the areas kind of leading in and out of that area. If you can, stay away for now until this situation is controlled. And just like I said, remain vigilant, stay safe, and make sure you're driving safe. All
right. Officer, thank you very much for your time. We do appreciate you and your expertise here.
Thank you. You have a good one.
Oh, you too. All right, we want to bring in, once again, a meteorologist. We have meteorologist Melissa McGee as well as Stephanie Olmo there, tracking and essentially giving us the most updated information on the winds, wind speeds, wind gusts and such. Melissa, what do you got?
Well, right now, Michael, we are showing two images. I'm curious, the picture on the right, that's a live picture. Is that looking at downtown Los Angeles, or from downtown looking at the Palisades? Century City. Okay, Century City, and then we've got the Palisades there in the distance. Then on the left, we've got that closer shot. I want to show you the latest observation data that we are looking at right now when it comes to the Palisades fire. We've got winds, Michael and Annabelle, gusting anywhere from 17 miles per hour in the Palisades to about 52 miles per hour in Santa Monica, at least in the Santa Monica Mountains there. Also, something of note, as we're looking at the observation data, Stephanie and I are studying it here, you can see relative humidity isn't so bad. It's anywhere from 36% in the Palisades to about 40% in the Santa Monica Mountains. So this tells me that this is more of a wind-driven fire that we're tracking right now. now, and also topography-driven fire as well. Some of the gusts across the area here in Southern California, as we're watching these images of people rapidly and swiftly packing up their belongings and likely evacuating because of the current situation. It's just so scary if you're in that situation, because you just kind of grab what you can and make your way out. But it is important in a case like this to have a plan in place and make sure you are ready to go. In terms of what we're going to anticipate for the rest of tonight, more wind and stronger wind as well. So right now we're calling for winds for the coast and the valley anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour. That's very strong. And then the mountains anywhere from 65 to about 80 miles per hour. And some of those gusts could be stronger in some of those isolated mountain communities. Watching the images that we're seeing on our screen as well, with the fire and the flames coming very close to those homes with all of that dry vegetation on the ground. I want to show you what we can anticipate as we go throughout the rest of tonight. For the rest of this afternoon, I would say from now till about 9-10 o'clock, we're going to have winds anywhere from about 20 to 50 miles per hour for the coast and the valleys, and also blowing debris. As we're seeing, you probably saw some of that if you were driving into work this morning. Leaves, trees, branches just scattered about, down trees, and power outages very likely in some communities. Once we get into tonight, so I would say about 9-10 o'clock tonight, you'll start to see the winds really ramp up. They are going to intensify later tonight into Wednesday morning. So still calling for gusts anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. That's from the coast through the valleys and up to the mountains. And like I mentioned, some of these mountain spots could have winds in excess of 80 miles per hour. Tomorrow morning, we've got another burst of wind from Mother Nature, and this will likely lead to a slower morning commute. So this is very dangerous, and this is why we say you need to act now. You need to have a plan in place. Not only do we have the threat with the Santa Anas, but the red flag warning is going to stay up, even though we're calling for the height of the wind event tonight into Wednesday. The red flag warning is going to stay up until 6 p.m. on Thursday. So what does that mean? That means not only do we have the winds, but we also have dry conditions on the ground. Dry and low relative humidity. Right now, we're seeing the relative humidity numbers in the lower teens. This will likely lower as we go throughout the rest of tonight and into our Wednesday, which will elevate our fire danger. What we're seeing right now with the images here on the left, rapid fire growth is a big concern, and this is a prolonged Santa Ana wind event, a long duration event. It's not just today, it is tonight into our Wednesday too. Michael and Annabelle.
All right, Melissa, thank you very much for that. Thank you for updating us on those numbers. And then, of course, just setting the scene for us, for all of us later on tonight. We can expect those gusty winds to just ramp up even more so. All right, joining us now on the phone is NBC4's Karma Dickerson. Karma, whereabouts are you exactly so we can get a better idea?
I'm on Palisades Drive, not far from Sunset. This is one of the main thoroughfares in and out of the Highlands neighborhood. And what we're seeing is honestly pure pandemonium and chaos, and I don't say that lightly. Getting in here, traffic is bumper to bumper, people in a panic of trying to escape. The areas further north have taken over both lanes of traffic. So the ingress, the egress, both sides of traffic are filled with people going out. So much so that we've seen fire trucks. I personally saw at least 6 to 8 fire trucks not able to progress any further up the hill to try to get to the fire because so many people are trying to run down. The fire has already made it, though, to this level. I'm watching right ahead of me a hillside burning, fire coming down towards the roadway as we speak. There are some homes and structures. Actually, a good landmark to keep in mind, Calvary Church right here on Palisades Drive. We're right at that area, and I'm watching a fire burn closer and closer to it. Actually, I'm looking straight ahead of me, and I've now seen that the winds have taken the fire to the palm trees that are in the middle of the road. So imagine Palisades Drive, traffic goes either way in either direction, and in the middle there's a line of palm trees dividing the different sides of travel, and right now there are palm trees in the center divider that are on fire. So that's an idea of how strongly these winds are whipping and how fast this fire is spreading. All around us, we see people with their dogs. They're running. You see people with suitcases that are walking down the road because you can't move. Traffic isn't moving, so people are doing what they can to get out, and that is walking themselves out. I heard a fire department, because right now emergency responders are trying to figure out how to get people out of this area, and I heard one firefighter trying to communicate with LAPD saying people are running for their lives. We need a free exit to PCH. They got to do whatever they can to get traffic moving towards PCH so these people can get out of here, because not only are people having trouble leaving their homes, that means fire crews are having trouble getting at least from this direction up to the fire. So what we're seeing are a lot of scared people, a lot of confused people, and people who can see the fire right in front of them as they're sitting in their cars, feeling pretty hopeless, not able to move in either direction at this point. So that's what we've got, Michael and Annabelle.
Yeah, you know, Karma, as you make your way into the neighborhood, we're looking at live images from your photojournalist who you'll hook up with here shortly. We do see a number of fire personnel in these neighborhoods, and Chief Sam earlier spoke about the importance of structure protection. Obviously, this is exactly what's happening in this particular neighborhood right now, but you talked about the chaos and the folks, you know, frantically trying to get in and out of that neighborhood. Again, has this been what you've seen from the moment you began your journey to this neighborhood, or is this something that's just sparked here recently? Yeah.
From the moment we began, coming from PCH onto Sunset.
Okay, move it on the flat tire. Or just off the road.
Okay. You know what? If you can let that fire department know, they'll help you. That was a person, coming up to me asking for help. He's got a flat tire. Imagine this chaos of people trying to evacuate the neighborhood. He's in the middle of the traffic and he's got a flat tire, so he can't even move his car. So just compounding issues out here. But to answer your question, from the moment we got here, even close to the fire, at least approaching from the west side, coming from PCH onto Sunset, it was back-to-back. We saw kids in school uniforms, parents frantically trying to get kids from school, a lot of people on foot, because making it anywhere in car, at least from this direction and this approach, is impossible at this point.
So we're seeing narrow streets there, Karma. The visibility is very poor. And then we're also seeing, you know, can you imagine just being in this area, that smoke is just burning your eyes. It's heavy. It's hard to breathe when you're in these conditions. I mean, from covering fires, I know very well what that feels like. And so for all of these people who are under distress and then trying to get out, these are some challenging conditions. And then, of course, trying to maneuver around the fire engines that are there. I mean, there's a lot of activity going on in these particular areas.
Yeah, and watching it change so quickly. As I mentioned, I came from the west side, so drove through Santa Monica, Palisades. We had a beautiful bluebird day. Yes, very windy, but as we are sitting here stuck in traffic right now, you can see the smoke rolling in. I put on my, because obviously as journalists coming into these areas, we're aware of the gear that we're supposed to have, so I have on some goggles. Otherwise, I could barely see because of all the ash that was in my eyes. That's how much the wind is blowing. Ash is coming onto windshields, it's coming into eyes. It is now gray here. It was blue when I pulled up into this traffic jam, and it's now gray. The wind's still whipping. And again, watching the winds actually carry the flames to new places, it's pretty scary to watch that. So I can't imagine someone in their car wanting to move, but feeling like the fire is just coming closer and closer and closer. For what it's worth, there are absolutely first responders out here doing everything they can to try to facilitate this. They're trying to make a path to get people out. They're trying to get people on the correct side of the road so traffic flows in the way that it's supposed to be flowing, in a way that's going to help people get out as quickly as possible. So they're aware of the challenges and they're trying to address it. There's just so many people trying to move quickly right now. It's just faster than what first responders are currently able to keep up with.
Let's talk about, while we have you, Karma, and before we let you go, Annabelle obviously hit on the point of air quality, visibility. What are winds like out where you are right now?
I won't go as far as to estimate how fast these winds are moving, but I can say it's significant. You can feel and hear the wind, and I can see the palm trees swaying under the weight of the wind. And I'll say it again, for me, the biggest indication of the winds that we're seeing is watching the ember caps, watching the winds pick up the flames that I see across the roadway, and then seeing something new that is on fire. That's the biggest indication for me that there is that there's significant wind out here. So that remains a concern at this point.
All right, Karma, we're going to let you catch your breath here. We appreciate great insight here for us on exactly what is happening, especially in the PCH Sunset area. We've split screened here this for you. Obviously, that is the aerial shot, if you will, on the left-hand side of the Pacific Palisades fire. Over to the right, we have a live ground shot here. This is a mobile shot, if you will. This is our Alex Rozier and his crew headed to the scene here on PCH.
Yeah, and we could see he's going into this dark plume of smoke. And we do see that traffic just building up. Again, we want to remind people there are a lot of people who are trying to get out of this area. People who are also, unfortunately, getting word that their home may be in danger of burning, and so they're trying to make their way to their home. Now, we've been speaking to Chief Sam, and Chief, we want to bring you back in. You're telling these people, stay away.
Anybody that should not be in this area, stay away. Looky-loo, or even trying to go back to your home, stay away. As you heard Karma report earlier, people are trying to evacuate. It's bumper to bumper. They're not moving, and fire trucks are at a standstill. We can't help anyone or protect structures if we can't make access.
All right, Chief Sam, you saw, if you were with us here, we have that live shot. It's split screen right now. We are in a neighborhood here with one of our photojournalists at this point. You saw the number of fire personnel in those neighborhoods. You saw those folks frantically packing up their vans to get out of these neighborhoods. This is exactly what we want to see, those folks attempting to leave to get out without any evacuation orders, though you say there might be one or two in place at this point. But structure protection is quite important at this point, and that's exactly what they're focused on, correct?
Exactly. Evacuating, getting people evacuated safely. Thank God for the law enforcement officers that are assisting us in a unified command. And we'll do the structure protection. They're going to do the evacuations. And we need the public's cooperation. I've said this many times, and I'm going to say it again. We will do our part. We just need the community members to do their part. And that's being prepared and follow orders when to evacuate.
Chief, you know, as we're looking at some of these people exit, we want to remind people also that senior citizens also live in some of these homes. So what's a recommendation for them or anybody who may need some assistance here?
Great question. Check on your neighbors, especially those that are senior citizens or some that may be handicapped. Check on them and make sure that they're able to. You may have to evacuate for them, but check on your neighbors. Absolutely.
All right, Chief, thank you very much for your time. If you can just kind of hang on here. We want to get back to Karma Dickerson. She's in that area. She's been talking. Oh, weather. Okay. We want to head to meteorologist Melissa McGee, bring her in, and meteorologist Stephanie Olmo. What do you guys have for us as far as updates?
Well, we've got a lot of information just with our technology, you guys, that we can track the wind and the fire. Very interesting. You know, we use our First Alert Radar Network to track not only rain and snow. I also, if we can, at some point, I want to show you our visible satellite imagery. If you look just to the north and west of Santa Monica, that's not a cloud. That's the smoke. And that's the smoke because of the Santa Ana winds that are blowing in from the north and east all the way down to the south and west. So that large plume of smoke you see just to the north and west of Santa Monica is blowing all of that smoke from the Palisades down into the Pacific Ocean. So that's a lot of smoke in the atmosphere. There's a lot of particulate matter in the atmosphere as well. In terms of what we're seeing with the latest wind gusts, because this is likely a wind-driven fire here, the Palisades, we've got winds gusting up to 17 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains, we've got winds gusting up to 55 miles per hour. Relative humidity ranging anywhere from about 36 to 40%. So it's somewhat dry, but it's going to get drier tonight as those winds coming in out of the north and east just siphon all of this moisture we have in the air and dries out the atmosphere. I want to show you some fire tips if you're in and around the Palisades, if you are supposed to evacuate and you've had to head outdoors, or if you're just in and out and about at this afternoon. If you see the smoke or the ash, remain indoors, close the windows. Right now, you know, avoid any physical activity outside if you're very close to the Palisades burning. If you have to go outside, keep it brief, use a mask. Of course, if you're evacuating, that's a bit of a different story. Right. You have to get out and you have to do so quickly. I want to show you some of the wind reports we're seeing right now. Magic Mountain Truck Trail gusting up to 84 miles per hour. Arrowhead Springs, 72 miles per hour. Escondido Canyon, not too far from Malibu, 62 miles per hour. East Simi Valley, 58 miles per hour. And I just put in Los Angeles because typically LA is a spot that's sheltered from the winds. We don't typically get in on the Santa Ana wind activity. 36 miles per hour here in the basin. Current gusts across the region ranging anywhere from about 46 in Santa Ana. We've got gusts in Van Nuys close to 40, over 40 in Santa Clarita. And this is just the beginning of our event, you guys. We're tracking the peak of the winds that will likely move in as we go throughout the rest of tonight and into our Wednesday morning. And you can see from the imagery, the live pictures on your left here, all of that smoke in the atmosphere. There's a lot of ash and a lot of particulate matter in the air, so air quality likely will be impacted as we go throughout the rest of the day, too.
I'm just looking at that wind gust map here that you guys put up. Ontario, 51-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Right, right. So
wow.
If you look at the shading here, it's a little cropped off, but when you see the purples on your screen, the dark purples, that's winds anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then the lighter shade of lavender, you could say, or the white, that's winds anywhere from about 50 to 60 miles per hour. And everybody is finding the activity as we go throughout the rest of tonight. So that's going to be an issue with downed trees, power outages. If you're on the roads, 10 and 2 on the steering wheel because it's stiff out there driving, and a lot of branches and blowing debris and trash on the freeways at this hour as well. So this is just the beginning of our heightened event.
Bottom line, no one is spared here. I mean,
right.
You look at it. Wow.
And what's also concerning, Melissa, is that you mentioned that at nighttime, that's when the winds are going to really pick up. I heard them last night and I was freaking out. I woke up. It must have been, maybe 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And I thought my house was going to come down.
So there are ebbs and flows with the system that we're tracking. We've got winds that were heightened overnight while a lot of us were sleeping. We're dealing with it right now. There will likely be a small lull. I don't want people to put their guard down because they're still going to be strong and stronger than what we're typically seeing with Santa Ana's. There will likely be a small lull later on this afternoon, but then it's going to pick back up as we have this area of low pressure responsible for all of this that's setting up across the Great Basin, and it's driving down those northeasterly winds all the way down to the coast. So it's a big concern. It's a particularly dangerous situation. I know Steph mentioned it earlier today. Belen mentioned it this morning. The last time we had one, the National Weather Service uses this language when they want people to be prepared, right? So we had one in December. We had one in November. This is the third time they've used language like this season. So that's an indication for folks watching at home, for viewers, for residents, to make sure they are prepared for an event like this.
Yeah, the language really gets your attention, that's for sure.
It does.
All right, Melissa, Stephanie, hang tight. We want to bring in NBC4's Alex Rozier. We saw his live shot not too long ago where he was making his way to the Palisades. And Alex, I believe you have some LAUSD school buses in your shot, huh?
Yeah, we are. It's been gridlock for more than a mile here in Pacific Palisades. We are on Sunset Boulevard right now, and I just reached out to our producers because you can see that there are a string of LAUSD buses here that are heading in the direction that we are here, northwest really, on Sunset Boulevard in Pacific Palisades. So there's just a variety of factors here. Obviously, this fast-moving wildfire is ongoing. It happens in the middle of a workday, in the middle of a school day. You have people who are now leaving their jobs, presumably, to try to head back into their neighborhood and get any important documents that they may have, and you have people that are leaving at the same time. So we've been monitoring, but if you live in this area, this is what you're seeing right now on the roadways. Again, Sunset Boulevard. What's complicating it, and you might be able to hear this right now too, is that we have a LAPD officer. You have all these emergency vehicles that are consistently driving past you. So, and on the right side of your screen, you might be able to see a number of kids and families that are walking up the hill right now. So a lot happening here in the Palisades, and a variety of people and families that are responding to this massive fire that we're watching right in front of us. Very fast moving, guys. We'll send it back into you.
All right, Alex, we'll be touching base with you soon. Joining us on the phone is Pedro Salcido, LAUSD Deputy Superintendent. Pedro, thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, good afternoon.
We're hearing that schools are now being evacuated in the Pacific Palisades area because of this fire.
Yeah, so we've been working very closely with the Emergency Operations Center. The city has initiated. We were informed very, very early on about the initial fire that's been taking place in the Palisades area. As a precautionary measure, as well as now the evacuation order that's taken place. We've evacuated Palisades Charter Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary School, as well as Paul Revere Charter Middle School. We sent out notifications, communications to families to ensure that they were aware that we were going to be relocating these particular school communities to other schools that are outside of the perimeter and provide a safe and learning environment for our students to continue that continuity of learning. But we also have provided a space for families to come and pick up their children should they also be in an evacuation order and have to be responsive to that as well. So taking every measure to make sure that our schools are safe. As of yesterday, sent out communications district-wide to ensure that we were taking the steps to harden our campuses when it comes to high winds. We have custodial and plant management staff walking our schools early today to make sure that any outdoor furniture, things that could become threatening objects as a result of high winds, were removed from outdoor areas. We've also implemented just a reduced activity for students when it comes to outdoor activities, just to make sure that they aren't put in harm's way.
I just want to be clear that none of these three schools are in danger at this point or within the fire zone. This is a precautionary measure to just relocate these students, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So parents, again, if they are within an evacuation zone, they can go to these outside locations to pick up their children. If not, then what? We're talking about studies just continue for the day?
These continue for the day at their relocated site.
Okay. And if we want to forecast and look ahead till tomorrow, what will the game plan be for tomorrow?
It really depends on, if there's any changing conditions, and that's part of just monitoring this overall environment when it comes to either high winds, storm-related impacts in our schools. It's a case-by-case, and we also work with our Regional Emergency Operations Center to really kind of dictate where we need a response, where we may need to relocate or close a school.
All right. Pedro, thank you very much for your time. We do appreciate it.
No, thank you.
All right. We want to get back out to Karma Dickerson. She's in the area monitoring the situation out there amongst many residents who are trying to evacuate. Karma, what are you now seeing?
I'm seeing a lot of the same chaos along Palisades Drive as people are trying to get away from this fire that's burning up the hill, and it's resulted in just a mad dash to escape. I'm going to try to give you an idea of what it is people are seeing out here. Take a look. These are fire trucks trying to make it up the hill, and these are all the people trying to make it down. And you can see that there is smoke in pretty much every direction you can see right along the ridge line right there. You can see over the hillside, the fire has been burning down. That's Calvary Church. The fire, it looks like it has largely spared the church, but it's burning right up to the edge of it. If you'll notice, traffic is moving. Traffic has been taken over in both directions heading down Palisades Drive. So everyone trying to get out, but it definitely means it's a struggle for the fire crews and resources trying to get back up. There was one area that I was trying to make my way towards. I'm going to see if I can get you there right now, because it indicates that the fire has actually made it down here to the ground level. Oh, it looks like there is something, there might be a vehicle on fire. Is that what it is? There is a car that's on fire.
There's a vehicle on fire back there.
So this has got to be people's worst nightmare as they are out here, basically stuck in their cars, not able to move, that they will be caught in something like this.
Karma, you
If
used...
you're wondering why there are no fire trucks attending to this, is because no one can really get there at the moment. I just heard fire crews scrambling to try to get there. Michael.
Yeah, Karma, as we look live at your shot here right now, that car engulfed in flames and all that black smoke coming from it. You mentioned the word more than once, chaos. Is it organized chaos in terms of traffic control, or is it just a free-for-all for these folks trying to get down?
It's a free-for-all, and I want to say that not critically, but just the reality of so many people trying to flee. There have been emergency responders trying to respond to it, but it seemed like the chaos got out of control before crews were able to actually try to put some direction to the evacuation. We have seen some City of Los Angeles parking enforcement trying to enforce a roadblock further down, but when it comes to people on either side of the street, people have been crossing the barrier here. I talked to one gentleman, I don't know if you remember, just a few minutes ago when we were live, and he was asking me for help with his car because he blew a tire trying to pop over the median. And so trying to switch over into another lane of traffic, he blew a tire. Now his car is stuck. So it very much is people doing whatever it is they feel like they can do to get out of here safely. You'll notice along the side of the road, a lot of cars have decided to park on the curb, trying to make sure that they could abandon their cars without impeding traffic. So that's something we're seeing people try to do, but a lot of people on foot trying to get out. And then, of course, some people frantically trying to get up the hill. They've got family, they've got things they're concerned about, and they're just trying to check on how things are developing up there.
You know, Karma, so we're seeing these live images here of that car burning. I've got to wonder if this was a vehicle that was trying to flee, that was trying to get out of the area, or just a car that was parked there. And then it goes to say that these embers are going in every which direction and could, again, land on a car.
Absolutely. And I'm not quite sure how this fire started. I want to show you a little bit further up. If you'll recall earlier, I was saying I saw 2 palm trees burning. Those were the 2 palm trees I saw burning earlier. And it's notable that just below them is where we see the vehicle burning. I'm not sure if perhaps that ember cast ended up landing on the car. I don't know how that happened, but that is pretty close. And we are seeing this fire in the middle of the roadway. Meanwhile, on the hillside, there's no immediate fire there. There is some fire a little bit further back, but these winds are making spot fires all over the place as embers fall to the ground here. So it's pretty scary for people. The one thing this did was clear out this side of traffic, which is what first responders were hoping for, to get traffic back on that side so they could have a clear path up the hill. But again, you'll notice this is a car burning. There's no immediate fire apparatus trying to handle this right now.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, because you mentioned that traffic was flowing down the hill on both sides. What the shot we're looking at now is where traffic would typically be heading up the hill, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Wow. Okay. Karma, and again, just for our viewers' sake, and of course for me as well, can you give us your location once again?
Sure. I'm on Palisades Drive, just having recently turned off of Sunset near Calvary Church.
All right. Yeah, that gives us a good idea as to where people are and where this situation is.
Yeah, the geography is important. Okay, so Karma, any fire personnel about to or on the way to tend to this car that you see within your view?
I see and hear some lights. That was a good ear there, Michael. So I see the fire crew trying to make it up here. This is the first time I've seen them been able to get this far. And again, it's not for lack of trying. They've just had traffic overtaken in both sides of the street. On my way up here, I was in a situation where I heard sheriff's sirens behind me. I heard fire sirens behind me. They were trying to move people. But if everyone's taken over both sides of the street, you can't really get people to move anywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a major debriefing after this whole thing is over as to what has happened here and how it got like this, as those fire crews try to make their way up the hill here, not only to tend to this car, but of course the fire that's burning there in the Palisades.
I mean, this is just daunting for anybody who's looking at this, for anybody who lives in this area. This is just, I mean, the concern is great here for so many people who have family members. Want to bring in Chief Sam back here. Chief, Karma touched on something that, again, is very important. Family members have other family members who live in this area, so they're trying to make their way to make sure that they're okay. And again, these could be people who are elderly or handicapped.
You're right, but you can't get up right now. You're going to impede the response of firefighters if you do try to do that. right now, do not try to make access up here because obviously this is a pretty wide street where people are coming down, say, northbound, they're coming southbound. And it's cluttered. It's hard for fire department vehicles to get up that street. So you need to be cautious with this. And remember, this is a wide street. We have a lot of streets that are a lot more narrow in Los Angeles and throughout Southern California. Imagine if this was a tight street where it's kind of one way in, one way out. It'd be a lot worse right now. And this is bad. This is reminiscent of the Oakland Hills fire where people were abandoning their vehicles, and we saw some catastrophic end results of that. So I can't say it enough. Get prepared now. If you're not in this area, it may be coming to a neighborhood near you or in your neighborhood today.
You know, Chief Sam, Karma hit on this, and we saw evidence of it, that you have, one way in, one way out. However, the flow of traffic is all heading down the mountain, impeding those fire units from actually getting to not only this car fire, but the larger fire in general. Not a good scene. Of course, what happens in a situation like this? And, should there be some sort of traffic control at this point?
Well, this is pretty chaotic right now. This is a very dynamic situation, and I know LAPD and the surrounding law enforcement are doing the best they can, but this is a pretty, very significant event with strong winds fueling these fires and resources coming in and out. So I think all I could say right now is I know everybody's doing the best they can, and we just have to be patient, keep your calm, and let firefighters do their job and follow directions.
All right.
But again, we want to reiterate that if you feel that threat, evacuate. Don't wait until you're told to evacuate. Gather all of those belongings and get out calmly, as calm as you can.
All right, Chief Sam, as always, we'll let you drink some water, take a little break here. We want to bring it down meteorologist Melissa McGee. And again, we look at the imagery here, not only from, the water drops there on the hillside, but again, what we're looking at, a car on fire here in the middle of Palisades Parkway, I believe.
I mean, that's just awful. Stephanie is sitting here with me, and we're just watching the images. I mean, she said this looks like a war zone, doesn't it, Steph?
It does.
You
see the debris out there. It's just dark, cloudy, right? You see, the car on fire. So it definitely looks like a war zone.
It's scary, too, especially for those evacuating. I want to show you if we can take maybe one of those images away temporarily. If not, that's okay. I'll talk over it. Visible satellite imagery. We've got the ability with our First Alert Radar Network to track so many different things in the atmosphere: rain, snow, sleet, hail. In this case, it's Santa Ana winds. So we're tracking smoke and ash in the atmosphere. So what you're seeing just to the north and west of Santa Monica, that is not a cloud. That is smoke, because of the Santa Anas blowing the smoke from the north and east all the way down to the south and west. So the latest observation data is showing you, as we go in closer to the fire here, we've got winds anywhere from 16 miles per hour in the Palisades. Now look at this in the Santa Monica Mountains. These have actually increased. They're starting to strengthen. This is what we've been talking about all day yesterday and all today, gusting up to 63 miles per hour. Earlier, when Stephanie and I were watching this, the winds were gusting anywhere from about 50 to 55 miles per hour. They're starting to strengthen. So what's next for this area? What's going to happen as we go throughout the rest of the evening for the Palisades? And Annabelle, we kind of touched on this. There are going to be ebbs and flows in terms of when the wind will be the heaviest, when it will back down, and then when it will strengthen again. So as we get into later on this evening, about 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., those winds anywhere from about 35 to 36 miles per hour. Then, like we've been saying, around 9, 10 o'clock later on tonight, the winds are going to strengthen again. You can see the purple at 10 p.m. The winds go up to 44 miles per hour. They slacken a little bit overnight, but then tomorrow morning we've got another burst of wind from Mother Nature. So what's driving this fire? Still yet to be seen, but the Santa Anas certainly add more of an injury, so to speak, to what's going on here. So when we're dealing with fires and topography and fuel around this area, fires rapidly spread uphill. So for every 10 degree of slope, it doubles in size. The faster those flames travel uphill, the more likely you're going to have more damage in and around that area. Some safety tips as we're looking at the images in this live pictures on the left here. There's a lot of smoke and ash in the atmosphere. So if you see that, remain indoors, close the windows. We've got more to come. But for now, Michael and Annabelle, I'm going to toss it back over to you.
All right, Melissa, we appreciate that. Check out the image there on the left side of your screen. Again, we have what appears to be someone on top of a roof. I can't tell if that's a firefighter or not there.
I can't either. But, you know, it goes to say, we just want to reiterate also what Chief Sam has been talking about is don't try to be a hero, right? If you feel that the fire is getting dangerously close, leave, evacuate, grab those belongings, those important belongings, and just evacuate the area. Don't try to stay and hose down your house because now you're putting not only yourself at risk, but you're also putting firefighters at risk as well. We just also want to remind people that schools in the Pacific Palisades area have been evacuated. Those are Palisades Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School, and you know, these schools are being evacuated to other schools. If you have any questions, though, you can call the LAUSD Family Hotline at 213-443-1300. Again, that number is 213-443-1300 if you want to get some information. But at this point, I believe a lot of parents have already gone and picked up their kids, you know, out of that concern.
All right, we split screened exactly what's happening here in Pacific Palisades here for you. We want to bring in our fire expert once again, Chief Sam Giovanna. Chief Sam, you've been with us all morning long, now into the afternoon, and we continue to see the plume of black smoke. Again, we've seen those miraculous water drops here from those super scoopers. Again, but the acreage continues to grow from 2 acres when we first started to 20 when we got you on the line, 20 plus. Now we're well over 200 acres.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like there's much relief in sight, Michael. This thing's moving quickly. And if you look to the shot to the left, earlier it almost looked like nighttime. It was so dark. You've got a little bit of the wind that pushed the smoke down to the ground even more so. But earlier it looked like it's night. So just let's go back to the highway patrol officer talking about driving conditions. You have obscured conditions from the smoke, power outages, so traffic signals are out. You've got a lot of people on the roads trying to get out of here, so you've got to use real big caution on this. And not only for the fire, but as Stephanie brought up earlier, you know, and Melissa, this is not just a fire concern. You have downed trees and power lines, a lot of problems that are going to be associated with this other than the fire. So we all need to use caution right now.
Chief Sam, you mentioned something, downed power lines. If somebody were to come across a downed power line, let's talk about what they should avoid doing and what they should do. Avoid
it. Treat any down lines at all as if they're energized, because they may be. Stay away from them and report it. Do not touch them and do not even go near them, because they even have static electricity that could shock you, or you don't know what that line's going to do. It may arc, spark, and move towards you, so just stay away from it.
All right, Chief Sam, you spoke of earlier some evacuations that, in fact, we are now getting confirmation here from the LAPD. And if we can put you on hold here for a second, I'll go over those to let our viewers know exactly what we're talking about here. Again, this fire is just over 200 acres with structures under immediate threat. There are now mandatory evacuation orders in place, which fall within what they call the polygon, described as northeast is the Merrimack Road west to Topanga Canyon Boulevard and south to PCH. Now, the Westwood Recreation Center is open now as an evacuation center, and they, Annabelle, from what I'm reading here, they will accept small animals. I know you had a question about that earlier with the council member Tracy Park. And again, this is all coming from the LAFD. So those evacuation orders that we knew were on the way are now in place.
Okay, yeah, that is some good information to know. But again, we also want to keep in mind that there are some elderly people who live in these areas, people who need assistance. So, Chief Sam, we were talking about this. Check on your neighbors also.
You have neighbors or people that may be handicapped. Please check on them. Make sure that they're okay, and you may have to assist them with evacuation.
All right, Chief Sam, we want to once again get back to our meteorologist here in the First Alert Weather Center to give us an update. We are sort of timing these winds out, what to expect here later this afternoon. and into the overnight hours. And Melissa, you guys got all the technology, all the radars necessary and possible to sort of track this for our viewers.
Yeah, for sure, Michael. As we go throughout the rest of the afternoon, the winds are going to strengthen. We're already seeing that right now close to the Santa Monica Mountains here. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Stephanie is really prepping some of the graphics, and we're working hand in hand, telling you the story with the Santa Ana wind event. This is significant, the strongest one of the season. So as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon, lunchtime and beyond, you could see those winds ranging anywhere from 20 miles per hour at the coast as we head inland, gusting up to 32 miles per hour, even in the Antelope Valley. But right in between, sandwiched in between, you could see a lot of purple and light purple or pink on your screen. That's wind ranging anywhere from about 40 to 60 miles per hour. So even as we go throughout the rest of time, that's not the height of the event, by the way. As we go throughout the rest of tonight, I would say about 9, 10 o'clock tonight during the overnight hours, the winds will only intensify. We're stopping it here at midnight. You can see for Los Angeles, you've got winds up to 44 miles per hour. You would say in a typical Santa Ana event, that's not really much of a big deal. But for the basin, it is, because this is an area that is typically wind sheltered. We don't typically see the winds coming down through the basin through the coast as well. It's right through areas in the Santa Clarita Valley, through portions of Ventura County, out across areas in the IE. Not the case with this situation, which is why the National Weather Service is using language like particularly dangerous situation. This is the third time they've said that this season. And we're seeing, because of the images on your left, the reason why. We'll continue to advance this, and you can see as we wake up tomorrow morning, allow extra time for the commute. Look at this in Malibu, winds up to 50 miles per hour. We've got gusts close to Ojai, up to 30. Then you move across areas in the IE. Orange County, you've got in Irvine, winds up to 40 miles per hour. But if you take your eye, just move it just to the east, there's a blob of red. That's winds ranging anywhere from about 60 to 70 miles per hour. So this is a concern as we go throughout the rest of tonight, as we're tracking the winds and a dangerous situation with the winds. Just look at those trees, those palm trees blowing as we're watching these live pictures come up to the left of our screen here.
So again, we're talking about the challenge it is now for firefighters dealing with this blaze, but then also dealing with these extreme wind gusts. Very concerning, and this is only going to make the battle that much harder for them and for anybody who's trying to evacuate this area. Again, we just want to remind you all, grab those kits and just leave, especially if you feel that threat there.
You know, we actually got, and I believe this might be the live shot, and please, somebody in the booth, correct me if I'm wrong, but we had video of a home that was damaged here, and I believe it's on Lockman Lane. Again, Lockman Lane. This is about 3 miles from the Getty Villa, from what I understand here. So again, evidence of how quickly this fire moves, how devastating this fire has been. And again, we continue to monitor exactly what is happening here in these neighborhoods in the Pacific Palisades. At least 200 acres burned here so far. And again, with what our meteorologists are telling us at this point, this is what we're in the midst of now. It seems to be the lighter of what we're going to experience here in terms of winds.
Right, and this is only going to get worse, is what we're hearing from our meteorologists. So again, very concerning, dangerous situations out there. And that's why we've been talking so much with Chief Sam about how you need to prepare now, take advantage of this and prepare, especially if you're not in this particular area, in the Pacific Palisades area, where you should just evacuate. But if you're in another area, just prepare and just get ready to, evacuate if need be.
Yeah, if you, speaking of evacuations here, we want to bring on the phone now David Hansen, who is visiting his mother who lives near the fire. And David, from what we understand, you're helping your mom evacuate.
Correct. She lives on in the Palisades Hill subset of the Palisades Highlands, which is right across a fire road from Lockman Lane and the top of Charmel. And the fire road was actually on fire. They've been actively dousing it using helicopters with water to try to get out, because it was one of the two main exit routes for the thousands of residents in the Palisades Highlands.
Hey, David, how long did it take you to get to your mom?
So, because I'm born and raised here, and I received confirmation from people that the bottom of Palisades Drive by Sunset near Calvary School, not necessarily the school itself, but the road there was on fire. some of the brush debris around it, so they were not letting people up the main artery of Palisades Drive. But I knew whenever there's a fire, security, police, and fire open this back fire road at the top of Lockman, and I literally happened to get there right as the flames started hitting the road, but was able to get through. And I saw driving up Lockman and Charmel, which is above Bienvenida and Sunset Boulevard, there were crews actively working on homes on Lockman that were on fire, and maybe even a home or two on Charmel. And higher up in the Highlands on the edge of the Santa Monica Mountains, there's a street called Chastain in the far right corner of the Palisades Highlands where there's a number of crews. But the wind right now, the Santa Anas are strongly blowing towards the ocean and away from most of the homes in the Highlands. So hopefully if the wind stays this way, it's okay. But it is blowing towards homes on Lockman and Charmel.
You know, David, I got to point this out. You seem relatively calm, and when you're speaking with us here right now, I don't know if I would be as calm. I don't know if it's an actor. You really don't know what's going on here. But how are you, and how is your mother?
She's doing great. She's 78 and a half years old. She's retired. She broke her back a few years ago, so she moves a little slow, even with physical therapy. She's got a little dog. And my sister, who resides in Malibu right now, we couldn't get a hold of her, and I just happened to already be on the road in Sunset Boulevard near Pacific Palisades, and she was following our friends out of the neighborhood down Palisades Drive, and our friend's cell phone worked, contacted me, said, hey, there's a fire at the bottom of Palisades Drive. We have to turn back up and go back up to the Highlands, and I knew about this other road, which I was able to cross, which they are now temporarily preventing cars from driving on, given an active fire and fire drops on top of it.
David, what's the game plan now? And I'm so glad that you're with your mom. You guys you were able to get her out safely. What's the game plan now for you guys and for your mom?
So we're watching the helicopters, and my hope is one of the two main arteries to the Palisades Highlands, the main Palisades Drive or the fire road, is cleared for access, but we keep seeing on Piedra Morada in front of her house, cars drive towards the fire road and turn around because the fire crews are actively working on the fire road as we speak.
All right, David, so you have your mom. When you live in what I would consider a vulnerable neighborhood like this, and, you know, what we just saw in Malibu not too long ago, you know, we always talk about being proactive, being, you know, being prepared. Is mom prepared? Is she ready, set, go?
We were worried the power would get cut out. There's still power in the neighborhood, and there's still cell reception and internet. Unbelievable. Most of the wires up here are underground because it was a community predominantly built, really the upper part in the 1980s. So there's not a lot of above ground wires up here, which is great, how I'm blessed to be talking to you right now. But we're hoping shortly we get the word that we can drive out, but I know all the neighbors here have done pretty good weed abatement and everything else. And there was just a fire here about a week or two ago at the top of Chastain, set off by some fireworks. It was actually, I think, 1 or 2 in the morning on New Year's morning on January 1st, or I believe was when it occurred.
Yeah. David, what's a neighborhood like where your mom lives? I mean, are there other people who are elderly there who live in that area?
Yeah, and we've seen some people that definitely probably aren't capable to drive, and we've seen their neighbors, their kids, or even perhaps, you know, their housekeeper or gardener drive some people out. And a few of us were knocking on some of the neighbors' doors to make sure that they were okay, that they got out. And but right now we're kind of in a wait and hold, the people here, just because we're waiting for the roads to clear so that we know we can get out. And but the crews seem to be doing a great job, and right now the Highlands is looking relatively good, minus the, I would call it the south edge of the Palisades Highlands, Santa Monica Mountain Rim.
Wow, you know, David, we're actually looking at some of the video that you provided to us here. Can you describe the scene? This is a home on your mother's street that's on fire?
Yeah, the home's totally fine, but the fire initially was directly across the street from her house and probably 100 or 200 yards beyond the homes across the street from here. So that's Upper Bienvenida, above Lockman, kind of by Temescal State Park.
Okay, wow.
Gosh, I mean, again, we know that many homes have just been burned. We don't have an exact number yet, and we know that number will come to us later after, the fire department goes out and just takes a count of all of the homes that have been destroyed because of this fire. But it's so unfortunate to see these homes just go down because of these flames. And then, of course, we're seeing that this danger is still there. It's still present, and we're only seeing the beginning of it, Michael, as our meteorologists have been telling us.
Hey, David, before we let you go, it's good to know that the mom's okay. Your sister, you said she lives in Malibu. Was she at all a victim of the fire out there?
She was driving on PCH and stuck in traffic and couldn't move, and because a lot of people were probably trying to get here like me, but I was just blessed by God to be coming from a different direction, more towards 405 and Sunset Boulevard today, where I happened to be on the road shortly after the fire broke out, and was able to come up the back fire road. Literally, as it just caught fire, I was able to get through.
It's rare that, David, that we actually talk to somebody who's in the midst of an evacuation at this point. And again, we can say it until, we're blue in the face about being prepared and being proactive. What would your message be for anyone who is either in a fire zone, danger zone, or not, who happens just to be watching and says, hey, you know what, not so much?
The first thing we told our mother to do when the fire broke out was get her car out of her garage, because a lot of garage doors don't have battery backup to open them, and a 78-year-old woman with back doesn't have the wherewithal to lift a roll-up garage for herself. So we said, don't get the dog, don't get anything, get your car in the driveway, point it out so you can easily drive out. And then once she did that, she got her dog, she got her purse, and she was ready to go.
All right. And by the way, your mom's name, if you don't mind?
Dr. Billy Phelps, Phelps.
Dr. Billy Phelps, all right.
Yeah. So happy you are okay, Ms. Phelps. And David, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you just talking to us about what you guys experienced. We are so, so happy that you guys were able to get out okay.
All right, we want to bring in, if we can, Chief Sam G. Giovanna. I'm sorry, we're going to, my bad, I'm sorry. We're going to bring in Karma Dickerson, who is there in the Pacific Palisades. And again, as we split screen here, as we get her live shot ready to go. Karma, you look like you're ready to go. We said the word chaos before there on where you were. Have things smoothed out a little bit?
They have, and what really smoothed them down was the car fire we were talking to you about. You can still see the remnants of it over my shoulder. I'll give you a better look. But things have gotten quiet. Nothing like a fire breaking out in the middle of a road where people are stuck. To make people focus, listen to law enforcement, and make people jump into action. And it was clear that turned that into a priority for law enforcement. I want to give you an idea of a little bit of panic and the chaos. Take a look right there. Let's see if I can show it to you. Those are shoes that on the side of the road. We've seen keys abandoned, and just beyond, right there, if you see on the right-hand side of your screen, the red sort of shuttle truck there, that was the car that was on fire. I talked to a gentleman who says he watched it unfold. He said it seemed like an ember landed on the windshield. He said the car was abandoned at the time that it caught fire, but an ember landed on the windshield, and then that fire erupted. Fire crews did make it here. They started actively fighting the fire. They were also fighting the fire that had made it into the palm trees above, which may well have been where that ember came from. But that's not all. We continue to see fires in this area. As a matter of fact, it looks like just beyond this cyber truck, there's a fire that a firefighter is trying to put out right now. Actually, excuse me, that looks like someone filming the fire, not fighting the fire, but there are some flames beyond that cyber truck. And just beyond us, we see rows and rows of abandoned cars. Now, just about 10 minutes ago, before the previous car fire, these cars were full of people. Both lanes of traffic were blocked in each direction, but that really cleared out once the fire started breaking out on the road. We saw people leave their cars and essentially just make a run for their lives. So it doesn't look like the Cybertruck itself is on fire, but something beyond it certainly is burning. Take a look. That's Palisades Drive. All these cars, this is opposing traffic. These cars should be driving up the hill, but they were abandoned coming down the hill. Giving you an idea of just why we've seen this gridlock. It does look like officials have put some roadblocks in place, and we're finally seeing some daylight here on the streets where emergency crews are able to get through to some extent. But if you take a look just beyond, you can see the fire on the hillside and the winds that are whipping.
Hear them.
Seeing the danger that still remains and people still little by little trying to make it down that hillside.
Yeah, Carmen Dickerson there setting the scene for us live there on Palisades Drive. And she said things have actually sort of, excuse me, calmed down, smoothed out here a bit from her last live shot here.
Yeah, we want to bring in Chief Sam Giovanna. Chief, we see those flare-ups there next to those cars. I mean, this is so concerning. Again, we could see another car catch on fire because of this. And then, of course, we've got those embers to deal with the winds being so erratic. Hello, Chief. Chief, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
We got you now, yeah.
Yeah. This could be palm fronds that are dropped, that caught fire and are burning. But I want to go back to something, we talk about this wind and topography driven, but it's also, let's go back. We've had a lot of rain over the past few years. There's a lot of heavy fuels in these hillsides. And then let's not forget these homes can actually become a fuel itself. If we go back to the coastal fire in May of 2022 in Orange County, it was not a Santa Ana wind-driven day. It was just a normal day with an ocean breeze going up a hill, caught a home on fire. That home spread to a home, which ended up resulting in 20 homes destroyed. So sometimes you get the fuel that's the problem, the topography, the wind, and then even homes are like fuel themselves that can spread from home to home.
So, again, we will say, Chief Sam, based on the conditions, based on the topography, we're not at all surprised at what we're seeing here and how it's all playing out.
No, not at all. And we talk about this, Michael, even days when we did not have such strong winds and such a significant event like this, the danger. Living in Southern California, it's just here. Let's fast forward this. If the wind stopped, let's say Friday or Saturday, the threat still remains high because everything now is even more dried out. We may not have the wind, but we certainly have the topography and the fuel. If a fire breaks out, the risk is going to remain with us for a while. We're going to need at least 5 to 7 inches of rain before the fuel moisture content in the hillsides change where it doesn't burn so easily.
All right, Chief Sam, with that, we're going to put you on pause here for just a second and remind our viewers here, it's now 1 p.m. and you're watching the NBC4 News live breaking coverage of the wildfire burning now in Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, this is the latest information from LA Fire. About 200 acres have burned so far. Evacuations have been ordered between Merrimack Road west to Topanga Canyon and south to PCH. The Westwood Recreation Center is now open for anyone, and then evacuated people who do need a place to go can go there. They also allow small animals.
As we've been showing you all morning long and into the afternoon, we are seeing gridlock on PCH and on other major roadways as people try to get out of that area. The LA Fire Department now telling everyone head southbound on Palisades Drive to westbound Sunset, the southbound Pacific Coast Highway.
As you can see, there's a significant loom up behind us. We're going to show you on the map where the fire is, where it's going, and what our evac concerns are. This is the Pacific Palisades Highland community. The fire is burning in a westward direction through here, so we want an evacuation warning for all of this area that is going to be from Topanga Canyon here to the east and from Rustic Canyon here to the west is all going to be that area of an evacuation warning, and be prepared for evacuation orders to come through, and the command post is going to be relocated down to Will Rogers Beach.
Now, schools are being evacuated in the Pacific Palisades because of this fire. Here's a list for you. Palisades Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School. Students will be moved to Brentwood Elementary Science Magnet, Paul Revere Charter Middle School. Students are being taken to University High School Charter.
That's right. And schools are communicating directly with those families. If you have any questions, you can call the LAUSD Family Hotline. That number is 213-443-1300.
All right, 102 here on a Tuesday. We want to bring in now on the phone Margaret Stewart. She's with LA City Fire. Thank you for being with us here this afternoon. Okay, we seem to have lost communications there. We'll try to reestablish, but we want to bring in meteorologist Melissa McGee. And again, we talked about this earlier. We'll continue to talk about it. You know, what we're in the midst of now was just a little taste of what's to come here later this afternoon and into the overnight hours and now into tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. So this is a precursor, an appetite, so to speak. The main event is happening as we go throughout the rest of tonight, overnight, and into your Wednesday. Chief Sam talked about it. I want to elaborate just a little bit more on the points he was making in terms of topography and fuel and weather. We've got the wildfire triangle. So these are essentially things that help fuel flames and spread fires more quickly. So the topography is a situation in terms of what you're seeing on the ground. The fuel is all of the brush, the trees, anything flying embers in the air as well. Things have been very dry here in Southern California. We've seen 0.16 inches of rain here in LA County. We should be closer to a little bit more than 4 inches at this point in our season. So the relative humidity will continue to drop as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. And that's a problem because that will only help to spread fires more quickly because of the dry vegetation and low humidity on the ground. The other aspect in terms of the weather, the Santa Anas. This is a significant Santa Ana wind event. The National Weather Service has called this life-threatening in some instances. It's also said this is particularly dangerous. The third time they've used that type of language this season. So in terms of fires and the way fires spread more rapidly uphill. You've got the rising heat from the flames rapidly preheating the fuel further up the slope, causing it to ignite more quickly. So for every 10 degrees of slope, it doubles the speed of the fire. The latest observation data, specifically with the Palisades fire, we've got the Palisades winds gusting up to 12 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains, we've got gusts close to 50 miles per hour. And the issue is that as we go throughout the rest of tonight, the winds are only going to intensify. The relative humidity is going to drop, which will elevate the fire concern. Michael and Annabelle.
Much for that. We want to touch base now with NBC4's Alex Rozier. He's live. Alex, what are you seeing? Who are you with? What information do you have for us now?
I don't have IFB. Hey guys, we are live right here. I want to give you a live look behind me and show you what we're seeing in this neighborhood. We're at Glen Haven, Lockman. The winds are intense. A large portion of this neighborhood has evacuated, but you can see the plume of smoke. A very residential neighborhood with hundreds of homes. There are schools nearby. Joining me now is Stuart, who his mother-in-law has lived here for 30 years.
We got that big tanker dropping over there.
Yeah, I'm talking about the airdrop that's happening right here. Stuart, tell us about your experience so far today.
Well, it started out as a brush fire pretty far up the hill, but with the winds, I had a feeling it was going to be driven down into all the neighborhoods, and it's starting to happen. This is Lockman, and it's burned sort of around this knoll for some reason. We're on a ridge, but it's burned down into Palisades Drive, down into that canyon, and it's gone over to Bienvenida down that canyon. So there's that school, St. Matthew's over there, and Calvary on Palisades Drive. Both, I'm sure, are evacuated.
So schools and homes impacted. A number of neighbors have already evacuated. What was your plan in here right now?
Just if there's like a little ember-driven fire right around the house that we can deal with, we'll do that. You know, if it fills in really hot and heavy, we're out of here, obviously.
And you can likely hear the wind that's hitting our microphone right now.
Exactly.
You said you've lived in the neighborhood for decades.
Yeah.
Has it ever gotten this close to your family's home?
It's never gotten this close. Yeah, not our house down by the village and not this home on Lockman. It's been in the Highlands. We lived there for a little while. It's been around, but it's never burned this area.
As you stand here, the wind's blowing, the smoke around us, what's going through your mind?
It's a strong wind. It's stronger than normal, so that's what drives the fire. There could be an ember a half mile away, and it catches the wind and it lands over here and starts a whole new deal. I've seen several of them just start out of nowhere. Like a big plume took off over to our right, and it's like, there goes another one. So if something like that were to land around us, we could put it out. That'd be great. But if not, we'll get out of here.
Stuart, thank you for your time. Stay safe out there. I wish the best for you and your family and your neighborhood.
Take care of yourself.
I appreciate that. But we again are here at Lockman and Glenhaven, watching this fast-moving fire, the wind shifting in a variety of directions, smoke around us, and at many times we've seen flames on the hillside so close to several homes here. At this point, from our vantage point where I'm standing, we have not seen any homes go up. A strong effort today already, a coordinated approach by the fire department and the police department who are helping with the evacuations. We'll bring you the latest as we have it, guys. We'll send it back into you.
Boy, Alex, we can really hear that wind just whipping through that particular area. And then we could also hear, I don't know if you picked up on it, Michael, but Stuart was out of breath, so it just goes to say how heavy the smoke is because of the fire.
Yeah, Stuart there being interviewed by Alex. This is at the intersection of Lockman and Glenhaven. Stuart out there helping his mother-in-law, and he's lived in different parts of the Palisades, he says, but it's never burned in this particular area. And he said those winds are stronger than ever, and we picked it up there on Alex's mic for sure. All right, so we want to bring Chief Sam back in, and Chief Sam, it's one thing to talk about the winds, but it's a whole other animal to actually hear those winds via that microphone.
Yeah, they are blowing strong, and as the meteorologist reported, it's only going to increase, and the threat and the danger and even the spread of this fire is going to increase due to this wind.
Chief Sam, we saw Stuart. He's helping his mother-in-law out of that neighborhood. We've also spoken to someone who was helping his mother get out of the neighborhood, and something that he told his mother, which I thought was interesting, forget about the animals, forget about the dog, open your garage because you don't know if power is going to go out, and that garage door may not open because it's all power-based. Get the car out and point it in direction of the street. Those were the instructions not only David, but his sister gave to their mother. Same advice you would likely give, as a firefighter.
Absolutely. But if you're getting to the point where you're going to have to pull your car out, back it out, that's a good time to evacuate. Don't wait until it's too late. If you feel that you need, evacuate, get yourself prepared. There's different stages of preparedness. But if you feel that you're going to have to leave soon and you want to move your car out, go ahead and leave.
Yeah,
Take your belongings.
Yeah, and in all fairness, he was there to help his mother. So these were the initial steps as he was making his way up to get to his mother's property. So, just providing the instruction. And again, he says his mother and her neighbors always seem to be prepared.
Yeah, and he did the right thing. And I'm saying this right now to people in this particular area. Do that. But if you feel that you need to leave, then leave. This is a good time to do it. Don't wait. We know if you're in the path of this fire, the direction this is going to the west, maybe this is a good time to just get your belongings, get your pet, go to a friend's house or an evacuation shelter and ride this out. Don't wait until it's too late.
Chief, when we were looking at Karma Dickerson's shot, we saw a lot of abandoned cars there. That's got to add to the challenge now that firefighters are facing, is that the roads are getting that much tighter because people are just abandoning their vehicles on the road there.
Yeah, it's very congested, and then you have a lot of cars, and sometimes people will just leave the car right in the middle of the road. Some of them have pulled off on the side of the curb. That helps for access and egress, but again, this is why it's important to leave now. You don't want to have this. We know this is coming. This is coming. So to the communities to the west of this, that if you're in the path of this fire, leave now so that you can get out safely and not have to abandon your car and walk.
Chief, you're talking about if you're in the path of this fire, but how do you necessarily know that? Because you could be fine and the fire could be a few miles away, for instance, in a completely different direction. You think you're fine, but then all of a sudden an ember will come flying and maybe hit your neighborhood. So how's a person really supposed to know if you're in danger there?
Well, if you're in the hillside areas and you know this fire is burning and you may be 2, 3, 4 miles away, that should register in your mind. The winds are blowing this strong. It's coming this direction. just go ahead and leave. I know it sounds so simple, and really, if you follow that advice, it really is. Do not wait until it's too late.
You know, Chief Sam, sadly, you know, a lot of these homeowners are at a disadvantage because this fire broke out while most folks are, you know, at work, if you will. Their children are in school. So, you know, you leave your house thinking you're going to return home to it, or at least return to your neighborhood, and this is happening. You're so vulnerable, you don't know what to do. In fact, you feel helpless at this point.
Yeah, you do, and that's why we talked about this, and, you know, a lot as of lately. Prepare your home now. Think about before you leave for work or you run errands. What happens if a fire does break out and I'm not able to get back into my neighborhood or to my house? Just start thinking. Having a plan ahead of time is key for everything. Plan ahead.
All right, Chief Sam, and with that, if we can just keep you on the line, and if we can we bring in a meteorologist, Melissa McGee? You spoke about this, and this is really stuck at the forefront of my brain here. Yeah. This wind pattern with ebbs and flows, and, you know, from 6 to 8 tonight, we're going to see wind gusts of 35 miles an hour. From 8 to 10, 44. And then tomorrow morning, they ramp back up once again.
Right, and that was just for the basin, Michael.
Right.
I mean, they're going to get stronger for the coast, for valleys, the inland valleys, the foothills, and the mountains. So overall, we're calling for winds for the coast and the valleys anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour. The mountains can have winds anywhere from 65 to 80 miles per hour. Some isolated spots in our mountain communities could have gusts near 100 miles per hour. And like Chief Sam was talking about, we're dealing with the Santa Anas. This is erratic fire behavior. And unfortunately, watching the Palisades fire, it serves as a reminder, if you are in one of these fire zones or an area that's prone to seeing wildfires, make sure you have that ready, set, go plan in place. So what does that really mean? Ready is creating and maintaining defensible space. Clearly in the Palisades fire, as they are acting now, that's not something that they can do, but this is a reminder for other communities to make sure that they are prepared. Harden your home against any flying embers. Set is to make sure you're well prepared in advance of the wildfire. Make sure you have that emergency supply kit and know your evacuation route. And then go is go when it's time to go. So we've got red flag warnings that are going to stay up as we go throughout the rest of our Thursday, guys. So this is an extended event as we're dealing with long duration Santa Ana winds moving in across Southern California, and the winds will continue to get stronger. Santa Monica Mountains, they've got winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. And as we're watching the images on the right of your screen, the firefighter tackle the flames of what looks like a structure. Now you're dealing with flying embers in hot spots. So this is a concern, and this is why we say erratic wind behavior, because we're dealing with a specific fire. And on top of that fire, you've got flames that are burning in between those hot spots.
You know, Melissa, you talk about these, you know, fire-prone areas and how, you know, preparation and being proactive is key, but we're now seeing wind gusts in these wind-sheltered areas, and we typically don't see winds like this in these areas. So those folks are now at risk to some degree.
Exactly. So we're talking about areas like Altadena, Burbank, San Fernando Valley, Beverly Hills, areas in Pasadena that are typically not going to see a lot of these strong winds that we see through the canyons and passes, for example, the Cajon Pass, the Banning Pass. That's an area that you know is prone to seeing strong winds. Same thing up across areas in the IE, up through Fontana, San Bernardino County, San Fernando Valley, the Santa Clarita Valley. So this is why it's particularly stressful here in Southern California right now, because you've got the winds, and the wind will help to fuel the erratic behavior of the fire.
You know, and I'm so glad that you're talking about how long this red flag warning is going to last. We've got it until 6 p.m. on Thursday.
Right.
So we're seeing these images, live images of the fire here, but this is a reminder for anybody else who lives elsewhere just to be ready to go as well, because yes, it's in this neighborhood right now in the Pacific Palisades area, but it could very well go to the Inland Empire. We could be talking about the Inland Empire, God forbid, later on today, right? Or in the OC. I mean, we are talking about so many different areas that are affected by these gusts.
Right. So the height of the wind gusts, Annabelle and Michael, that's going to be later on tonight and into your Wednesday. We'll have to wait and see if the National Weather Service extends any of these high wind warnings or wind watches that are posted here in Southern California. But that's where we're anticipating those strong winds, increased wind across our region. On top of that, even when the strongest winds exit Southern California, it is still going to be dry. So that's where that red flag warning comes in, and that has been extended now until 6 p.m. on Thursday because of the Santa Anas, because of the low relative humidity, pardon me. This will certainly help to elevate and spread fires quickly, and we're starting to see that this afternoon.
I got one more question for you,
Melissa.
You got it. I know. You're working overtime over here. But
we're here for you.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong with this number here, but you said so far we should have at least experienced 4 inches of rain.
Yes.
And we have not.
At least, and this is just for LA County.
LA County, okay.
Right, so we should see at least 4 inches of rain at this point in our water year. Our water year starts October 1st and it continues on. We've only seen a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rain here in Los Angeles. So we've got a deficit specifically of 3.40 inches of rain. The reason that is taking place is that all of the storms this season have been up across the Pacific Northwest. We've been talking about all of that rain and snow in Washington and Oregon, and we're not seeing any of that activity move down here in Southern California. All we need is one storm to change all of that.
Yeah.
But as of now, it's been months, at least 6 months, where things have been dry here in LA County.
All right.
All right.
Melissa, as always, we're going to keep you on deck here.
I'm here for you.
All right.
Thank you. We
Okay.
appreciate that. All right. We want to bring in Chief Sam back here. Chief, Melissa was talking about this plan, or this Ready, Set, Go plan. What does that include? And we should probably talk about, families, people who have families in scenarios like this. You leave for work, you drop off the kids at school. Everybody needs to have a plan in the event of.
You're right, and you have to practice that plan, just like we drill at the fire department, just like exit drills in the home during fire safety in your home. You have to have a plan, put it together, communicate it with your family members, and practice it. But the thing is, and sadly, most people feel it will never happen to them, and it does.
Yeah, and therein lies the problem. Really quickly, Chief Sam, Melissa hit on it. 4 inches of rain we should have so far this year during our water year, which started in October. We've only had about 1/10 of an inch. This adds, obviously, to the challenge that firefighters have. So when they see numbers, dismal numbers like this, what are firefighters thinking? What is the game plan? How do things change?
Well, we know living in Southern California, this is what happens. As I mentioned earlier, several years ago, we had a whole lot of rain. Then it stopped. So the fuel in the hillsides grew tremendously. Now it's all dry and even more drier with no rain. We know we contend with this. Our game plan is just what we do. We plan, we prepare, and train for events like this. And here they are. They're right on our doorstep right now. So, doing just what they're doing. I'm going to give kudos to all the firefighters out there from LA City, LA County, Verdugo, the South Bay cities, the fire departments that have brought in from Northern California. They're doing a tremendous job under these circumstances right now. I know I've been on these fires. This is some of the most challenging work that can be done.
And Chief, to that point, yes, kudos to them. We know they're heroes. They've been preparing for this, as we mentioned earlier. They had days to prepare for this. I mean, they got a call, I'm sure, alerting them that they were going to be coming down to assist those firefighters from Northern California. This is around the clock. I mean, none of these firefighters are going to be taking breaks. No, they won't. And, the thing, too, is this is one fire. This fire may go out here, hopefully soon. It's going to take a little bit of while, and they're going to be here. They're going to be here for a few days. But then some of them will end up going to another fire. So we get deployed from one fire to another. So I'm going to give them kudos again. I can't give it enough.
Chief Sam, we no longer have a I guess, a traditional fire season here in Southern California. But typically, we would be out of fire season as of now. Correct me if I'm wrong?
No, you're right. I mean, normally, traditionally, we will, but we have seen where this has happened. I mentioned this earlier. You know, January of 2014, we had the Colby fire in Glendora that burned 6 homes. In 2017, the Thomas fire started in December and burned all the way into January of 2018. That fire burned 280,000 acres and destroyed over 1,000 structures. So we really are year-round fire season.
Chief Sam, you know, we're looking at these images. Again, we're seeing that blaze there. How does this differ from the mountain fire? Again, the mountain fire was also wind-driven. And that one we had in, what, November?
Yeah, you know, it's just, you know, the proximity of homes. You know, to say how does it differ? Well, it's just the different terrain, the slope, the topography. The mountain fire, we saw that burn down into lower lying areas that were not even in the hillside areas. And that's what my point earlier, you know, these homes can be. We saw this in Santa Rosa years ago where towns that weren't even near the foothills that burned down just because of the wind. So, you know, there's challenges. Every community has a unique set of challenges due to the number of homes in the area, topography, access and egress. A lot of dynamics go with this. So, yeah, but, you know, it's just, you know, you take it fire by fire, and we're doing the best we can.
All right, Chief Sam, we are going to, again, we appreciate your insight. If you can just hold on really quickly, we want to get to our esteemed former colleague, Patrick Healy, who is on the phone with us here now, from what I understand. And Patrick, you're still well connected to us, and we appreciate your time here this afternoon. Do we have Patrick?
Okay. Something must have happened with the connection here. How about in the meantime, we touch... Okay.
Are you hearing me now?
We got you, Patrick.
Right. Okay, good. Michael and Annabelle, first of all, thank you for your coverage of this. I'm watching with extreme alarm. This was my community for 40 years. I know the geography extremely well from hiking in the hills behind the Palisades. And what I want to convey to our audience is the nature of the topography. There are several ridges and canyons, and only a slight shift in the wind can change the entire trajectory of this fire and threaten new communities and save other communities. So where the fire is burning, above the highlands, above the Lockman Lane development, there are several ridges that converge there. And if the fire burns down one more ridge, it will threaten the main part of the Palisades, the main community at the base of Temescal Canyon. If the wind shifts more towards the west, the fire will move beyond the highlands and move into two communities called Castellamare and Miramar, and ultimately threaten Topanga Canyon, and beyond Topanga Canyon is the community of Malibu. That is the big danger right now. Which way this wind shifts, which communities it will threaten.
You know, and so that's why Topanga Canyon now is one of those road closures, right? They typically close it because of the threat of a fire. And then, of course, we've seen it happen in Malibu with fires. We saw it with the Franklin fire, you know, also affected those homes, those residents who live in that area. So, yeah, we are seeing the concern. We are seeing the traffic that it's causing as many people try to evacuate that area, Patrick.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because the Palisades really has only two escape routes, Sunset Boulevard and going down to Pacific Coast Highway. Once you get down to the Coast Highway, you can go north or south, but of course it jams up very quickly. One thing the Palisades does have going for it, most of the areas that are up in the foothills, and after all, these are the foothills of the Santa Monica Mountains. So there is some very rough terrain just above the Palisades. But most of the newer communities, as well, David, the resident on Lockman Lane, who was speaking to Alex a short while ago, pointed out it was developed mostly in the 70s, and so it conforms to the newer building codes for hillside communities. The roads are wider. It's easier for access for fire trucks. The homes are farther apart. They have fire-resistant roofs. So there are a lot of precautions in place that say areas of Malibu and areas of the Hollywood Hills do not have. But, you know, all bets are off when you have a wind this severe. I might add that ordinarily, because of its location, kind of at the crook of Santa Monica Bay, the Palisades does not ordinarily get winds as severe as Malibu, which gets the winds coming directly from the north. But this is one of those exceptional days, well, like 1978, which was the last year a really horrific fire reached the Palisades. Those are the kinds of winds.
All right, Patrick Healy, former NBC4 reporter and good friend of ours. We appreciate your insight. Again, lived in the area for more than 40 years. And as Stuart said, a phone that we had not too long ago, he said that he's lived in different parts of the Palisades, but it's never burned like this before. In fact, he was been interviewed by our very own Alex Rozier.
Yeah, and actually, why don't we talk to Alex? He's in that area. Alex, we were looking at your shot there. We saw those winds just gusting over there.
Yeah, the winds are definitely howling here in the area where we are in the Palisades. I'll give you a live look behind me. It's cleared a bit where we are at Glen Haven and Lockman Drive. I'll tell you that we have been talking to neighbors. For the most part, the people who live in this neighborhood, they've heeded the evacuation warnings and they have left the neighborhood. There are a few people that still remain that continue to check on their property. About 5 minutes ago, flames came dangerously close to one home, and the person who lives inside the home just down from where we're standing, he is still there right now, if we can show you that place right there. But the other part that I'm going to tell you that's complicating things for people who may be still up here and trying to reach family is that anybody who's traveled through this area before, cell phone service is not good. So the folks' ability to make phone calls, send text messages, and get in contact with loved ones is challenging in many spots. We've ran into that same problem here since we've been covering this fire. But the winds, they have just been howling and dangerously close flames to many homes. And it's not just homes here, also schools in the neighborhood. As we were driving up earlier in our broadcast, you may have watched as we had several buses that were on the right side of where we were. People were trying to evacuate schools too. So a very tense situation, a fire that's burning in the middle of a work day, in the middle of a school day, and threatening many homes here in Pacific Palisades. Annabelle and Michael, we'll send it back to you.
Alex, you're in that area now. What seems to persist is obviously those winds, but if you can't describe the scene for me in terms of what it was like when you got there compared to what it's like now.
You know, Michael, in the process of you asking that question, as I mentioned, the cell phone service is a bit spotty, so I lost it. If you can try one more time, I'll attempt to answer that.
What persists out there now, obviously, continues to be the winds. But I want to know if you could just sort of lay out, describe to us what the scene is like now versus when you first got to that neighborhood. And I believe you're at Lockman and Glen Haven.
Yeah, you know, I think the scene is very different depending on just a couple of blocks. I mean, you can see this man who's standing on his roof right here. He's about the only person I've seen that remains in the neighborhood at Glen Haven and Lockman. There are very, very few people. I'll tell you, just a few blocks over, less than a half mile away, frantically, we saw many folks who were evacuating the neighborhood about a half hour ago. So it seems as many people are heeding the evacuation warnings and getting out of the Palisades right now, but there are a few who continue to remain. That steward who we heard from earlier, he said he was going to stick around and do his best protection as possible, but he said if it gets too bad, he's going to have to go, and he's prepared to do that. So we're going to continue watching things here as this story develops.
I'd like to get the inside the head of that guy who's standing on that rooftop right now. I wonder what his plan is next. As you mentioned, Alex, most of those in that neighborhood have already evacuated. All right, Alex Rozier live for us there on Lockman and Glen Haven. Melissa McGee is here in the First Alert Weather Center, and again, we're not surprised by the winds that we're seeing here right now. And hold on one second.
Knocked it down.
All right, so we're getting some more sound there, I believe, from Stuart. But Melissa, let's talk about what we're hearing and what we're seeing where Alex is right now.
Right now, Alex probably has winds anywhere from about 20 miles per hour to 52 if he's in and around that area. So that's a large range. But the latest observation data around that area, we rely on specific sites to give us the most accurate information. So in the Palisades right now, we've got winds gusting close to 20 miles per hour. And in the Santa Monica Mountains, those winds are up to 52 miles per hour. Something that I'm also noticing is that when we got on the air and we broke in telling you about the Palisades fire, relative humidity was anywhere from about 35 to 45%. It is dropping, and it's dropping fast. So that's where that red flag warning comes in. So if you look at the map we have on your screen here and then look up above where the Palisades wording is, you see 28% there. And then Santa Monica Mountains, relative humidity, and at 33%. This will continue to drop as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon into tonight and into our Wednesday. So the drop in the relative humidity in combination with these very fast-moving Santa Ana winds helps to accelerate fires like we're seeing right now. I want to take you into time because we're talking about what's happening now. The big question, what's next? And specifically for the Palisades, as we go throughout the rest of the evening into Wednesday, I want to show you what's going on. And we talked about it. There are going to be some ebbs and flows in terms of the weather pattern, and the track and strength of the wind. So as we go throughout the evening, we'll have winds anywhere from 6 p.m. Tonight to 8 p.m. tonight, ranging anywhere from 34 to 36 miles per hour. So that's a little lighter than what we're currently seeing. But then, as we've been saying, late tonight, I'd say between 9 and 10 o'clock tonight, those winds ramp up, and our graphic is displaying that very nicely. Winds close to 44 miles per hour. They will weaken or wane overnight, and then they're going to pick up in intensity once again as we get into Wednesday morning. So that's where the red flag warning comes into play. Even though the most intense winds are going to be tonight into Wednesday, the red flag warning remains because as these Santa Anas come in from the mountains with that strong northeasterly wind, they blow through the canyons and passes, and in this case, all the way down to what are typically wind-sheltered spots, the basin and the coast. It dries out the atmosphere significantly. So we're starting to see extreme fire danger as we go throughout the rest of tonight. So let's time it out for other communities here in Southern California. For the rest of the afternoon, we'll have winds gusting anywhere from 20 to 50 miles per hour. Aside from the wildfires, blowing debris, branches, leaves, trash flying on the freeways and some of our local communities. Down trees, a big concern. Outages, power outages as well. Then once we get into tonight, the winds peak later on tonight, Michael, ranging anywhere from about 60 to 80 miles per hour, a little stronger for our mountain spots. And then Wednesday morning, like I mentioned, there's another burst of wind coming in from Mother Nature. So a slower morning commute. This is one of those situations where high-profile vehicles will be impacted if you're on the freeways like the 118, the 210, for example. And then watching these firefighters on the left, looking at the imagery, now they're putting out what looks like structure fires. So you've got the Santa Ana winds that are carrying these flames and these embers that are clearly traveling in some spots more than a mile. So not only do you have to deal with containment with the actual fire, you've got structure fires on top of that, or at least spot fires, I should say, in between unburned fuel in these spot fires.
Yeah, we've seen evidence of those spot fires early on during our coverage. And Melissa, you mentioned the peak of the wind in the Palisades, because we're focused obviously on that with the fire that's currently burning.
Sure.
44 miles per hour tonight at 10.
Right.
Right, but I look at these numbers, 60 to 80 miles per hour along the coast and mountains. So again, a significant jump in other parts of our region.
Oh, that's right. And that's why we say this is just the beginning. And it's erratic behavior. You know, when you're in a fire, it kind of creates its own weather conditions where you have a rising heat and smoke and air. But you're going to have stronger winds in other parts as we go throughout the rest of tonight. And that's just a nice cue for you, so to speak. As we're saying 44 miles per hour. It's likely going to be stronger in some spots, even for the Palisades later on this evening.
All right, we talked about those ebbs and flows.
Ebbs and flows in life and weather.
That is for sure.
Yes.
All right, Melissa, if you can stand by, we want to bring in, and if I'm not mistaken, we're going to bring in Camilla Rambaldi.
Yes. Hi, Michael. Can you guys hear me okay?
We got you, Camilla. Yeah. Give us the lay of the land. Where are you? And what are you seeing?
So I am, due to service, so I'm giving you guys so not being able to do a FaceTime right now, but we are I'm close to Sunset Boulevard up North Las Casas Avenue, and I was initially stuck in that gridlock of traffic on Sunset Boulevard, as we've been seeing. And right now, one of the lanes has been shut down, so it's only going in one direction. So a lot of people just trying to figure out how to leave this area. I spoke to one woman earlier who was in the process of evacuating. She just didn't want to take that chance, so she just packed up her things and was just ready to go. But in this area here, in this neighborhood that I'm at on Las Casas Avenue, you can just see those embers flying, that wind picking up, and just that plume of smoke surrounding this entire area. And I know earlier we were talking about that air quality, so that's definitely going to be impacting this neighborhood here. A lot of people, wearing masks, and as they're walking around assessing the area, because it's just very hard to breathe right now in this area.
Camilla, you talked about how you were caught in that gridlock there on Sunset. We had Karma also caught in some gridlock, as well as Alex Rozier. What is the situation like now? Has most of that been cleared up, or are we still in the midst of what you were experiencing earlier on?
There is still a gridlock. There are right off Sunset Boulevard right now. There's just back-to-back traffic. People just stuck, not being able to move. So I think there's obviously a growing sense of frustration, people not being able to get out of this neighborhood. So right now, everything appears to be at a standstill here, at least from what I see from my vantage point here on Sunset Boulevard and Las Casas Avenue, which is one of the streets here that goes up to one of the neighborhoods in this area.
Okay. We saw earlier during Karma's live shot, folks coming down the hill, coming out of the neighborhoods there. Are you seeing folks at all? If I recall, I saw somebody with a box in their hand, for example. Are you seeing any scenes like that where you are?
Yes, earlier, not right now, but earlier as I was driving, through this neighborhood here, this stretch where I spoke to that homeowner who has lived here for over 2 decades. She was getting ready to leave, but just across the street from her, I saw several people coming out of their homes. I saw one person walking around with a bag. Just you can tell that people were, figuring out their next steps on, deciding to evacuate. So obviously that sense of urgency.
All right, Camilla Rambaldi there for us. Again, if we can establish your FaceTime at some point, we'd love to see what you're seeing. Again, you're at Las Casas Avenue there near Sunset. We'll check back in with you here in just a bit. We want to bring in now, if we can. First, I want to mention here, we split our screen here. On the left, this is a live picture from our camera. Compliments of our photojournalist Khalid Shabazz. This is the 1300 block of Lockman Lane, and we've had some different scenes and scenarios out, but it looks as if one home here on Lockman Lane, the 1300 block, is damaged. You see that live shot there on the left of your screen, as well as some video that's just come into the NBC4 newsroom there on the right. I believe we have our fire expert, Chief Sam Giovanna, there still on the line with us. And Chief Sam, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, so I can't help but think about these numbers that Melissa McGee, our meteorologist, continues to give us in terms of what the situation will be like in terms of winds tonight in the Palisades area, where we're actually in the midst of this fire, 200-plus acre fire, but within other regions of Southern California, 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts into Wednesday morning.
Yeah, that's a good point, Michael. And I'm shocked that we have not seen another fire of this magnitude break out with these winds. So I guess if there's any silver lining, we can say that. But Melissa also brought up another good point about the flying debris, the leaves, needles, and twigs. We may have a little lull tonight, but that's a good sign if you get them home tonight and your area has not been impacted by a fire. Clean those up, because I saw a lot of them in my neighborhood leaving the house this morning. There were leaves, needles, branches everywhere in people's yards, around their house, on their rooftops. Those are those hot spots for embers. That's what we want to do to prevent something like this happening to your home.
Yeah, and and Chief Sam, we hit on this earlier about those flying embers, and on any given day, with any given fire, we talk about a mile and a half perhaps. With these strong winds and strong wind gusts, you've mentioned anywhere from 3 to 4, possibly even 5 miles from where the fire initiated.
Yes, they can go up to 5 miles an hour. That's rare, but it can happen depending upon the wind. And with the winds forecasted for this evening, I would not be surprised if a fire breaks out with those kind of winds. We see that.
Wow. All right. We talked about with Melissa those ebbs and flows with the winds, but again, you just stay focused, remain focused, as if this is going to be consistent, because this will be a consistent pattern at least through Thursday. All right, Chief Sam, if you can hold on for 1 second, we want to bring in, and I mentioned him not too long ago, NBC4 photojournalist Khalid Shabazz. Khalid, are you with us? I know we have Khalid's live shot there on the left side of your screen.
You're going in and out.
Okay, we're still trying to establish constant communication or consistent communication with Khalid, but
Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Khalid. Can you hear me?
Let me reestablish the IFB.
Okay, why don't we do that, Khalid? You take care of what you need to take care of, and in the meantime, let's bring Chief Sam back in here right now. Chief Sam, we still got you?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so challenges for firefighters. We're having a challenge with communication with our crews out in the field in this particular area. How do you guys circumvent that as firefighters there on the scene trying to put out the flames?
Well, we have some of the most high-tech radio capabilities and communication systems out there, so that's really not the issue with them. Landline cell phones, those are going to be the problems.
Yeah.
That's the main thing, but our communication systems are great. And again, I'm going to go back to the robust mutual aid, and with the technology we have nowadays for these FirstNet responder and communication, it's advanced over, very rapidly the past few years. But Michael, let's go back to the ebb and flow. You can see that in the smoke on this fire. There are times when you see the smoke rising very, high. The wind is calmed for that moment. Then other times it goes horizontally right against the ground. That means the wind, obviously strong wind gusts are coming. Very erratic winds creating erratic fire behavior. That's one of the big challenges for the firefighters right now.
As we attempt to reestablish our communication with Khalid there on the left, we certainly don't have a confirmed number of homes that have been damaged. But based on our coverage, based on what you've seen, what you've heard since this fire broke out, one structure is all we got thus far. Are you at all surprised by that number, Chief Sam?
Yes, I'm surprised, but until this calms down and we get a little bit more out of the dynamic state and then we do damage assessment, we'll get a bigger number on this. But I am surprised. Kudos again, and I know, but I just could not be more proud of the firefighters out on these fires, and those are ready to go on a fire at any given moment right now. They're doing a tremendous job. They're incredible.
All right, Chief Sam DiGiovanna, we appreciate you as always, and if I can just ask you once again to hold tight. When we bring in Melissa McGee here right now, and again, we talk about the valiant work of the firefighters out there on the front lines and the challenges they face. But again, what we're seeing in terms of weather is not going to get any better.
Right. And you mentioned some areas that are not close to the Palisades that will likely have some issues, Michael. Look at this in San Bernardino. We've got winds gusting up to 55 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, 52. Van Nuys, winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. And even in Santa Ana in Orange County, winds up to 43 miles per hour. Then you look at the pictures on the left here, these live pictures coming in from the Palisades and the fire. You've got a lot of smoke, a lot of ash. So in terms of the conditions with the firefighters, they are dealing with all of that on the ground with the smoke, the debris, the ash. It's going to be a major challenge as we go throughout the rest of tonight, and they're only going to strengthen as well. So with the latest conditions close to the Palisades fire, we've got winds anywhere from about 41 miles per hour out of the northeast there in the Santa Monica Mountains, and gusting up to 58 miles per hour. So they're really starting to strengthen. So you've got all of these northeasterly winds coming from the mountains through the canyons and passes all the way down to the coast, and it's blowing that smoke around, and it's also blowing the flames around, which is why this is a concern in terms of dealing with the wildfire triangle and the topography. That's the fuel, the grass, the trees, the fuel as well as dry conditions, and then we've got weather. The Santa Anas help to exacerbate or grow the flames of the fire tremendously. So this is a big concern. So as we go throughout the rest of the evening and into our Wednesday, the winds are going to pick up for the Palisades, but really everybody. Also, I want to show you the relative humidity because we've been talking about how this will continue to lower. We've got relative humidity in the teens, and these will likely drop even lower as we go throughout the overnight hours and into our Wednesday, which is why this red flag warning is a bit of a concern. But looking at the flames on the left, it really looks like the fire is really close to some of these homes here, and that's scary.
Yeah, we see the fire protection there in these neighborhoods, and Colleen Williams joins me now here as we continue our coverage here of the Palisades fire. And again, it doesn't look as if it's getting any better at this point.
No, and what is amazing is the fact that you can see this from almost anywhere in the city. I was driving in on the 134 and was stunned to look up over the Griffith Park Observatory and see this huge plume of smoke. I've seen the pictures from LAX today. You see a lot of white smoke, you see black smoke, but pretty much anywhere you're positioned in the city. Yeah. And the winds, Michael.
Yeah.
You'll hit spots where the winds die down a little bit and then they pick right up. It's hard even keeping a small car on the road right now.
Yeah, we talked about what the winds were like driving into work this morning. I saw, yes, it was breezy on the west side of L.A., but obviously I got over the hill, and again, a much different scene, a much different scenario. We want to bring in, I believe we've reestablished our connection there with Khalid Shabazz, our NBC4 photojournalist. Khalid, are you with us?
I'm with you, Michael. How are you?
Hey, not too bad. Appreciate the images you continue to give us. I believe you're on the 1300
Hi, Michael.
block.
Yeah, I'm at
Lockman Avenue, Lockman Lane, correct?
That's correct. I'm at 1377 Lockman Lane, and this home is completely a total loss. And right next to it, the home is still here, but there's some damage. I'll pan. There's some damage to this home right next to it at 1377 Lockman Lane. Also, at 1408, there's some structural damage from fire as well. Lockman Lane, 1408. They had me move back, as you can see the yellow tape, because there's a gas leak now. And as you can see, more fire trucks pulling up at this location.
Khalid, Colleen here. Can you describe the neighborhood? I mean, we saw the two houses you're talking about there. Is this just like a small cul-de-sac, or does it stretch up into the hills there?
Not at all. It's not a cul-de-sac. Not this particular street. It stretches into the neighborhood. There's windy roads here that stretches around the neighborhood. There has been quite a few evacuations at this location. And at this particular street now, it's slowed down. It seems like most of the residents have been evacuated at this location.
We want to explain to our viewers, too, that the reason we don't hear from Khalid for a few seconds here, there's a long delay in getting his signal from Lockman Lane back to the studio here. Khalid, you mentioned a gas leak. Can you give us an idea of where that is and what firefighters are doing about it now?
Yes, as you can see my picture here, this is the home that's a total loss. This is the home where the gas leak is. I don't know if you can quite hear the gas, but it's a prominent sound. And so they have the yellow tape here for folks to be careful and to stay back just in case there's an explosion or anything like that. But this home here at 1377 Lockman is a complete loss, as well as right now there's the gas leak.
Okay, so Khalid, we obviously want to make sure that you're not in peril here. If there's an active gas leak, I'm sure authorities would move you back even further if that were the case. But you mentioned something about 1408 Lockman Lane, perhaps another damaged or destroyed home in this neighborhood?
That's correct, Michael. 1408. There's another structure fire. They were attacking it from the inside of the home. It didn't spread to the front exteriors, but there's damage to the rear, in the rear of that location. Once again, I'm on a delay because the cell connectivity up here is very bad. As you can imagine, a lot of folks are making calls or on their cell phones and trying to reach loved ones up here. So the cell phone service is kind of bad right now.
Okay, so Khalid Shabazz there, photojournalist, live for us there on the 1300 block of Lockman Lane, where we've been told that one home destroyed, possibly caused by a gas leak. And fire crews are moving our crews back. And again, another home that is sustained damage there to the rear of the home, 1408 Lockman Lane.
You know, Khalid was talking about that hissing. That's probably the sound that we heard. We weren't sure what it was. What we're looking at now is another home that appears to be on fire here. This is at the Glen Haven, I believe, the 1000 block of Glen Haven. As you can see, firefighters doing some sort of structure protector. They're about to go into the backyard, obviously, to check out the situation there. But just to the right of the screen is where you see the fire there. Okay, and we have with us on the phone as well CHP Officer Luis Quintero. Officer, can you give us an idea of what you're doing at this point in terms of helping with a fire?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. At this point, where CHP assistance has been requested to assist with closures in the area of the Pacific Palisades area. We do have on the north end at Pacific Coast Highway, we have all lanes closed at Las Flores Road. And on the south end, we have all lanes closed at Topanga Canyon Road. We are moving officers in the area. We're going to push people back even further south on the south end. So we're just advising people to stay out of the area. You won't be able to utilize Pacific Coast Highway at this moment. You're going to have to use 405 and the 101 as alternate routes.
Officer, can you give us, we talk about the PCH here. It's a major thoroughfare. As we're looking at a house here, we're trying to get a location on this as well. Can you give us an idea of how far that stretches on PCH that it's closed down?
It's not too far from the actual fire, which is why our officers are actually working on pushing that closure down south to, I believe it's Temescal Canyon Road. There was actually also talks about closing all lanes on the 10th freeway at 4th Street. That hasn't happened yet, but we are trying to push people back further south away from this fire.
And possibly closing those lanes at 4th Street on the 10 freeway. Is that imminent, perhaps, or are we talking down the road here?
This is probably down the road. There was talks about doing that. However, fires are unpredictable at this point. We're still analyzing the situation. We're trying to get officers in positions as we speak. We're still analyzing to see what's going to happen. The high winds aren't helping the situation as well. However, we'll keep the people informed.
All right, so you're advising people, obviously, to stay out of the area. There are road closures in place. Don't use PCH. Only use the 405 and 101 at this point, and perhaps some closures here on the 10 freeway at 4th Street. Again, we will stay up to date with you on that to get that clarification.
Officer, before you go, can you speak to the wind situation and the freeway system throughout Southern California right now? Any advice for people who may be out driving? I know the wind comes and goes, but we're talking about gusts anywhere from 80 to 100 miles an hour. Are you advising truck drivers to pull over? What are you telling people?
We're advising drivers to be aware, be very careful of your driving, especially in these high wind conditions. Slow your speed. That's the biggest thing. And speed is a huge factor when it comes to traffic collisions or vehicles overturning. If you are driving a high-profile vehicle, whether it's a caravan, a semi-truck, or just a big van, it's important that you reduce that speed, especially during the connector roads. And just be aware of flying debris as well. These high winds do tend to kick up trash and could cause a collision or a major incident.
All right, to Officer Luis Quintero with the CHP. Again, we appreciate your time here this afternoon. I'm sure we'll lean back in on you here as the hour progresses. All right, folks, we are continuing to monitor this fire here and keep a very close eye on this breaking news out of the Pacific Palisades here right now. I believe we still have Chief Sam Giovanna with us. Chief Sam, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
We talk about with the officer there, with the CHP, those road closures on PCH, advising folks only to use the 405 and 101, and now possibly there's talk of some closures on the 10 freeway.
Yeah, there's, need a lot of access for fire apparatus and equipment coming in, and people need to have open pathways to escape. The access and egress is so important right now, so this is just going to escalate, Michael, especially with the weather forecast, with the winds increasing. And like I said earlier, go ahead, Colleen.
Chief Sam, we're going to put you on hold for just a moment again. Apparently, we are going back to where Khalid was just a moment ago. Our Karma Dickerson has arrived on scene as well. We'll get back to them in a moment. But Chief Sam, when you see the smoke throughout the area, this is just the one fire. You see white smoke, you see black smoke. Can you explain the significance for viewers, please?
Yeah, that's a good point, Colleen, because a lot of people think that just because you see white smoke on a brush fire that there's water on it, it's going out. Light grassy fuels are going to put white smoke up. Heavier fuels that have oils in them, they're going to be a lot darker in the smoke. So you're going to see a combination of both.
All right, Chief Sam, we now have Karma Dickerson back live on our scene. Here, Karma, you are exactly where Khalid was. We spoke with him not too long ago. Possible talk of a gas leak here where you are.
Yes, we can hear that hissing just going on over my shoulder behind me. As a matter of fact, the first thing that happened as I got on scene is Khalid pulled me back a little bit and he said, stay clear, there's a gas leak, and firefighters are working to work around it. So you can imagine what a dangerous situation on top of a dangerous situation they have here on Lockman. Let me show you the scene that we have here behind us. The sun is up, the sky is a little bit more clear, and it gives us a picture of the destruction that we have of a couple of homes here. The gas leak coming from the house over to the left. If you listen carefully, you can hear the difference between the gas leaking and the fire hoses going. They're doing their best to work around that. And so that's just a little bit of what's going on here along on this street. As you know, I came to you from Palisades Drive, and trying to make my way here was pretty extraordinary, navigating all of the different roadblocks and trying to make my way up the road. I ultimately had to come through a fire road that, honestly, when I got to it, there was so much smoke, I didn't feel comfortable driving it, so had to hike part of the way in. And as I did that, I encountered many neighbors who were expressing their concerns and their fears, because they feel that this is an area that it's not easy to get in and out of. And so when you have major thoroughfares like Palisades Drive or the fire lane inaccessible, they feel a little bit trapped. On the one hand, they're told to get out. On the other hand, there are not a lot of ways to safely do so. So met many people trying to navigate whether or not they should leave or stay or pass a roadblock, and what the best practice is at this point. Taking a look, it looks like that fire has flared up right here in the window. Again, there are firefighters on scene that are in that house trying to fight back those flames, but every time a wind gust comes up, that's another opportunity for those flames to just take over more, like what we're seeing right here.
Would not have expected that. We thought this was out.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is not the only scene of this sort that I saw making my way through the neighborhood. Saw another home, at least 3 others that were in a really similar state. Firefighters doing what they could, but fires in attics, fires in roofs, fires that were in backyards that were clearly starting to take over homes. And so on the other hand, you have homes that are completely untouched. So it's really a house-to-house situation, and that's how firefighters are treating that, as a property-by-property approach to just trying to see what they can save and what they can protect at this point.
All right, Karma Dickerson reporting live for us at the scene of that gas leak on Lockman Lane. Karma, stand by if it's safe. We'll get back to you in just a couple of minutes. Right now it's 2 o'clock, and you are watching the NBC4 News live breaking coverage of this wildfire burning now in Pacific Palisades. Right now, this fire has burned at least 200 acres. That number we expect to be updated pretty soon. It could go up. We expect it to go up. We've seen several homes on fire there, people scrambling to get out of harm's way. Evacuation orders are now in effect.
Yeah, schools are being evacuated in the Pacific Palisades because of this fire. Now, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary. Students will be moved to Brentwood Elementary Science Magnet, Paul Revere Charter Middle School. Students there are being taken to University High School Charter. Now, schools are obviously in communication directly with those families. If you have any questions, you can call the LAUSD Family Hotline. That number is 213-443. If we can pull down the prompter here just a second so I can read the rest of that number. Again, 213-443-1300.
Actor James Woods has been posting videos from his neighborhood on X. Here's what he had to say. And I'm quoting here, "We are blessed to have LA fire and police departments doing their job so well. We are safe and out. There are several elementary schools in the neighborhood there. There was an enormous community effort to evacuate the children safely. Cannot speak more highly of LA Fire and LAPD." And certainly a lot of people feel that way when they see the job they've been doing on this fire and every other fire leading up to this.
Absolutely. Well, when I go down to NBC4's Alex Rozier live, I believe, Alex, you're there on Glen Haven.
Yes, Michael, we are at Glen Haven and Lockman. I want to give you a live look behind us. The wind has just been going, and it's moved from a slower wind to big gusts here. Right now, you can see on the branches of that tree, give you a little bit of a sense of what we're experiencing right now. But Stuart, who we earlier, backyard of his mother-in-law's home, and we've been watching to the east here. It's a bit tricky to see now in this smoke-filled sky, but in the distance directly to the east, there are a few homes, and over the last 10 to 15 minutes, we have watched flames surround those homes, and it's hard to make a distinction between if the home is on fire or if it's the yard directly behind the home. Either way, the homes are definitely threatened by the flames that continue to pop up here. We've been out here for the last about hour and a half, keeping an eye on the conditions here, and the wind is swirling and it's moving in every direction, and just when you think you might catch a break, it picks up once more. Let's walk you out to the street here to give you a sense of what we've been seeing in this neighborhood. And you can see a few cars, and that's what we've been seeing throughout the day, is that we've been seeing a couple of cars that have been leaving at a fast speed, but for the most part, it's quiet. People seem to have been heeding the evacuation warnings, but as I noted earlier, the thing about the situation that we've experienced to this point is that you go about a mile away and there was a frantic rush to evacuate. There was a line of cars that were headed out onto Pacific Coast Highway, but as you can see here now on Lockman, it's an empty road. We have seen a variety of LA County, LA City firefighters and police department as well who have been out here to assist. So it's a coordinated effort, but it's a chaotic one right now because these winds are just so dangerous and putting so many people and homes at risk. Michael and Colleen, we'll send it back to you.
You know, Alex, before you go, I want to let people know that the acreage on this fire has just been updated to 300 acres at this point. But before we let you go, give me an idea again of the neighborhood you're in. What are the cross streets at this intersection?
Yeah, we're at Glenhaven and Lockman. I heard our photographer Khalid Shabazz talk earlier about Lockman and how there was and Lockman right here. It's somewhere on this road he was seeing some homes that were immediately threatened, but we're at Glenhaven and Lockman is where we're standing, not far from a couple of schools, hundreds of homes. But Asusena, you can see in the distance, this is kind of what we've been seeing here, are just these flames that have been popping up. They'd go out, there'd be crews that take them down, and then it'd come at a different spot. So these homeowners that have opted to stick this out for now, they are watching anxiously. One man said, who I spoke with, said he's been here in the neighborhood for about 30 years and never has he seen flames get this close to the homes here at Glenhaven and Lockman. Colleen and Michael, back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you. We have with us on the phone right now Margaret Stewart. She's the PIO with LA Fire. Thank you so much for joining us. We understand there's an update on the acreage, up to 300 acres now.
There is. We do have a current estimate of 300 acres. However, it is being overflown as we speak, and so we anticipate a more accurate estimate once that survey is completed.
Margaret, earlier we saw firefighters on the ground. We've seen the super scoopers out there. What other resources are being used to fight this fire?
We have over 45 fire companies from LA City. We have additional resources from our surrounding neighboring agencies, and there are air assets from CAL FIRE on scene. So it is clearly a very large response. I don't have the numbers from the outside agencies, but we have over 200 LA City firefighters assigned to this incident. And we just want to continue emphasizing the need for everyone, the entire Pacific Palisades area, to heed the evacuation order. You can see the map on LAFD.org. There's a yellow click here button, and it'll take you to the interactive map. But effectively, if you're in Pacific Palisades, you need to evacuate. LAPD has provided the evacuation route of south down Palisades Drive to Sunset, west on Sunset, which would be a right-hand turn, to PCH, and then south on PCH.
You know, Margaret, with the Franklin fire, in addition to the wind, there was a problem with all the smoke and the fact that the aerial assets couldn't even see where they were dropping. Are you using choppers? Are you running into the same problem with this one?
Right now, we have a fixed wing as the primary. We will use our helicopter resources when and where we can. I can't say specifically, how much they're able to fly at the moment, but they will be in there dropping whenever they possibly can.
Margaret, really quickly, obviously with nightfall, does the game plan change at all, and as those gusts increase later on tonight?
Our tactics don't really change night or day. We're going to continue to battle the fire in the same way. Our aircraft are able, our helicopters, if they're able to fly, they're able to fly at night, so we can continue that process. It does obviously get trickier just in terms of being up in the rugged hills and the visibility. However, we will continue to fight this fire through night and day.
You know, Margaret, you said they were overflying the area right now, looking at acreage. Is there any? Have you noticed any progress at all? I guess is what I'm trying to say. I know we're not talking containment; it's early for that. But is there any progress being made on this fire?
Unfortunately, as you know, we're under extreme fire weather with significant gusting winds. So, in terms of progress on extinguishing the fire, it's in the growth phase, and we are focusing on defending structures and ensuring that life and property is protected. But we won't be able to start making progress this early in the stage, given the weather conditions.
All right, Margaret Stewart there with us of LAFD. We appreciate it. I'm sure we'll speak with you here shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. We just hear, I guess the main nugget here out of all of this is there's been an increase in acreage. 300 acres is what
300 acres now, up from 200. And the way it's moving at this point, it's likely it will get.
It will increase, obviously.
Even bigger.
We are getting a note here, and I believe we've mentioned this before, that the LAPD is on the tactical alert, which means all officers currently on duty, they will remain on duty until further notice.
All right, do we have Karma Dickerson with us right now? Let's go out to Karma Dickerson. She's live in that Lockman Lane area where we heard about that gas leak earlier. Karma.
And that concern is still going on right now. We can hear the hissing. Firefighters, nevertheless, doing everything they can to try to get the fire behind me under control. You'll notice the winds are still whipping, and that means flames still coming from this home, despite all of the energy and focus firefighters have put into trying to get it out. These winds, when they pick up, they're sending not just debris, but ash, leaves, everything, and it really makes those flames reach and the potential ember cast, the potential for that fire to spread. We have seen firefighters moving in and out of this area, law enforcement keeping an eye on things. One thing to note, this particular road is key here in this neighborhood, Lockman, because it is right off the fire road, and it's one of the main ways in and out of the community. I had so many people stop and ask me, is the fire road open? Can we get through this area? And the answer is, while the road is open, you're going to encounter so many firefighters and hoses, heavy smoke, so many things blocking the roadway. It really isn't safe to try to make your way down because there isn't, a safe way. You'll very easily get stuck and impede the firefighting effort. So my best advice would be, don't try to do it. Don't try to come that way down the fire road, down Lockman. This is just one of the scenes that you'll encounter. Again, those flames flaring up. Now, this is an area where we haven't seen a lot of people out on the roads, homeowners. There are still some people clearly in their homes, but most left. As Khalid has been out here on the scene, he said as he arrived, he saw people doing everything they could to get out of the neighborhood. A lot of images of people evacuating. They have had some aircraft dropping water on top of the neighborhood, so they're fighting it from the air in this neighborhood, also on the ground. And every single corner and block that you'll reach, you'll see a similar scenario of firefighters focusing on houses that have gotten flames, that have gotten heavy winds, and may even have some of those additional hazards, for example, a gas leak, and trying to isolate which properties need the most attention and focus their energies there.
All right, Karma Dickerson there live for us on the scene on Lockman Lane. Again, Karma mentioned earlier that she saw at least 3 homes on her way up to Lockman Lane that had been destroyed. So again, she's using as the backdrop of her live shot there one house that has sustained some major damage.
And you can see the winds are still very strong out there. You could hear Karma almost had trouble catching her breath. You could see the winds whipping around. To that end, we're going to call in our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, to talk about the wind situation now. Melissa, earlier you said they're going to get even stronger as we move towards the evening.
Oh, absolutely, Colleen and Michael. I mean, this is just the beginning. In a lot of communities, they're already stronger than what we're currently seeing in the Palisades. I want to show you the satellite radar imagery, or at least our visible satellite. And when we're talking about the winds, Karma was experiencing it firsthand, but I'm showing you what it looks like high up in the atmosphere. So if you look at Santa Monica, or at least the wording of Santa Monica, look off to the north and west, you could see what looks like a plume of smoke. That's not cloud formation. That is actually the smoke and the ash from the Palisades fire that we're tracking, and it's being driven by the Santa Ana wind. So you've got these northeasterly significant Santa Ana winds that are blowing from the northeast all the way down to the south and west, all the way down to the coast and to the ocean. Specifically with the Palisades fire and the weather conditions there for those that are evacuating and for the firefighters. We've got winds gusting anywhere from 16 miles per hour in the Palisades. Santa Monica Mountains, we've got winds gusting up to 52 miles per hour. And since we've been on the air since 11 o'clock and we broke in with the Palisades fire, you can see the relative humidity is starting to drop as well. We're down to 28% in the Palisades and 32% in the Santa Monica Mountains. condition. So you've got a wind-driven fire that's really drying out the atmosphere with that strong northeasterly wind. And it's not just in the Palisades, it's everywhere. We've got relative humidity down into the teens for Lancaster, 17% in Van Nuys, and we've got relative humidity in Thousand Oaks down to 18%. That's why this red flag warning is a big concern. So it's not just an issue with the Santa Anas. The Santa Anas help to allow these fires to grow rapidly in a short amount of time. But then you're dealing with the Santa Anas and low relative humidity, which leads to extreme fire danger. And that's what we're seeing right now. And as I mentioned, it's not just for the Palisades. Look at some of these wind gusts. Ontario, 45 miles per hour. Santa Clarita in at 52 miles per hour. Van Nuys, we've got a gust up to 46. And if you look and focus your eye in between Van Nuys and Santa Clarita and look at the coloring there, when you see the whites, that's an indication of winds at 70 miles per hour or higher. Let's bring it back to the Palisades and what's next for this community. Later on this evening, we'll start to see a drop in those winds, 6 p.m. tonight to 8 o'clock tonight. The winds lower in the 30-mile-per-hour range. But like we've been saying for the start of this event, later on tonight, we're saying in between 9 p.m. and 10 o'clock tonight, the winds will re-strengthen once again, and then we've got another burst of wind from Mother Nature. So what's next in terms of our windstorm that we're tracking? For the rest of the afternoon, across the entire region, winds anywhere from 20 to 50 miles per hour, blowing debris down trees. Power outages is a big issue. Then tonight, this is when we are anticipating the peak of the wind. So even though it's a factor right now, it's going to get stronger in a lot of spots. So overall, 60 to 70 miles per hour for the coast and the valleys. And then you've got 80 miles per hour or plus for some of our mountain communities. And then Wednesday morning, we've got another burst of that wind coming in with the Santa Ana wind event that we're tracking. This is the third particularly dangerous situation that we've tracked this season in terms of strong Santa Anas. The first one was in November. The last one is in December. And we're tracking this event today, you guys.
All right, meteorologist Melissa McGee there in the First Alert Weather Center. We want to bring in now Chief Sam DiGiovanna. And Chief Sam, we just got an update on acreage from LAFT. When we first got on the phone with you, we were saying about 20. You said 20 plus 200. Now we're up to 300 acres.
Yeah, and I won't be surprised if that even goes higher, just based on when they do their flyover to map this out. But this thing's moving fast. The winds are kicking up still and moving this fire very quickly. So I won't be surprised if that exceeds rapidly.
Chief Sam, we heard from a reporter and our photojournalist on Lockman Lane. There was a gas leak. In fact, we could hear the hissing of the gas out there. Are firefighters equipped to handle that sort of thing when they roll into a neighborhood?
Yes, they are, Colleen. They're, but a lot of times you don't want to just, if there's a gas fire, you don't want to put the gas fire out. You just want to let that gas go, because if you try to put the fire out, if it's a gas-fed fire, let it burn. If it's not, you just try to find the gas shut off and just make sure that that is shut off. And I am concerned. I was a little worried about karma there that quick. If you can hear it like that, I would say leave the area. That would be that's my first advice. That concerns me. But yes, they are equipped to handle that.
And you should be able to smell gas, right? Doesn't the gas company mix something with that? Even if you don't hear it, you might be able to smell something that's not quite right.
They sure do. You can smell the gas. Now, I know the winds are blowing and it may dissipate very quickly, but if you can hear it, there's a gas leak, keep your distance from it.
Yeah, Chief Sam, we obviously, crews are moving out of the area by the advice of LAFT. But again, this was something obviously that would be called in to the local gas company. They would be in, I guess, the agency to turn this gas off. Firefighters can, again, continue to let it burn, but it's the gas agency that would have to come in and actually handle this issue.
Exactly, and that's exactly what we do. When we have a gas leak, either in a structure or outside from a broken gas line, we always contact the gas company and have them respond. We do have the capability to shut it off at the meter or at the street, but sometimes it's broken, and we just have to let it run its course until evacuate their area, set up a perimeter, and let the gas company do their job.
Chief Sam, as we approach later in the evening, nightfall, we heard from meteorologist Melissa McGee that the winds will no doubt pick up. What would be the strategy as we move forward now?
Well, it's very similar to what LA Fire's PIO said, that the game doesn't change much. It just gets more difficult, Colleen, just because it's nightfall, there's power outages. And just imagine if nighttime and you have no street lights, no lights whatsoever, it's challenging just enough to drive your streets, much less when you have winds of this magnitude and a fire of this size moving through a neighborhood. Very, very difficult.
They talked about, LAFD talked about how many personnel are actually on this fire. 45 fire companies just from the city of LA alone, relying on neighboring areas and their fire apparatus as well as their firefighters. They're getting, those fire assets from CAL FIRE. Seems pretty significant in terms of resources, in your opinion, based on what you're seeing here?
It does. I actually even saw, it looked like I saw an engine from Newport Beach there. So they have resources, I'm sure, from San Diego and as far up as Santa Barbara. So bringing in a lot of resources, try to put this fire out as quickly as possible, which is going to be difficult with these winds. And as I mentioned earlier, we're very fortunate right now. This is the only significant injury. I'm very surprised, and I don't want to jinx myself by saying this, that there's not another one of this magnitude.
Talk to us about evacuations here. People have been advised to evacuate the area. Some were advised early on to shelter in place. How important is it? I mean, when you look at the smoke here, describe to us what it's like to be on scene and try to get out through this.
Yeah, it's very difficult. The winds, the power is out, the debris, the smoke. It is difficult. And Colleen, you know probably more than anyone, that's a big pet peeve with me is people not taking the warning serious. They stay and they wait too long. It puts them in danger, it puts firefighters in danger, and it contributes to the spread of the fire.
And we have seen, throughout the course of our coverage here from different vantage points, folks actually heeding that warning and getting out. We talked to a son who was helping his mother leave a house on, I believe it was Lockland Lane. We saw another gentleman here helping his mother-in-law. So again, folks are heeding the warning. That's exactly what you want to hear. But on the flip side of that, Chief Sam, we just saw a guy on Alex Rozier's live shot standing on top of his roof, and we were wondering what's going through his mind right now.
And I see that often, Michael, and they're up there in shorts. And like I said earlier, the most seasoned veteran professional firefighters with years on the job can still get injured and do get injured wearing personal protective equipment, much less a homeowner in their pants and a T-shirt just looking around or with a garden hose. That garden hose is no match for it. Pre-treating your roof is about as good as stepping out of the shower, like I mentioned earlier, and putting a hairdryer on your hair for 5 minutes. It's going to get bone dry very quickly. Evacuate. And one thing I also saw is you saw cars driving around, and I saw several running right over the fire hose. That's just so irresponsible. You have firefighters fighting fire, running over a fire hose. The hose can burst, and that firefighter or those firefighters fighting the fire now have no water. You're endangering their lives.
So, Chief Sam, what do you do if you roll up on someone and there is a hose across the street there? You get out, try to lift it over the car. I mean, if it's the only way out, what should you do?
Well, if you do have to drive over the hose, at least if you can, let them know, I need to get over this hose. Drive very slowly over it. If you have to, in an emergency, drive slowly, but avoid it if all possible.
All right, Chief Sam, we want to just put you on pause here for just a second, and we've split screened here this for you. That shot there on the right is actually from a camera positioned in Playa del Rey, from what I understand. And Colleen, you mentioned when you first came on, doesn't matter where you are in the city.
You can see this.
You can see it.
I was driving in here about 1 o'clock this afternoon on the 134 at the high point, and I could look towards that direction over Griffith Park Observatory, and you could see a plume of smoke, mixed black smoke and white smoke on top, just like this. Even when I got down sort of in the flats of the 134, continuing on, you could see this fire almost anywhere. And Michael, as we're seeing, pretty much the same problem they had with the Franklin fire in Malibu. The smoke is the issue. The smoke is laying down out there. It's hard for choppers to get in. It's hard for the aerial assault. It's hard for people to see where they're going.
Yeah, well, this firefight obviously continues. An update on the acreage here from 200 to 300 acres. We just got that from LAFD about 10 or so minutes ago. They have 45 fire companies from LA City Fire alone, which equates to about 200 city firefighters on this. We have fixed wing aircraft from CAL FIRE. So again, putting as many resources as possible on this fire in the Palisades.
And it bears repeating, you know, PCH, which is a main thoroughfare out there, is shut down. It's closed between Temescal Canyon and Las Flores Canyon Boulevard. Also Topanga Canyon, that route that goes really from Malibu into the valley and the 101, that is closed except for evacuation orders there. The westbound 110 at the McClure Tunnel is also closed to prevent some of the traffic jams out there that we saw early on.
Yeah, we also heard from an officer with the CHP who says a possible closure there on the 10 freeway at the 4th Street exit. So again, this is something that may or may not come down later on, but we, of course, will keep you updated on what is happening. Again, a split screen of what's happening here in the Palisades right now, a 300-acre plus fire burning as our coverage began just after 11 o'clock here this morning. Two of
the neighborhoods that seem to be affected the most from what we're seeing is Lockman Lane. We saw at least 2 homes destroyed there. One was gone. That's where we saw that major gas leak this afternoon. That was in the 1300 block. Also Glen Haven and Lockman. That's where our Alex Rozier was standing by, showing people, some of them trying to get out of the area, and some of them, as you pointed out, trying to stay and save their homes.
Right, you know, and we also had Carmen Dickerson, who actually, to some degree, parked their car, drove, or actually walked up, I believe it was Lockman Lane. She mentioned that she saw about 3 other homes that have been either damaged or destroyed as she made her way up to her live shot there at the 1300 block of Lockman. We're getting a new update now. Winston, can you give me that one more time?
What's the number? Wow.
772 acres, this coming now from CAL FIRE.
That has more than doubled since we talked about it, what, 20, 25 minutes ago?
Right.
We have with us on the phone right now Lacey Nouri. She's a friend of one of our reporters here, Brittany Hope, who was in the area. Brittany, are you, Nouri, are you with us? Lacey.
Hi, how are you? Yes.
I think I ran the gamut on names there, didn't I? All right.
That's okay. It's all right. I respond to anything.
Okay, good, good, good. Well, thanks for joining us. Talk to us about your experience out there today.
Around 40, see out my window what looks like plumes of smoke. LA native, pretty to what fire looks like. So to my husband, said, hey, there's a brush fire near us. I think it was on New Year's Day. There's a fire in that same spot. So I kept watching it. I walked outside. I live off of Palisades Drive and continued to monitor it. And it slowly, 15 to 20 minutes, started to grow, started and I texted and said, hey, this fire is moving fast. So, yeah, that was my experience with this thing.
You know, Lacey, we're having a slight problem with your cell service there, understandably so. Again, so you live on, you said Glen Haven?
No, we live off of Palisades Drive. Can you hear me better now?
Much better. Yes, thank you. Palisades,
sorry about that.
Okay, Palisades Drive. So you, according to Brittany, we had her on earlier, you were the friend who heeded that warning even before there was any type of evacuation order or any discussion of an evacuation order.
Yes, that's right. At around 10:40, I saw the black plumes of smoke start to erupt, like really small, very small compared to what it is now. And I'm an LA native, so I'm pretty accustomed to what a fire looks like. So I texted my husband and I texted Brittany immediately.
And what did you do? You've evacuated the area?
Yes. I mean, so once I saw that smoke, I kind of took I was on standby a little bit, but I saw it grow pretty rapidly between 15 to 20 minutes. I packed up the car. I grabbed my necessary documents and any kind of valuables of that nature just to make sure I was ready to go in the event of an evacuation. And then I think it was around maybe 11 or 12. That's when it really started to get serious, and we heard that there was multiple fires in the area, and I grabbed everything as fast as possible, hopped in the car, and then waited on Palisades Drive. I did attempt to go down Palisades Drive, but it was like a tornado of fire all around me. So the firefighters were there telling us to turn around. I sped back up the mountain and honestly just waited it out until I felt like, we were good to go and then got the green light to come down the mountain.
You know, Lacey, not to make light of this, but you are a firefighter's dream in terms of, you know, being prepared, having what you needed, and getting out
and
even
taking
before.
orders.
Yeah, exactly. Taking ownership of what you need to do. Again, so when you made it down and you were told to go back up, what were you thinking at that point?
I felt like I was in a video game, to be honest with you. It didn't feel like real life. That it was fire whipping all around me. I couldn't believe it. You know, I had to evacuate when there was the Woolsey fire and several other fires in the past. I've never, ever been this scared or this close to a fire like this before.
Lacey, does it seem to be moving away from your area now?
It seems like it's going towards the ocean, and not going up towards the valley. It seems like it's going towards the ocean. Now, when I did actually get down, there were cars parked on the sidewalks like it was an apocalypse, and just sporadic little fires everywhere. I'm just so glad to have gotten out, even though it's not coming towards me.
Lacey, you mentioned the Woolsey fire. You had to evacuate then. This, I assume, is your second time. Will you continue to live in the area?
I'm sorry, what was that question again?
I said you've evacuated before. You mentioned this, and it sounds hellish, what you went through trying to get out. Will you continue to live in that area?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is, like, that's the beauty of where we live. I love the location. I love being close to the water. It's kind of a trade-off, to be honest with you. We know, and we've known ever since we moved into this house, that fire is a concern. But if it's not fire, then if we live somewhere else, it could be tornadoes. So it's kind of just the trade-off with where we live, in my opinion. You know, over the course of time, Lacey, since you first made contact with our colleague and your friend Brittany, this fire has grown from 20 to 200, 300, and now 772 acres. Based on the fact that you're there witnessing this all, are you at all surprised by how fast this fire has moved and how fast it has grown? Oh, 100%. I mean, I feel like it was within seconds where I thought it was just isolated in one location, and then seconds later, I'm, being told it's in another location. I think that's the scariest part. At a certain point, I thought, okay, maybe it might be safer at my house, but just, again, seeing how fast the fire moves, and it moves from one tree to the next tree like it's magic, I just was like, you know what, like, this does not make sense. Everything in my house is replaceable. I just need to get out of here. So, yes, definitely very scary with how fast it moves and how unpredictable it is.
Lacey, talk to us a little bit about community there. You mentioned you're in a home up there. Are neighbors looking out for neighbors? Did people stay behind? What did you see when you came back to the neighborhood? Yes, I was hanging out in my neighbor's driveway, actually, talking to him about, like, his thoughts and what he, was experiencing, because he was a Palisades native specifically. And then, it was a lot of camaraderie with my neighbors saying, like, hey, it's blocked off again. Don't go down there. Like, it was at least, like, 6 or 7 of us discussing, like, what our next steps were. And really, we have a close-knit community. So I will say, like, we're all here for each other, and all the neighbors were, like, working together on, like, what we were going to do next. Yeah, the fact that you, you took your own personal advice, you listened to your gut and your husband, and you got out of there. Yeah. and your property and your family and everyone within the area, all safe at this point? Yeah, we're all safe. I've got my 2 dogs in the back seat, my German Shepherd and my Husky. They're pretty upset they're not at home, but I think they'll thank me later. And, my husband is also safe. He's driving towards me now. So I feel good about my decision, and everything is replaceable, not myself or my dogs or my husband. So, Lacey, anything you would do differently moving forward in terms of moving forward? Yeah, protection of the house, neighborhood, anything like that. Differently moving forward, I would say, just advice for anyone, always have copies of your documents ready in one singular location. Like, know where everything is, and I don't think I really would do anything different. Maybe leave like 10 minutes earlier, honestly. I feel like just 10 minutes would have made me not get stuck up there for so long. But I would say, just from like a document perspective and all your valuables, like keeping those in one place is definitely key. All right. Lacey, Nouri, thank you so much for your time and this experience and taking us through what you have been through here since early this morning. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Glad to hear that you're safe. It is one thing to hear from firefighters about what you should do, but sometimes when you hear it firsthand from someone like Lacey about what she did and how she did the right thing, it resonates a little bit more.
I think she's going to be the new LAFD spokesperson
There you go.
in terms of what
You
to
could be right
do,
about that,
because she
Michael.
just nailed it from start to finish. All right, so we want to bring in now meteorologist Melissa McGee, obviously keeping a very close eye on what is happening and what's to come. Melissa?
Yeah, that's right, Michael and Colleen. It's a dangerous situation in the sense that we're dealing with these Santa Ana winds. So something sparks the fire, and then we've got weather conditions. In this case, the Santa Ana winds that help the fire get bigger, faster, and more dangerous. And it's dangerous because those Santa Anas, as we look at this satellite loop, this is a 2-hour loop, it really gives you a clear picture of what's going on. If you look and take your eye just to the west of LA, you can see we've got this area. It looks like clouds, but this is actually our satellite imagery picking up the smoke in the atmosphere. And it's all because of those Santa Ana winds. So we've got those winds coming in really strong, so fast out of the northeast, dropping through the mountains, the canyons and passes, and in this case, through the basin all the way down to the coast there in the Palisades. And that's why we're dealing with those strong winds. We just spoke to the young lady who said now it looks like the smoke is moving toward the coast, and that's exactly right in terms of Santa Ana wind formation. And it's not just in the Palisades. We've got strong winds everywhere. Van Nuys gust up to 46 miles per hour. Santa Clarita gusting up to 55 miles per hour. Haven't really touched on Orange County and the IE, but still very strong there as well. Santa Ana winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. Riverside 41, Ontario 45 miles per hour. Bringing it back to the Palisades, you could see not only do we have the winds, but strong relative humidity that's lowering too, guys.
All right, Melissa, thank you for that. Our Camilla Rambaldi is live at Glenhaven Drive and Lockman Lane. That's an area where we saw a lot of smoke, and it's still going on out there. Camilla.
Colleen, Melissa, talking about those strong winds, those gusts. It has only increased here at this hour. You could just tell from our live shot just how intense the wind is, and you can see the plumes of smoke here behind us taking over this hillside. Left, you can also see some of those active flames up here on the hillside, and you can just see in our live shot and just hear just how powerful these winds are, and that has just been the biggest concern for this area, moving this wind in every direction. Low visibility, and also just the air quality has only decreased here in the last few hours. So very difficult to breathe right now, but you can just see just the amount of smoke that is accumulating here from this fire. We're here off of Glenhaven Drive and Lockman Drive. Earlier we saw several people using hoses to just put water on their homes, taking any steps they can to protect their property. Earlier in the afternoon, I also saw several people trying to evacuate, but as we've been reporting this afternoon, Sunset Boulevard here at a gridlock, so it's so hard to get out with people stuck in traffic back to back. Colleen?
Yeah, well, Camilla, I'll pick it up from here. Camilla, so we have had a couple of other reporters here near or around the same location you are right now. Are there folks still in the neighborhood, cars coming in and out? What are you seeing?
I am still seeing some cars come through, not as much as earlier. You know, obviously people have started to leave, but there's still some people coming through. Earlier we were on, I believe it was Charmel Avenue, and you could still see some homeowners in the area trying to figure out, you know, what to do, their next steps as they saw this massive plume of smoke just behind their home. So obviously having to take that immediate action and that concern with
Camilla,
these powerful winds that continue to pick up.
Well, talk to us a little bit about the winds. Are they picking up out there right now? Describe what it was like when you arrived on scene to where it is right now.
When I first got here just about around noon, the winds weren't as strong, and just in the last, I'd say 20 minutes that we've been here in this area, specifically on Lockman Lane and
All right, so
I heard her correctly. It's like they are picking up right now.
Yeah, she said within the last 20 minutes or so, those winds out there in the Palisades, Pacific Palisades, have actually picked up. Melissa, we want to bring you in now to, sort of piggyback on what Camilla is saying at this point.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's so hard just with reception because of the winds in that area. It's a big concern, and we're starting to see the winds pick up at this moment. Earlier, we were talking about gusts in the Palisades in the teens. Now we're at 24 miles per hour. Topanga Beach, 35 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains, and at 60 miles per hour. And these winds continue to get stronger in that area. They're coming through the mountains, through the canyons and passes, all the way down to the beach and the Palisades community here. Also starting to see the relative humidity drop as well. When we first came on the air and told you about the Palisades fire, relative humidity was anywhere from 35 to about 45%. And because those strong Santa Anas are coming in from the northeast, quickly racing through those canyons and passes, that air compresses, it warms at the surface, and it dries at the surface, and that's drying out the atmosphere as well. I want to show you what's going on with the fire speed, because when we first went on the air, in terms of acreage, this was about 200 acres, and you could see it's more than 700 acres at this hour. So as fires move uphill, they spread and they move rapidly. Every 10 degrees of slope, the fire will double in speed. So essentially, you've got the rising heat from the flames preheating the fuel out ahead of it up the slope, causing it to ignite even faster. So let's talk about the Santa Ana wind event. What's next? What does this mean for everyone in Southern California? Because this is a dangerous situation in the sense that the winds are so severe for a prolonged period of time. Looking at the pictures there on the left, you could see that Santa Ana wind is just blowing that smoke in erratic directions right now. And then look at this. We've got what looks like a Porsche there and a structure, perhaps a vehicle fire. A structure fire as well, with some hot spots in the area. So those Santa Ana winds are blowing these embers long distances. In terms of the strength of the winds and what we are anticipating, winds anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. We could find gusts in the mountains, 80 miles per hour or higher. Some isolated spots even stronger than that. Widespread impact, multiple regions affected, including these wind-sheltered spots. And the duration, it's today right through Thursday, peaking later on tonight into Wednesday. You could see, just looking at those live pictures, Colleen and Michael, what that Santa Ana wind is doing to conditions out there in terms of that vegetation. There will likely be lots of hot spots. It's not just containment with the actual fire, but then you've got some hot spots in between all of that fuel as well.
Sure, and we're talking about these winds. They're really blowing those embers forward, and that's what's keeping the fire moving. We're going to go back right now to Alex Rozier. Alex, are you still at Glenhaven and Lockman in that area, or you look like you've moved a little bit?
Yeah, so we're at Glenhaven and Lockman, but the challenge that I've expressed throughout the day and that families out here and that we're dealing with is that the connectivity, the cell phone service is very weak out here. So this is one intersection where we do have service. Let's walk you out here, though. This door is going to swing open. There's a roof that appears to be on fire there in the distance. As we look directly to the east, we again are at Glenhaven and Lockman. You can see the flames that are coming from that roof right there. We've been watching this for the last 5 minutes after we arrived back at this intersection. And this story continues to change by the minute because the winds change by the minute. And depending on where you are, it could be a quarter mile away. It's a very different situation than where we are. So speaking of that, as I mentioned, the cell phone connectivity is weak. I'm trying to get a piece of video back to our newsroom, but the service is, I want to show you what we saw at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place, and I'm going to show you it on my cell phone because that's my only option right now. But there's a home here that is completely in flames. Again, this at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place, and the home that is next door to this property is also on fire right now. This home about a quarter mile from where we are standing. And the thing about this is that, you know, the home across the street hasn't even been touched at all. And to see if this video continues here, but you can see the flames are raging at this place, at this home specifically. But yeah, so that is about a quarter mile from where we are, again, at Glenhaven and Lockman. You can see this property in the distance. That roof is on fire, so there's just a lot happening in a very dangerous situation that continues right now. Colleen, we'll send it back to you.
You know, Alex, we heard from the LAFD that at least 30 vehicles were just left abandoned at Sunset and Palisades. They're going to have to be moved by the county with a dozer. Did you see any of that as you were trying to make your way into the neighborhoods?
Yeah, I think that there's a number of people who have made a decision here to just leave with potentially someone else. But as Azucena, let's turn you around and walk you back out to the street, and we'll show you what we can see from the street here, because there are people who have made the decision to leave some of their vehicles. And the other part, you know, we've talked about it throughout the day, but the thing that complicates this is this happened in the middle of the work day when a lot of people already were at work. And it happened in the middle of the school day when there were a lot of kids at school. But you can see this road specifically looks a bit empty right now, but it's family by family. The decisions that they made, whether they left their vehicles or what they grabbed. But it's very quiet here now as people likely are watching anxiously and nervously to find out how this is going to play out, guys.
All right, Alex Rozier live for us there. We want to now turn our attention to NBC4's Karma Dickerson. She's live near a home that is actually burning right now. A strategic firefight going on right now here, Karma.
Firefighters doing everything they can to save every home that they can. And just minutes ago, flames erupted at this one on Lockman Lane. Now, there had previously been a fire in the back of the home, but a big gust of wind came and then the flames shot up. And you can see they're doing everything they can to beat it back. There are firefighters on all sides of this thing. We watched as they rushed in as the new black smoke erupted from this home. They're working on it, but they recognize, you know, that this is a really challenging situation. So much so, we want to give you an idea of what they tried to do once they realized that the flames were going to overtake this house. We walked up as they were in the midst of pulling these items from the home. Now, you can see right here, this is a large clock. Here, a large, what looks like an antique, very beautiful family clock here on the ground. There are also photo albums that the firefighters pulled from the home just minutes before the flames overtook it, because they said that they felt like they at least wanted to save something as they realized that these flames were overtaking the home. We can't really tell what exactly led to the flames flaring up as they did, besides the heavy winds that came through. But you can see even through the windows the glow of the orange, showing that the fire is moving from the back of the property closer and closer and closer to the front of it. And so that work continues right now. Now, the interesting thing is we passed this home maybe 5 minutes before, and we didn't see anything like this. So it shows how quickly things can change here. It really seemed that there was nothing in particular happening at this home. We went past it up the street, and then we turned around, and we saw that heavy black smoke. And actually just in front of us, we've had a big leaf from a palm tree fall from those heavy winds. So we're going to try to readjust and stay clear of this tree. Khalid, if we can maybe move a little bit further this way so we're not right underneath that tree. So as the fire is one hazard, there's still the heavy wind creating other hazards here on the ground. A reminder that if you are still home, if you are still in the area, or if you're in any area where there's heavy winds, there
obviously, we're having issues. Everybody is out there because we're on cell service out there, and everybody's on their cell out there today trying to communicate with people. But we're talking about the smoke and how far away you can see it. I saw it from the 134. We showed you pictures from Playa del Rey. This is a picture of downtown LA, I believe. That's what we see in the background here.
Wow. Barely see it in the background, though, that is for sure. Here on the right is a camera here from Playa del Rey positioned there. So two very starkly different views here of the fire, depending on where you are in the city.
What's interesting about Karma's situation with that house on fire is we've been in that neighborhood several times. Nothing else around that house is on fire.
Yeah.
There were two other homes just down the way that caught fire and were destroyed, but everything else seemed to be okay. You would almost get a false sense of security that things were moving out of the area and the wind was taking the fire somewhere else.
We talked about this with Chief Sam earlier today, and even though it might not be happening in your particular neighborhood, there is no safe zone in a fire zone, essentially. So again, he talked about how those embers could be carried by these gusts of wind gusts of 3 to 4, 5 miles away. So again, no one is safe. No one is immune to what is happening here.
A lot of people evacuated in the area. Joining us on the phone right now is Mimi Teller. She's the communications manager for the Red Cross LA region. Mimi, you with us?
Yes, I am. How are you?
We're good. How are you? Talk to us a little bit about what the Red Cross is doing with this fire.
So we are currently opening up, or transitioning, I should say, the current evacuation center in Westwood at 1350 Sepulveda Boulevard. It's been an evacuation center for the last few hours, but now we are transitioning it to a shelter, and it's going to provide a safe place along with snacks and water for anyone who's affected.
When you say transitioning now to a shelter, is this for overnight accommodations as well?
That's correct, yes. And there's hot showers, too.
All right. So folks have been evacuated. Either they've been evacuated because they had to or because they wanted to. Have you seen a stream of people come to this location?
I'm not at the location yet, and we just pulled the trigger maybe 20 minutes ago, so it'll take us at least an hour and a half to get it ready to accept folks. So we'll have somebody on the ground there in about an hour, so we'll have more information at that point.
Mimi, what about pets and small animals and things of that nature? Will they be allowed at the shelter as well?
So right now, since it's still very, very early days, we haven't heard what the status is. If we are able to accept the small domestic pets, we do ask that they are in a carrying case or a crate or, their little tag-along carriers. But we will have more information on that all shortly. I mean, this has all just been happening in the last 30 minutes as far as the request coming into us.
Already?
We've been on standby, but now the details are coming in.
Yeah, standby. And again, you're already within 20 to 30 minutes of establishing the shelter, talking about transitioning it now into an overnight shelter for these folks. You guys stand at the ready. You don't need to get ready. You stay ready.
That's correct, and we've actually been ready since Saturday night for this. We already had our shelter trailers positioned in the area as soon as we heard this fire started this morning, and we've all been on standby, ready to do exactly what we're doing now, provide safety for those affected.
Mimi, I don't know how long you've been with the Red Cross, but historically, are you seeing many more situations where the Red Cross is being called to assist than you ever have?
Yes, and not just more situations, but bigger, costlier, more damaging situations. So we all know we just had the Malibu fire less than a month ago. So, yeah, this is 2 big fires in less than a month already in our area.
Okay, if you can talk about the shelter here for a second, in terms of what people can expect when they get there, how many folks can you accommodate? What can we tell our viewers?
So, again, it's early days. I don't know the shelter population, but we usually anticipate at least being able to house 50 to 100 people initially. We have a full staff there. They're going to make sure everyone's comfortable. There's cots, there's blankets. We will provide 3 meals a day, and most importantly, information. Information if they need to connect with loved ones, and also information on the status of their homes.
Maybe when people show up at these shelters, what do they tell you when they see you?
A lot of people are in shock, and some people are so numb, they just, I barely got out, I barely got my pet, and unfortunately sometimes they're not able to get their pets. So we do urge people, if they think they might have to evacuate, get their pets in one room and close the doors so they know where they are. But usually we see people in shock, and we just want to give them comfort and let them know that we are there and we will support them through this experience.
Okay, of course, you guys are likely a lifeline for them in terms of providing information that they need, perhaps want, and again, in addition to the accommodations, the meals, the full staff, the whole nine. Before we let you go, Mimi, anything you would like our viewers to know about the work that the Red Cross has provided, what you do, and how they can benefit from it?
Well, what we do is available to anybody who needs help. So anyone who's affected, it doesn't matter your status at all. Please, we are there to help you. Please come, and you will be safe. You'll be comforted, and be prepared. And download our emergency app, and you'll get alerts and more information on what to do in situations like this.
All right, Mimi Teller with the Red Cross, thanks so much for your time and all the work that you do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I believe on the right side of the screen, what we're seeing right now is the shot from Karma Dickerson, or is that the left side? She's on the left side where firefighters are tackling that fire at the house. Karma, are you with us?
Hold on a second.
Karma, you back with us?
I'm sorry?
Well, we can tell you her location. Maybe we can establish contact with her. This is right at Glenhaven and Lockman. It's a place where we've seen, Michael, at least 2 other houses. This may be a 3rd one. Karma's back with us now? Or not?
All right. Well, interestingly enough, what stuck out to me about Karma's last live hit, and that was the fact that she said they had passed that house about 5 minutes before, and then realized it's now up in flames. So you talk about the nature of this fire, how things can change so quickly, and that's proof of it right there.
You know, you also talk about the job that the firefighters do out there. She said they went into this house, they've removed a grandfather clock, they've removed photos so that the family, when they come back there, will have something. They carried it across the street, put it on the sidewalk there. You don't think of that in terms of the jobs that they do, but they do. They do so much more than just put out the fire.
A little extra. I mean, and we talk about not only are we dealing with the winds and the firefight at that point, but we saw with Karma there are other elements involved as well. Palm fronds falling down, you know, and again, gas leaks that we've reported on as well. So a lot of challenges, a lot of unexpected situations out there for firefighters and for those who live in and around that area.
Melissa McGee, we're going to call you back in. Are we approaching the witching hour, so to speak, for when the winds pick up out there?
In a few hours, Colleen, later on tonight. I mean, we're still expecting the most intense winds to arrive later on this evening. So the time frame we've been giving is anytime between 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, right through the mid-morning hours tomorrow. I want to show you the satellite imagery because this really tells a story in the sense that we're dealing with strong Santa Anas. And if you look at the wording of Los Angeles, LA, and then look off to the west, you've got this large smoke plume. So we're able to detect this fire large up, well up in the atmosphere. And that fire, or at least the smoke from the fire, is blowing from the northeast all the way down to the south and west. These are significant Santa Anas on the way, and this is the strongest Santa Ana wind event we've seen so far this season. We've got an update for you for folks living in that area. If you see the smoke and the ash in your neighborhood, we've got a wildfire smoke advisory. This has just been issued, so this will stay up until 5 p.m. on Wednesday. Santa Monica, you're included in that, in areas to the south and west for Calabasas, over into Malibu. So some wildfire safety tips for you. If you see the smoke or the ash, remain indoors, close the windows. Obviously, if you're in an evacuation situation, it's a bit of a different story for you. Do what you can to get out and get out swiftly and safely. Avoid any physical activity outside. And if you are outdoors, keep it brief and use a mask. Let's bring it back to the Palisades fire and what we're tracking in terms of the wind, the relative humidity, and those strong Santa Anas. The Palisades, we've got winds gusting up to 24 miles per hour. Topanga Beach are close to 30 miles per hour. Then look off to the north and west. In the Santa Monica Mountains, we've got winds gusting up to 54 miles per hour with sustained winds a little lower than that, but it's the gust that's the concern as we go throughout the rest of tonight. Also, something of note, and something that I've noticed since we've been on the air talking about this fire, is that the relative humidity is starting to lower significantly. Earlier today, we had relative humidity numbers anywhere from about 35 to 45%. Now we're in the low 20s. This will continue to lower later on tonight and into our Wednesday as well. Let's bring it back to what happens next for the Palisades in this community. We've got winds later on tonight that will start to peak right right around that time we were talking about, around 10 o'clock, up to 44 miles per hour. There'll be a bit of a lull. I don't want people to think that they have issues with this wind event being over, but this will likely pick up once again as we get into our Wednesday morning. Let's talk about the wildfire triangle and what's fueling this fire here. We've got Santa Ana winds, we've got a topography-driven fire, a wind-fueled fire. All of the vegetation, the brush, the trees, the palm trees, and the weather helps to spread this fire fairly quickly. Relative humidity will continue to lower as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon into tonight, which is why that red flag warning has been issued right until 6 p.m. on Thursday. Strong Santa Ana winds, low relative humidity. We're seeing it right now. Rapid fire growth up to 700 acres.
All right, Melissa, thank you for that. It is now 3 o'clock. We're continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Thank you so much for being with us. We have been on the air bringing you this live coverage since 11 a.m.
A race to escape a dangerous wildfire.
I'm seeing a lot of the same chaos along Palisades Drive as people are trying to get away from this fire.
People in Pacific Palisades forced to evacuate at a moment's notice. Homes have been destroyed.
Behind us on Enchanted Way, there's probably 4 homes that were lost.
Whipping winds fanning the flames as firefighters work to try and get a handle on this wildfire. The NBC4 News at 3 starts with breaking news.
Hundreds of homes are now in the evacuation zone. This fire is currently burning more than 700 acres in the Pacific Palisades area, prompting closures and evacuations.
An evacuation shelter has been established at Westwood Recreation Center. It's at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. And we want to show you a map of exactly where this fire is burning. The evacuation orders been established for the fire area all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway, PCH.
Now, throughout our coverage, we have seen several homes burning, including this one here on Pacific Palisades, there on Glen Drive.
NBC4's Karma Dickerson is in the thick of things. There is a fire. Last time we checked with her, fire burning a house directly behind her. Let's check in with her once again. Karma.
Firefighters are still doing work on this home on Lockman Lane. You can see it behind me, those orange flames pouring from the windows, pouring from the roof. And this is something that really just developed over the course of about 15 minutes. At one point there was no fire, then all of a sudden there was fire overtaking this home. I spoke with one of the firefighters working on this, and he said they're not trying to save the home. They recognize that the home is gone, but they are trying to minimize any potential damages to other neighboring properties, make sure that Embercast doesn't send the fire to the south of it, to the north of it, particularly with what neighbors are dealing with these heavy winds that are out here. While they could not save the home, one thing I do want to note is they were able to save some of the family's keepsakes. I'm not sure if we have the video ready to show you, but as we came up, we first noticed this heavy black smoke. The first thing that caught our attention as we looked down to the ground was firefighters running out of the house carrying photo albums, carrying a grandfather clock, carrying items that looked like they were perhaps antiques or keepsakes. And I asked them what that was about, and they said, you know, at least it's something. At least they'll have something, recognizing that the way the flames were moving, the way the wind was coming, that was certainly going to overtake this house, but they could leave the family with at least just a little bit of home. I asked about these firefighters. This is Station 37 out of Westwood. This is Los Angeles Fire Department, and so they're just one of the agencies on the ground doing their part to try to save this neighborhood, save this community. Again, the concern is that with the heavy winds, those flames could easily be pushed further down this neighborhood. We have seen as we go up and down the street, we want to be clear along Lockman, certainly more that has been saved than that has been lost at this point. But as the winds shift, that can easily change, and the firefighters recognize that, making us stand property by property, doing everything they can to try to minimize the spread of the fire here. Now, in terms of conditions along this road, Lockman's also pretty key because it connects to the fire of this neighborhood, wondering if they can get out of the road while the road is open, because they do need to firefighters in and out of that road. You're going to encounter fire hoses, you're going to encounter heavy smoke, you're going to encounter homes on fire. It really isn't safe to be trying to get up and down this street. Making sure you're listening to the best emergency responders in terms of what you're supposed to be doing, whether it's being in your house or evacuations. But Lockman and the fire road that people are so familiar with, it's not a safe place to get in and out of at this point. And so we're going to continue to watch as they make that stand here with this house to try to stop those flames from going any further. But again, they're up against it. It's hard to breathe. The ash is in the air. The embers are falling. So definitely making sure that if you are still in your home, you're inside and you're being safe. That's the latest from the Palisades. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Carmen Dickerson live there for us. And again, the valiant effort made by those firefighters to get those belongings out of that house.
Joining us right now, once again, he's been with us all day, Chief Sam. Chief Sam, you see what we're seeing here with this smoke plume. You hear the acreage has more than doubled in just a few minutes. It's, I believe, 772 acres at this point. What goes through your mind in terms of resources for this?
Well, the first thing that goes through my mind, Colleen, is that we're fortunate there's not another fire of this magnitude burning. There's sufficient resources, but I've seen resources from as far south as Orange County on this fire. So they did call in for a lot of resources. That's what's going to help with this. But, you know, we're not out of the woods by far for the next few days, and it's only supposed to get worse. That's what concerns me.
You know, Chief Sam, we spoke with LAFD earlier today during our coverage. 45 fire companies, which is about 200 city firefighters. That's just from the city of Los Angeles, with fixed-wing aircraft there, assets there from Cal Fire. We are expecting wind gusts of about 40 to 45 miles per hour between 9 and 10 o'clock here tonight. We talked about earlier today the window slowly closing on this fixed-wing aircraft that can be used during these gusts, or these types of gusts.
Yeah, when the wind starts getting above 40, 50 miles an hour, you're going to see aircraft grounded, not to mention the fixed wing that will be grounded at night. If the winds subside a little bit, we could use the helicopters with having the night vision goggles capability so that they're able to work the fire at night. But again, that's going to depend upon the wind.
Chief Sam, if you lived in the area and you heard evacuations, but not necessarily for your area, what would you do as a homeowner, you yourself? Would you take precautions and evacuate anyway, self-evacuate?
You know, if I live close to this, knowing and the winds blowing the way they are and the forecast for a long, prolonged, yes, Colleen, I would. I would find a friend's or evacuation center, get my important documents, medication, eyeglasses, laptop, pick up and leave. You can replace your home and the valuables, but you can't replace your life.
Yeah, we spoke to a homeowner who felt exactly the same way you did, Lacey, who said, look, these valuables, these possessions can be replaced, but, you know, my life, my dog's life, my husband's life, my life cannot be replaced. So, again, heeding the warning. Yeah,
Lacey's my new poster child for evacuation. She did a great job on that, and I wish everybody would follow. And she even said, I wish I would have left 10 minutes earlier. And, you know, that can make the difference between life and death at times.
Chief Sam, we've heard about people just getting out of their cars and going. There's a report from the LAFD that at least 30 cars are just sitting empty at Palisades and Sunset. How much more difficult does that make a firefighter's job when they run into something like that?
Colleen, that makes it extremely difficult, especially that street I saw, that had 2 lanes on it. There's a lot of roads in LA and surrounding all throughout Southern California that are a lot more narrow than that. That was a wide lane, both sides, and it was gridlocked, and they had to evacuate and leave their cars because they weren't getting anywhere. So, again, it goes back to that, even like Lacey said, that 10 minutes earlier, maybe even go 20 minutes earlier, or even right now. We know the winds are going to pick up. If you think that you're in the path of this fire, why don't you just go find a friend's home or a family member's home, stay out of the area. And that does not pertain just to the Palisades fire. I'm saying that to everyone. Think right now, prepare ahead of time.
We know that this fire has grown exponentially here. LAFD telling us at one point 300 acres, Cal Fire now bumping that up to 770 acres. Based on the conditions here, Chief Sam, we shouldn't all be surprised by what we're seeing here in terms of acreage?
Not at all, Michael. And I would even I'd expect this to grow a lot more, especially as the night comes and the winds are going to pick up. This is going to grow a lot more, and unfortunately, we're going to see more homes destroyed or damaged.
You know, Chief Sam, Karma Dickerson showed us firefighters carrying out a grandfather clock, photos, things out of a house. We think of firefighters in terms of, you know, stopping the fire, protection in a neighborhood. That's a whole nother side I don't know that people think about.
I like that you brought this up, Colleen. We take this very serious. You know, we want to protect people's homes. We want to protect their lives. And we do go through, and firefighters go through the biggest detail and beyond what they should be doing just to protect and to take the homeowners' belongings out of their home. That may be the only thing that they have left standing or having in their home once the home is burned.
All right, Chief Sam DiGiovanni, if you can hold tight, that'd be great. We want to now bring in NBC4's Alex Rozier, who was located live there for us on Glenhaven and Lockman Lane, which has seen a lot of activity here since this morning. Alex.
Yeah, Michael, and it's tough to hear just the reality that the most intense winds have not hit yet, because there are just the images that we've been seeing over the last few hours have been so troubling. But we've had the chance to speak to people like this man's family, who his mother-in-law lived here. He was telling us, Stuart, and she's been here for the last 30 years. Never have the flames come this close to her home. I want to turn you around. We've been watching this hillside in the distance, and in the distance you can see that home that continues to burn about a quarter to a half mile from where we are right now. And that, sadly, is just one of the homes that is burning right now in the Palisades. I want to show you some video that we shot within the hour. This video we shot at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place. And we just drove down the block, and there are a couple of homes that are completely in flames. And as this fire has been throughout the afternoon, you've got right across the street, those homes have not been touched by fire, but unfortunately a few have been taken over by the flames, and that's what we were seeing right there. Again, that's about a half mile, or about a couple of blocks, quarter mile from where we are right now at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place. Let's bring you back out live here. I'm hearing some emergency vehicles. This has been, we see an ambulance. LA City Fire Ambulance. That's the first ambulance that I've seen rush up the hill during this ongoing emergency. But for the most part, it's been pretty quiet. We've seen a number of emergency responders who have been out in the neighborhood between the LAPD, LA County Fire, LAFD. But that was the first ambulance that we've seen. Occasionally, like this vehicle right here, we'll see potentially a homeowner or a neighbor who lives in the neighborhood taking off. But for the most part, it's quiet, and people are watching with anticipation here. But right now, the biggest story is this home that's in the distance, and we're going to continue to monitor this because it changes by the minute, and the winds, they are so unpredictable, and the direction of the wind is unpredictable too. So we're just hoping for the best in this story that is ongoing and dangerous right now.
All right, Alex was here live for us there at Glenhaven and Lockman. Now, we are awaiting a press conference here by fire officials here set for 3:30. We, of course, will bring that to you live here on NBC4.
As we've heard from our reporters in the area there in the Palisades, the wind appears to be picking up. Our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, is here with more on that. And Melissa, you say it's not even the worst of it yet.
Not at all, Colleen and Michael. In fact, we're tracking the peak of those winds. They will likely move in later on tonight and into our Wednesday morning. You know, David's on deck. We've got Stephanie. Everyone's working together to give you the very latest information. And we were talking about, as we're looking at the live pictures of this structure fire, this home fire, this is a perfect example when we talk about spot fires, when we're dealing with Santa Ana winds. You've got not only containment with the actual fire that's burning, but then you've got these Santa Ana winds that are bringing those winds and flying embers into different locations of unburned fuel. So this is a big concern as we track the conditions with the Palisade fire. I want to give you the very latest in terms of the observation data and what we're seeing very close to the Palisades fire here. We've We've got winds gusting up to 17 miles per hour in the Palisades. Santa Monica Mountains, winds gusting up to 58 miles per hour. And since we've been on the air, I've seen the relative humidity lower significantly from this morning into the afternoon hours. Earlier today, we had relative humidity numbers anywhere from 45 to about 55%, and now they're lowering into the lower teens there in Topanga Beach. So you've got all of those strong northeasterly winds moving down through the mountains, the canyons, and the passes from the northeast all the way down to the south and west, and it's really drying out the atmosphere. I want to show you the satellite imagery. This is a 2-hour loop here, and if you take your eye just to the west of Los Angeles, this is an indication of our satellite imagery picking up that smoke well up in the upper levels of the atmosphere here. So again, it's coming in from the north and east all the way down to the south and west, blowing out into the Pacific Ocean. Let's talk about wildfire triangles and what that typically means. We need certain things to help fuel fires. We've got the Santa Ana winds that are helping to make this fire more dangerous and more intense. So we've got the topography, that's the brush, the trees, the hills in the area there in the Palisades, and the fuel is also the dry conditions there on the ground. The weather we have outside right now, a drop in the humidity, and these strong, significant northeasterly Santa Ana winds, the most significant Santa Ana wind event we've seen so far this season. Also new this afternoon, we've got a wildfire smoke advisory. So this will stay up until 5 p.m. on Wednesday until tomorrow. This is for Santa Monica. You are included in that because of the Palisades fire back to the north and west through Calabasas and just to the north of Malibu. We're dealing with strong, smoky conditions, and the winds are everywhere this afternoon. It's not just confined to the Palisades. Look at some of these gusts. Santa Clarita, we've got a gust up to 55 miles per hour, close to 50 in Lancaster, 40 in Riverside, and then we look at gusts there in Los Angeles, 15 down to Long Beach and at 30 miles per hour. So we're even starting to see these winds be an issue for some of our typical wind-prone and wind-sheltered locations. Let's talk about what we can expect. What's next as we go throughout the rest of tonight and into our Wednesday here. For the rest of this afternoon, we've got winds gusting anywhere from 20 to 50 miles per hour, blowing dust, debris, down trees. Power outages is a big concern in some communities. And then tonight, the peak of those winds will arrive anytime between 8 to 10 o'clock tonight through the overnight hours and as we wake up tomorrow morning. In terms of what you can anticipate with those winds for the coast and the valleys gusting anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour in some spots, and then the mountains will likely have winds gusting anywhere from 65 to 80 miles per hour, some spots higher than that for some isolated communities. Wednesday morning, we've got another burst of wind from Mother Nature that will be on the way. This is going to be slow going for the community, and of course, we're tracking the conditions as a result of the Santa Anas. You're seeing it here on your screen here, the trees, the palm trees in that location, just blowing the smoke, the ash, and we're seeing just dangerous spot fires in that area, you guys.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We want to remind you that we're waiting for a press conference from LA fire officials about the extent of this fire and what's happened. We're going to go, and there you see they're setting up for it right now. We expect that in the next, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 minutes or so. We're going to go back right now to Alex Rozier. He's on Glen Haven and Lockman. Sadly, we were watching a house just in the distance burn there. Alex, firefighters haven't been able to get a hand on this?
Yeah, it's tough to tell from where we are, Colleen, but you know that we've been out in the general vicinity for about the last couple of hours, and it's really just shocking how fast things can change here in this neighborhood. I mean, we for the longest time had been seeing this home, and the flames had been close, and then all of a sudden they just took over this property right here. But I think that speaks to the importance of listening to these evacuation orders and because with the winds gusting like they are, shifting directions, this can change so fast, and that's what we're seeing right here. But it's really difficult to consider the realities of what we're faced with right here, and all these families, so many of them that have lived in the Palisades for such a long amount of time, and now these winds continue and they strengthen throughout the night. We'll be interested to see how the LA City Fire Department, what they have to say about the ongoing story out here, but I can tell you that we have been seeing crews pop up here and there, but frankly, with how fast the winds are moving, it's tough for them to do. They're jumping from spot to spot. They've got as coordinated of an approach as they possibly can. But right now the winds are so fast moving and so unpredictable, and it's led to what we're seeing right now. We have a fire in the distance directly to the east, and as I showed you in that video that we showed previously, a couple blocks behind us directly in the west, there are a couple more homes, and that's just what I've been able to see with my own eyes. So we'll be watching this as the night progresses and as these winds sadly get more intense. Colleen and Michael.
You know, Alex, before we let you go here, you spoke to a homeowner who was helping his mother-in-law evacuate not too long ago, and he says he's lived in different parts of the Palisades, but he has never seen this part of the Palisades burn before.
No, and he actually has made the decision now to evacuate. So Stuart, who we talked with earlier, has left, and I think everybody's just hoping for the best and hoping that the winds don't get any closer to these homes. As I mentioned, this home right here, we're standing with his blessing on the property of his mother-in-law's house. She's been here for 30 years, and so many of the people here have stories similar to this one. She talked about all the work that she's done here, and they're just keeping their fingers crossed. Yeah. You know, when we were first pulling up today, aside from the homes, you have the schools that are nearby. We were driving up Pacific Coast Highway into the neighborhoods here. We were passing schools and the kids that were evacuating. And I mean, no time is ever a good time for this, but it was in the middle of a work day, in the middle of a school day, and it's causing big problems as we get closer to the rush hour into the early evenings here.
You know, as we look at this, Alex, Michael, Melissa, this looks to be different than the Franklin fire. Yes, we have the winds, but this appears to be so much more a densely populated area. When we looked at the fire, the Franklin fire in Malibu, we could see brush on fire. As we look at this one, we're seeing mostly homes and structures on fire. Am I seeing that correctly?
Yeah, definitely, and that's I think that's, you know, just from our vantage point in watching this home burn. I mean, if you look directly below it, there are a couple more roofs and a couple more homes, and so many families packed into the Palisades here, and that's similar to what we were seeing earlier when we were making the drive on Enchanted Way in Scenic Place. You know, there were homes back to back to back, and we, you know, covering this fire today have to be watching very closely too, because as I mentioned, the winds snap, you know, change with the snap of a finger, and you know, given what we're looking at, the homes packed in, it could be bad. So at this point, we're just really hoping for the best.
All right, Alex Rozier, live there for us in the thick of it here. And we have just gotten some new numbers now from CAL FIRE, Colleen.
Yes. Keep in mind, this fire broke out, what, 10:30 this morning?
Yeah.
The new number in terms of acreage burned is 1,200 acres plus. So when we say this fire exploded, that is no exaggeration.
No, not at all. Not at all. As we await now a press conference here from LA City fire officials on where this fire stands now, and again, looking ahead, what we're in store for. Again, let's get to a homeowner that we spoke with earlier. We're told he evacuated even before that order came in.
I evacuated from the Pacific Palisades. We noticed fire starting up on the ridge probably around 10 or 10:30. It started moving very, very fast. We were watching the updates from LAFD and following the steps of ready, set, go. So by the time they said that it was a mandatory evacuation, myself, my family, all our neighbors, we were all already packed and in our cars and getting out of there. And it did come down. The smoke was getting thick very quickly by the time it was time for us to go. My spouse and most of the neighbors, were there for the 80 fire, and So it's part of the experience of living in Los Angeles. You don't mess around with fire. Fire moves so fast, and we're watching all of the engines coming in from all over the county and beyond, and we don't want to be underfoot while they're trying to do their work.
The one takeaway I have from that, and I bet you heard the same thing I did, you don't mess around with fire.
Not at all.
I know anybody who's covered fires out there, Chief Sam, they would certainly agree.
All right, we are going to bring in NBC4's Karma Dickerson. Again, keeping a very close eye on a very strategic firefight out there, and some valiant work here made by some firefighters. Karma?
Valiant work indeed, because they recognize that this house has burned, but they understand the importance of making sure that it doesn't nearby. So they continue a pretty strong effort to contain that fire, to contain some of the heat, they say. I want to walk you down the street. On the road down here. If you look in the distance, we can see on the other side of the street another fire. Now, we haven't been able to get very close just yet.
All right, so obviously having cell connectivity problems there with Karma. We will check back in with her in just a second.
Again, the winds continue to be an issue.
Okay, let's go to NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi. Again, we've established signals with her. Camilla, what are you seeing? Obviously, some active flames behind you.
Yeah, Michael and Colleen, we came across this home burning here on Doñare Way, and probably about 20 minutes ago, the homeowner of the home right next door came to check on her house, frantically, trying to get a hold of, fire crews right now. You can just see how close those flames are getting to this white home right here. My own photographer, Tommy Bravo, jumped in to help her with the hose, but those flames were just way too intense, and it's only intensified just in the last 5-6 minutes. You can just see those flames taking over the roof of this home, and the intensity of that black smoke billowing into the air. It is absolutely heartbreaking to see, scenes like this in Pacific Palisades, and that homeowner who evacuated the area here. She told me she just grabbed some, her personal belongings, her documents, and drove away. But you can just get the sense, just the emotion, just how heartbroken she was to just see how close her home is to this other home that is burning right now.
Camilla, can you give us the street you're on again? Did we hear you, Donata Way?
Forgive me, I may be saying it incorrectly. I believe it's Doñare Way.
Okay.
Donaire Way.
Are you still on?
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we still got you here. And just the intensity of these flames and the plumes of smoke that are coming out of this, and you can hear the alarm, some alarm going off in the distance here.
Yes, the alarm. Exactly. You can hear that alarm in the background, like you just described, Michael, just the intensity of these flames, just how quickly they have taken over this home from the roof and now to the windows here right toward the front of the home, as you guys can see. And there is so much brush as well surrounding this home, which is obviously very concerning with the intensity of these winds and those embers flying with these potential spot fires. And
Camilla,
these flames spreading to other homes.
Are there any firefighters, any first responders in the area?
At the moment, no. So we have not seen any crews out here right now. So the homeowner that I spoke with, who's next door, she was very, very concerned, hoping that fire crews will get here shortly. So we've just been watching this home burn here in the last 30 minutes or so.
Wow.
So that neighbor is still in the neighborhood. What about the rest of the neighborhood? What does that look like?
Overall, it's very quiet. We haven't seen anybody else out here. We did see at least one or two cars drive up here. It's unclear if, they live on the street. They came to check on their home. But again, just the heartbreak of this homeowner who came by and just started to see how close and intense those flames are, and how quickly how close they're getting to her home right now. And you can just see from our live shot just the intensity of that smoke billowing into the air. Whoa, and you can now just see those flames, picking up right here at the front of the windows here of this home. And again, that brush, those trees surrounding this property, and just how close it is to other homes as well on this street.
Camilla, any idea what started this? Is the brush in the backyard burning up close to the house? Was it an ember? I mean, could you tell?
From our vantage point, it's very difficult to see. When we initially drove up, the flames were centered towards the back of the home here. There's toward the entrance of the home, I should say. There's a little bit of a hallway. That's when we saw those flames initially, and then those flames just erupted, just picked up, engulfing the rest of the home here. But it's very difficult from our vantage point to see, especially with the amount of smoke that there is, where exactly this fire started. If it started in the back of the home and worked its way forward. So it's very difficult to tell right now.
Obviously, we're witnessing the tragedy of this home burning, but obviously the heightened level of concern for those neighbors on either side of that house. I mean, will their house be next? I mean,
and Camilla, did you mention the house to the right of that? That neighbor is there, or does it look like everybody?
I may have lost you guys. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
I'm not sure she can hear us. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you guys now. It's just, again, just so devastating to see this. This is one of several homes that we have seen here in Pacific Palisades burning at this hour. As we spoke to that homeowner, just hoping, fire crews will get here to spare her home, but obviously just very difficult to watch this right now, and it's only intensified.
I'm trying to see, Michael, the house to the right looks like there may be someone in that house. Is that what you're talking about, Camilla?
So on the right, or the house right here, there's no one inside. That homeowner evacuated that we spoke with, but we can't tell up the hill. There's another home. Just trying to get a better idea of how close it is to this home that's burning right now, but it's very difficult to tell.
Right. So the good news here in all of this is that the homeowner to the right of where this fire is burning has evacuated. So again, we were wondering whether in fact they were still on the property, but they have since evacuated. Again, just living with the unknown at this point.
Yeah, and at least at this point, it is contained to that one house. Yeah,
just waiting. That homeowner, you said, living with the unknown is the best way to describe this.
All right, Camilla Rambaldi, we appreciate.
And now we can tell that I'm just walking up the hill here. You can get a better idea. It's hard from our vantage point, but just how close those flames are now getting to this neighboring home.
Right.
That is so sad when you look at it.
It is intensified there. Again, you look at the flames just billowing through the windows there. Again, the homeowner Camilla spoke with lives to the right of the structure that is currently burning now. And again, you can only hope, with no ground crews in sight, at least from our vantage points. Again, living with the unknown, as we mentioned, is a scary situation there for that homeowner.
And as Chief Sam pointed out, the smoke is black, so clearly there is fuel inside the home or behind the home that is burning right now. This one, I hate to say it, on Donata Way, looks like a total loss.
All right, we will check back in with Camilla here as our coverage continues. It is just at the 3:30. We're continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire. Thank you so much for being with us. We've been live on the air bringing you coverage since 11 a.m.
This fire is currently burning more than 1,200 acres in the Pacific Palisades area. It's prompting closures, evacuation. An evacuation shelter, we can tell you, has been established at Westwood Recreation Center. They're going to transition that into a shelter, meaning people will be able to stay overnight. It's located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Several homes have been destroyed, although it's unclear at this time just how many. I want to give you a live look right now at Will Rogers State Beach Park in Pacific Palisades. That's where California Governor Gavin Newsom is expected to speak along with fire officials here. We, of course, will bring that to you live when it happens.
And we want to remind people, if you are headed to the area, the best word is don't. PCH, according to Caltrans, is closed between Temescal Canyon and Las Flores. Topanga Canyon Boulevard is closed except for evacuations in that area. And the I-10 at the McClure Tunnel is also closed to prevent any more traffic tie-ups out there. We're going to get back out to Karma Dickerson, who's standing in a neighborhood where we're watching another home go up in flames. Karma.
Yes, we're coming to you from the neighborhood where we are looking at multiple fires. The home behind me, you can see, is they're still working to make sure the flames do not make it any further. They are fighting it from multiple different angles. They're behind the home. They're on the side of the home. The idea is to try to make sure that this does not spread any further. But if you look just down the street over on the right side, we see a home that's covered in flames. And as you go up and down this main thoroughfare, Lockman, we see evidence. Firefighters just trying to do everything they can to make sure that the situation doesn't get any worse. If we take a look, can we show on the top of the home there, there's a firefighter on top of a neighboring home. Are we able to see him there on the roof? Keeping an eye on things, trying to understand the fire movement, the fire behavior, and giving directions down to the crews on the ground to let them know what he's seeing from that vantage point. Because it's interesting, because when you talk to the firefighters at each different home and you ask them about the bigger picture, many of them don't really have context for that. They're focusing on what they're seeing right in front of their eyes. And so to help them understand what the overall conditions are and what the bigger picture of the street is, you need someone with a bird's eye view, someone who can help put all the pieces together so they really understand what they're dealing with. We're on the same street where earlier today there was a gas leak. We're actually not far from that home. We did give that a good amount of distance, but that is another danger that firefighters are potentially encountering, and people who are still in their homes. We haven't seen any neighbors out on the street, but I have seen a person or two peeking their head outside of their homes, and really, based on the conditions out here, it's safer to stay inside. There are embers that are flying, obviously the heavy smoke. There's wind and even branches that are coming down off trees. We were just steps away from getting hit by a branch not too long ago. So a reminder that if you are still sheltering in place, to do just that, keep the doors closed, the windows closed, and definitely keep your news on so you know what's next and you know what's coming. But the winds continue to fuel this fire down the street. At times, they'll push the smoke clear out and then you see a little bit of the sunshine, and then at times you'll get a wall of just black and you can't tell if it's night or day. So that's how things are changing here a little bit further up on Lockman. And so we're going to continue, of course, to follow firefighters as they do everything they can. Worth noting, the house that we're taking a look at right now, they've been working on this for at least 45 minutes, doing everything they can to beat back those flames, actively fighting the fire, but still just not making any progress in terms of keeping the flames back. The winds are not making it easy for them. They send shifts in and they send shifts in to do what they can to make sure that it doesn't expand, but the flames continue to come. And so just an idea of how difficult it is once something becomes fully engulfed under these conditions to get those flames down. And as you see, that black smoke and the winds.
We're going to interrupt Karma for just a moment. They're about to start this press conference. Let's listen in.
And to go into all the specifics, we have a list of 8 individuals that will speak for you today. After those 8 individuals, we'll have Spanish, and then we'll have follow-up questions. After that, we'll have one-on-one interviews and let you know when the next press conference will be. So we ask at this time, please silence your cell phones, turn down your radios, keep your sidebar conversations off to the side. But to begin with, we'd like to call up the fire chief of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, Kristen Crowley.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be giving you a brief on what your LEFD has done up to this point. So at 10:30 this morning, a brush fire was reported at 1190 North Piedra Miranda Drive in our local fire station here right behind us at Fire Station 23. Los Angeles is currently experiencing an extreme fire weather condition with red flag alert. At the time of the fire, the relative humidity was 12 and the winds were approximately 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Based on the red flag weather, your LEFD pre-deployed additional resources, made public awareness notifications, and issued parking restrictions in high hazard fire areas to ensure that the means of access and egress of our local fire stations and apparatus could move up and in around the area. First LEFD resources reported initially a 10-acre fire with 40-mile-per-hour winds and alignment heading towards the west or towards the ocean. The LEFD then requested all resources, including strike teams and aircraft from assisting agencies. We then went into an aggressive attack and focused our efforts on fire life safety operations, beginning with evacuations. Currently, the fire is at 1,261 acres and growing based on aerial reconnaissance. The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident. We currently have over 250 LEFD firefighters on scene, including 46 engines, 3 trucks, 5 helicopters, 4 brush patrols, 2 water tenders, 6 paramedic ambulances, 1 fast response vehicle, 1 advanced nurse practitioner unit, 2 bulldozers, 10 chief officers, fire investigators, and safety officers. Additionally, we are so grateful for the hundreds of law enforcement officers, partner agencies, first responders, and public work members that are engaged actively in this operation. PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. Evacuation orders are in place for approximately 30,000 residents, including the Highlands area. North of PCH, south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, west of Seabreeze Drive and Surfside Drive. Our evacuation center is the Westwood Recreation Center, located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in LA. The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged. Since the beginning of this fire, I've been in constant communication with Mayor Bass, as well as other city leadership, who's working very, very closely. As you can see, this entire entity behind me, we're working seamlessly and closely to ensure that we are protecting lives and property first. So with that, we'll go ahead and introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Chief Crowley. The next speaker will be the Los Angeles County Fire Chief Maroney.
So good afternoon. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Department Chief. Shortly after the start of the Palisades fire, LA County Fire did assist the City of Los Angeles with a first alarm brush assignment. At 11:30 hours this morning, our LA County Fire Department went into unified command with the City of Los Angeles, and at 12:30, our CAL FIRE partners from the state went into unified command with not only LA City Fire, LA County Fire, and LAPD. Currently, LA County Fire is providing aerial resources to fight this brush fire, including our Firehawk helicopters, our CH-47, part of our nighttime QRF resource that we have, in addition to our CL-415 Super Scoopers. We also have 3 engine strike teams assigned and almost 100 LA County Fire personnel. I want to let all of the viewers and listeners know that we are not out of danger. The National Weather Service has predicted that the winds are going to pick up and get worse. We're going to have the most significant wind event between 10 p.m. this evening and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's incumbent that everybody have a wildfire action plan for their home if they live in a brush-covered area. please visit the LA County Fire Department website for Ready, Set, Go information. So that's fire.lacounty.gov/RSG. And for the most up-to-date incident information and emergency preparedness information, go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. During emergencies, always by our side is our friends from law enforcement. So we'd like to invite LAPD Chief of Police Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. We are here in a support role to our fire partners. Just a quick rundown. We have over 100 officers here deployed, another approximately 60 ready to be deployed once a mission is given to them. So far, the major job for our people have been evacuation, traffic control, allowing ingress and egress to emergency vehicles, and those can be helpful. I would have an ask that if you would, please do everything you can to open up the streets so we can get the resources we need to be able to deal with this emergency. Please take this wind emergency very seriously. As you heard from the speakers before me, this is something that is going to get worse throughout the night, so we all have to look out for each other. Areas of evacuation so far, about 30,000 people have been evacuated from a total of 10,000 households or 15,000 structures, to include businesses and other buildings so far, with no injury. So we're very thankful for that. But we truly ask for all assistance that we can get in making this as smooth as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief McDonald. We'd also like to call up LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, please.
Thank you. My deepest thanks to the first responders who are working tirelessly to fight this Palisades fire. Moments ago, Chair Barger signed LA County's emergency proclamation for this fire, for the severe wind event and all of the fires related to it. As the National Weather Service predicted, this is a life-threatening situation. To our Palisades and Topanga community under evacuation order, please leave. Ensure your home is unlocked, the power is off, and making sure first responders can easily access the structure. This is essential to keeping you safe and to allowing fire and first responder personnel to do their work. For our unincorporated communities in Santa Monica Mountains, including Sunset Mesa, Topanga Canyon, and Malibu, all under evacuation order and evacuation warning, please ensure you are checking emergency.lacounty.gov and heeding all door-to-door information from our LA County Sheriff and Fire Departments. Thanks to our partners at the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness, who work year-round to practice evacuation drills and emergency preparedness, and they're working tirelessly right now to ensure information is shared across Topanga. For those with livestock, the evacuation location is Pierce College. For those needing small animal evacuation location, the Agora Animal Shelter is available to you. Thank you to Governor Newsom for your quick support and coordination. Thanks to Mayor Bass, to Councilmember Park, and all of the council members in the city, and all of our partners, city, county, and state, unified and working together to keep people safe and address this fire. The county and city of Los Angeles have a lot of experience in unified command. This emergency is no different. We're dedicating every resource we can to urgently contain this fire. I want to extend my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Office of Emergency Management, and all of our county partners. I know LAUSD officials also wanted to be with us, but given the conditions, that was challenging. A few school updates. Topanga Elementary at Woodland Hills Academy will be relocated all week. Palisades and Marquez Elementaries will be relocated at Brentwood Science Magnet for tomorrow. Paul Revere Middle School will be relocated at University High tomorrow. Pali High School is not in session this entire week, and Canyon Elementary will be relocated at a location to be determined. To those affected by the Palisades fire, I know today is terrifying and it is painful. Please know that you are not alone. The County of Los Angeles and all of our partners are here together to stand with you and be in support of you. Thank you again to everyone who is contributing resources to this incident. Your partnership is appreciated, and it is essential to keeping people safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we'd like to bring up Los Angeles City Council President Marquis Harris-Dawson.
Thank you so much. I just want everybody to know that since this morning, about 7 a.m., I've been in direct communication with Mayor Bass, who's on her way home from a diplomatic mission on behalf of the United States government. She will be here within hours. Also, we want everybody to know that the city is well prepared and has a tremendous emergency management infrastructure who has been on the case since 6 this morning at the beginning of this wind event. I'm proud to say that we have some of the best men and women anywhere in our fire department, our police department, as well as their partners across the state and across the county. I am also want everybody to know that as acting mayor and president of the LA City Council, along with the county, and we'll hear from the governor later, the city of LA is declaring a state of emergency through this wind event, and we'll have all resources on deck. And our ask, our personal ask, and we'll hear from the council member from this district, but if you can stay off of our roads, please do so to allow emergency vehicles to go across the city. And also, remember, we'll continue to drive this home. The worst and most severe part of this wind event is yet to come. So if you're around the city and you have been spared, be thankful, but also be on guard. Bring your lawn furniture in. And again, help us by staying off the roads. And I will ask the council member from this district who's been on the street since early this morning, making sure the neighborhoods have the information that they need and resources that they need to come to the podium, our own Councilwoman Tracy Park.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And Council President Harris-Dawson, I want to begin by thanking all of our public safety partners. LA City Fire has over 250 firefighters on the front lines in the hillsides right now, actively fighting this fire, supported by more than 100 firefighters from LA County Fire, as well as additional resources from Orange County, Ventura County, CAL FIRE, and neighboring cities, including Arcadia and Santa Monica. I also want to thank our partners in law enforcement for their terrific coordinated response with us today. LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, CHP is here, as well as our park rangers. Obviously, the scope and scale of today's fire here in the Palisades has been terrifying. We are so incredibly grateful for the swift response. And to my constituents here in the Pacific Palisades, I want to reiterate, this is not a drill. This is an actual public safety emergency. Areas west of Mandeville Canyon and north of Sunset have been ordered for evacuation, so please make sure that you are packed and ready to go and complying with all directives being given to you by law enforcement and our partners at the fire service as well. LA City is activating emergency shelter at Westwood Recreation Center. People in the Palisades who have been displaced by today's events are invited to go there. We are working with animal services to receive and care for pets that are being displaced as well. And as additional resources come online, we'll be providing those updates for you. Local residents should follow along for additional information and updates through official city channels, as well as LAPD, LAFD, and LA County updates, as this is a dynamic situation. This is a fast-moving and growing fire at over 1,200 acres at this point. And with the predicted wind patterns and continued weather event, we expect the situation to continue through the evening. It may take our partners at Fire a couple of days to get the situation under control. It may be some time until people are allowed to return to their homes and residences. Please bear with us through this period as our public safety partners work hard to protect lives and property and ensure that this area is safe before people return. In the meantime, if anyone needs additional assistance, I would welcome them to reach out to me and my team. All of our contact information is at cd11.lacity.gov. Thank you to my friends and constituents, and thank you to all of our partners, including Governor Newsom, for being here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd like to now ask Council Member John Lee to please speak.
First of all, I just want to thank all the firefighters who are on and first responders that are fighting this fire right now. Also, a big thank you to all the organizations throughout the city, county, and state that are assisting our firefighters in what they need to do today. As chair of the Public Safety Committee, it's my job to monitor situations all throughout the city of Los Angeles. And the most important information that I can share with you today is to all of our residents. As soon as we get any new information, we are trying to disseminate that as quickly as possible. It's important that you listen to that information. As someone who represents a district that is commonly affected by fires, I'll tell you one of the issues that we ask our residents to do is, if you're asked to evacuate, if you're asked to stay off the road, whatever it is that we're asking you, if you're in one of those affected areas, that you don't create additional problems for our firefighters, so our firefighters can focus on what they're supposed to do, and that's getting this fire out. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Council Member. And now we'd like to ask the Governor, Gavin Newsom, to please speak.
Thank you, everybody. Hell of a way to start a new year. Again, let me add my voice, the voice of so many others, in extending deep appreciation to the men and women in uniform across jurisdictions. I want to thank, in particular, Chief Crowley and Chief Maroney for your outstanding leadership, Police Chief, Sheriff's Office, all of our local law enforcement agencies that work hand in glove. There is simply no better mutual aid system anywhere in the United States of America, and you're seeing it now at scale once again here in Southern California. I say once again because we were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire, a few weeks prior to that, the Mountain fire, November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. You may feel at home that you're fine down in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, down in Ventura County, other parts of the state, but there's a reason we pre-positioned hundreds of assets and personnel on Sunday in anticipation of this wind event. 110 engines specifically were sent down, 45 by CAL FIRE, 65 through our mutual aid system, through the Office of Emergency Services, water tenders down here, 7 new helicopters we brought from Northern California down to Southern California. We just brought our C-130 down from Northern California and already just had its first drop. By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard Chief say 10 p.m. tonight till 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, were just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders. We've all been to memorials. I've never been to a memorial for a building, but for family members and loved ones. I know you cannot say this enough. It's foundational. One other thing I want to say, because you can't say it enough, is expression of gratitude. The President of the United States happens to be in town. It didn't take more than a text message to get the FMAG approved, which means we're getting reimbursed for the vast majority of these costs. No politics, no hand-wringing, no kissing of the feet. The President of the United States said, yes, what else do you need? Emergency proclamations being drafted as we speak. And I just want to thank the President, because that's something I don't take for granted and something we should not take for granted at this moment in American history. So thank you, President Biden, as well. Final point. We encourage you. You heard all those websites. I don't want to burden you with any more except one. Fire.ca.gov. And why do I say that? Nothing like it in the country. It's nothing like that we've seen in any jurisdiction around the world. 3D maps and live cams on fire.ca.gov would also show you the evacuation orders. I encourage people to take a look at that site for information. And of course, ready.ca.org to make sure that you're prepared as we work through yet another extraordinary month in this fire year, perpetual fire year here in the state of California. Thank you again to all of the folks behind me and the outstanding leadership of all the elected officials as well. And forgive me, one point I'd be remiss. Thank you to Mayor Bass, who was on the phone immediately this morning, making sure even in absentia that she's here organizing everything she can to make sure we're successful as well.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate that. We'd like to open this up now for Spanish, and then we'll go to questions. So we'd like to have Public Information Officer for LAFD, David Ortiz.
Buenas tardes. A las 10:30 de esta tarde comenzó un incendio en la comunidad de Pacific Palisades en el municipio de Los Ángeles. Este incendio rápidamente se propagó a más de 700 acres. Han habido la orden de evacuación para 30,000 personas en esta área y pedimos al público que siga la dirección.
We've been listening to the very latest on the Palisades fire. It is 4 o'clock and we are continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Thank you so much for being with us. We have been on the air bringing you live coverage since 11 a.m.
It was fire whipping all around me. I couldn't believe it. You know, I had to evacuate when there was the Woolsey fire and several other fires in the past. I've never, ever been this scared or this close.
People in Pacific Palisades forced to leave their homes as flames from a wildfire close in. Traffic congestion making it difficult for some to get out.
So this has got to be people's worst nightmare as they are out here, basically stuck in their cars, not able to move, that they will be caught in something like this.
Firefighters are racing to try and stop the flames from spreading. NBC4 News at 4 starts with breaking news.
Well, that fire is currently burning more than 1,200 acres in the Pacific Palisades area, prompting closures and evacuations. More than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate.
We also want to let you know an evacuation shelter has been established at Westwood Recreation Center. That's located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
We have live team coverage as the peak winds are still to come. Melissa McGee and David Bigger are standing by. But let's start with Robert Kovacic live on Sunset Boulevard where people abandoned their cars. Robert.
So where we are right now is we're on Sunset, just near Palisades Drive, and you can see the aftermath of what certainly was sheer panic as this fire just exploded this morning. So what you are looking at here are a number of cars, I would say over 24. And what has happened here is that a bulldozer, we understand, has had to shove them out of the way so these firefighters could get to this blaze that continues to burn. And as Scott Weber pushes up, you can see right there on the hillside, just another home completely gone from this fire. So this morning, picture these cars trying to get out of the Palisades. This is a condensed neighborhood. This is an isolated neighborhood just off Sunset. These homes are close together, and then the rush to leave suddenly had to abandon their cars. When they abandoned their cars, they left them right here on Sunset, and then they had no choice, but the fire department had to take a bulldozer and just clear these cars away. Since we have driven here this afternoon, and it has taken some time because of the roadblocks, the endless roadblocks that they have set up. Once you hit Palisades Village, the wind picks up and there is fire on both sides of the street. And their fire continues to burn on both sides here. We've got fire crews here. We've got a number of LAPD officers here trying to clear people out of the Highlands, which is right there at that intersection. The majority of the smoke and the flames that you see right now coming from the hillsides, but continue continues to burn on both sides of the street. This is what you see right here. This is Sunset Boulevard, everybody. Here on the west side of Los Angeles, rarely do we see fire coming down the hills like this, but this is completely charred here. The homes that you see up on the ridge have been managed to be saved, and you see firefighters. You see that one firefighter there in the smoke that you can barely be able to see him. They are still doing structure protection up on those hillsides, but again, structures lost as we have been covering throughout the day. And you see a major property up there, Scott, behind us, that we have just watched continue to burn. So the Highlands here continues to be where the area right now that they seem to be focused on in one part of the Palisades. If you are trying to get out and if you are looking for ways to get out, just keep in mind that Sunset heading east is basically, it is just a gridlock of cars trying to still push out from this neighborhood as they still try to leave. But these are the people, Michael and Colleen, that couldn't leave today, that were panicked enough to abandon their cars and have to leave them here on Sunset Boulevard. It is a remarkable sight. I will tell you, in all of my years, never seen anything quite like this. And we've really never seen a fire that has started to chew up this area that is so close to Sunset Boulevard, so close to Palisades Village. And the fire is just licking this area right here, and it keeps trying to come down the hillside. As we drove in today, we saw it heading up into Will Rogers at State Park. There's plenty of brush to burn there, and it's actually moving into the right direction in that area because there aren't a lot of homes here. But right now, homes continue to burn. The fire department has done what they've needed to do. They have cleared out an area of Sunset Boulevard, and these abandoned cars, many of them damaged, have been able to be cleared to make room for the firefighting effort.
All right, Robert, thank you for that. That really does speak to the narrow roads and the closely confined ingress and egress areas in this fire area. We want to let you know, too, the picture you're seeing on the right side of the screen, I believe that is a home on fire on PCH, Getty Villa Drive. We now understand this fire has burned all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway.
Acreage has grown over the past few hours, now up to 1,200 acres. Again, we continue to monitor this. Good time to bring in NBC4 meteorologist Melissa McGee to time out these winds. We talk about the peaks of these winds.
Yeah.
Now, approaching just hours away.
That's right, Michael and Colleen. So that will be the issue, even though we're dealing with strong winds as we speak, as we're battling the Palisades fire. The winds are only going to strengthen and intensify later on tonight. We heard it during that press conference around 10 p.m. during the overnight hours until 5 a.m. on Wednesday. And just looking at the images, you know, Colleen, we were on the air talking about the Franklin fire close to Pepperdine and the difference you were talking about between that fire and this fire. There was a lot of dry brush and vegetation. There are hot spots in the path of the current fire that we're dealing with right now, creating more problems, more destruction, and unfortunately more damage. So let's talk about the latest observation data as it relates to this fire this afternoon. We've got winds in the Palisades gusting up to 20 miles per hour, Topanga Beach 16 miles per hour. Then look at this in the Santa Monica Mountains, up to 66 miles per hour. This is the strongest I've seen it this afternoon. And also we're starting to see the relative humidity lower as well. So winds with a drop in the humidity, not the best combination because that continues to dry out the atmosphere. Relative humidity down into the low teens there in Topanga Beach. And aside of this fire is that we've got wildfire smoke advisory. So this is new this afternoon. This will stay up until 5 p.m. on Wednesday because of the blowing smoke and the blowing ash in the area. So Santa Monica off to the west in Calabasas and Malibu, you are included in that. The winds aren't just for the Palisades. They are all across Southern California. That's why this is a very rare event for us this afternoon. Look at some of these winds gusting up to 51 miles per hour in Santa Clarita. We've got a gust there in Van Nuys up to 43 miles per hour. Haven't touched much on Orange County and the IE, but still very strong there. Ontario close to 50 miles per hour. And we've got a gust in Lancaster up to 44 miles per hour at this hour. Storm reports new this afternoon. We're getting reports from the National Weather Service that a tree is blocking the road close to Beverly Hills. This is what we were talking about in the sense that we're also seeing those winds being very destructive in areas that are typically wind sheltered. So this is right now Beverly Will Drive in between Cisco and Beverly Wood Street. Rancho Cucamonga, a semi overturned on the roads there. Running Springs and areas in San Bernardino County, we have winds gusting anywhere from 74 to 77 miles per hour. So it's the Santa Anas and that red flag warning up until 6 p.m. this evening. Strong Santa Ana winds coming in from the north and east all the way down to the south and west. It dries out the atmosphere as it warms and compresses at the surface, and we're starting to see extreme and rapid fire growth. One thing I want to share with you, this is very powerful imagery that we're getting with some of the computer data that we have. Satellite imagery showing you the smoke plume from the fire in the Palisades coming in from the north and east all the way down to the south and west. Significant Santa Ana wind event that is on the way. That's the very latest. We talked about the peak intensity later on tonight. I do want to bring in my colleague, meteorologist David Bigger, to talk about what's next as we go throughout the rest of the evening. And David, we'll talk about that now with you.
Yeah, and Melissa, it was amazing to see in that satellite image. You had some wave clouds as well as the smoke plume. So one quick check of the winds, and then we'll get into what we're looking at over the next couple of hours. Melissa was just pointing this out. 66-mile-per-hour gusts across some of our peaks. That is our primary concern as we get into the overnight hours tonight. We're going to develop what's called a mountain wave, where we have just the right flow in the atmosphere over the mountaintops, and you end up almost with a very similar waterfall effect. So the winds will then descend down the backside of the mountains, and any of the communities, such as Pacific Palisades and other areas right along the foothill locations, would be potentially looking at some strong wind gusts. So here's an example of when this might happen. So this is just the next couple of hours, and this is just a sample of the wind gusts. Keep in mind, we might have the occasional gust a little bit above some of these numbers that you're seeing. But as we go into the overnight hours tonight for Pacific Palisades, you can see 8 p.m. We're looking at gusts in about the 30 to 40 mile per hour range. But it's suddenly right as we get closer to midnight that you see the numbers jump up briefly around the Pacific Palisades area, gusting up to 45, potentially 50 miles an hour, even stronger, before it sort of drops back down. But it stays very gusty well into tomorrow. So let me show you some other regions here to kind of give you an idea of what this mountain wave looks like. So here's a look at the wind gust futurecast, specifically zoomed in around the San Gabriel Valley. 6 p.m., look at some of these gusts already in the 35 to 45 mile per hour range. But as we get closer to midnight, here's where that mountain wave picks up. This red coloring on our map, that's wind gusts above 60 miles an hour. You can see the Duarte, Glendora, or even Pasadena, looking at wind gusts 50 to 60 miles an hour. This is the kind of wind that starts to down trees. And so we're likely going to start to see that as we go into the overnight hours. And it stays that way through the early morning. 5 a.m., you can see a lot of this purple coloring still on the map, and that's 40 mile per hour gusts or stronger. As we bring it toward the west a bit, now we include parts of Ventura County. Here's the Santa Monica Mountains. Topanga Beach would be the closest observation site to what we're going to be showing for Pacific Palisades. You can see that by 7 p.m., we've already got some pretty strong wind gusts. Look what happens when we get closer to midnight. We start to develop that mountain wave effect. We've got now gusts above 50 miles an hour throughout parts of the Santa Susana Mountains. We're getting that wind gusts up above 60 miles an hour for Burbank, areas near the Verdugo Mountains as well. And that will continue through the morning. So by 7 a.m., look at the gusts around Camarillo. Look at Point Mugu, gusts above 50 miles an hour. We're seeing that for Malibu as well. Still very gusty through where the fire area is. And that is, our primary concern through the next couple of hours is that we're looking at these very strong wind gusts tonight. So that presents the possibility of what we call long-range spotting, where any of the embers that get thrown up by the fire can be carried not just a few hundred feet, but potentially miles out ahead of the fire, sparking new spot fires. And that makes it very difficult for firefighters to get on top of because, again, you're popping up fires left and right, guys. And that means that now firefighters have to go over here, they have to go over there, and it quickly becomes a situation that becomes difficult to control.
Game of cat and mouse. All right.
Exactly.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. We want to turn now to NBC4's Tracy Leong live along PCH near Will Rogers State Beach. Tracy.
Yeah, Michael, and just the visibility out here is horrible. We have our goggles on right now, but I can feel my eyes watering because that smoke is just seeping through. As you mentioned, we're along PCH where you can see that fire has made its way down the hillside. This is the bluffs right here. And just a moment ago, you can see those palm trees were starting to burn, and we saw the fires move up that hillside towards these homes, and it's burning just along. I mean, there's dozens of homes right here, and you can see those flames just just burning out of control right along the highway, and you see these cars going by. And now driving through this, Michael, is just so difficult. My photographer Sean Browning and I, as soon as we hit this area in the Bluffs, it was so difficult to see on these roads. But as you can see, everyone is evacuating right now. They are trying to get out as quickly as possible. But take a look at the smoke. It has just covered the entire sky. We are next to Will Rogers State Beach, and you can see that smoke just blanketing the ocean. It is so eerie out here right now. You can see that glow of orange coming through, but this entire area is smoky. We have seen people come out here just to watch what's going on, but it's really not recommended to be out here without a mask, without goggles. These conditions are horrible to breathe in. They're horrible to just be in right now. Sorry, it's even hard for us to talk as we watch this come down. You know, we've seen crews just passing us. The highway is closed. Pacific Coast Highway is closed in this area. But of course, if you live near here and you need to get out, that road is open for you to leave this area.
That house is about to go up.
But yeah, as you can see, it's really difficult. I know it's smoky right now, but that house looks like it is about to go up. You see the flames, it's burning that side, that wall. The flames have already hit it, and we can't see the backside, but the flames were coming up just behind it. And the ashes, they are just flowing down. It is so difficult to breathe. It is difficult to see. And as soon as this house goes up, you know, these winds are so strong. It just jumps quickly from structure to structure. Thousands of structures are threatened out here. So this is, you know, just a really big concern. But that's the very latest out in Pacific Palisades. Back to you in the studio.
Tracy, we're going to let you catch your breath for just a moment there. In the meantime, we're going to switch live to Darsha Phillips, continue our coverage of the Palisades fire. She's at Sunset and Temescal. You can see, Michael, the wind really looks like it's picking up there. Darsha.
Yeah, it is really picking up here, Colleen. It is difficult to stand it sometimes because of these gusts. They're so strong. I want to show you just down Temescal Canyon. You see a car is on fire. We see tons of these spot fires that kind of erupt because of these very strong winds that are blowing through the canyon here. That fire, that car caught fire just about 30 minutes ago. And Colleen, I do want to tell you, we were here about 45 minutes prior to that. It did not look anything like what we're seeing right now. You're seeing this thick black cloud of smoke just billowing through the intersection here of Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard. Now, I was also told by a city worker that Palisades Charter High School is on fire. I don't know how damaged it is right now, but that was where we saw lots of fire crews rushing to try and save the school down there. We're just less than a half a mile away from the high school. Now, you also do see people still evacuating, because when I say how quickly this fire came through here, it was 45 minutes. We could see the sky. It was not that bad. And then all of a sudden the wind shifted and it blew through here. And it's like a blowtorch. When that happens, you see this very thick smoke. We have fire at the high school. That just beyond that gate is where that high school is. And then we also saw fire jump Temescal Canyon and get onto this apartment complex. We did speak to one person who had to evacuate very quickly. He didn't think that it was going to be that bad. He stayed, and then he looked outside of his window and saw the skies this dark and decided, you know what, I'm getting out of here. Just up the street, literally half a block away from where we are right now, there is a senior living, assisted living center that had to be evacuated. We were there as the care workers were rushing to get their patients, these memory care patients and senior patients, out of that assisted care living center and to safety. They were able to evacuate everyone. When we spoke to them, they said everyone was out and they all left as well. But this is how dynamic this situation is. When the wind is blowing this hard, with this much force, with fire and embers, you can see how fast they're able to move, why this fire is able to jump a road and light fires on the other side of these big concrete barriers. It is a very difficult situation for firefighters to actually get a handle on. because these spot fires, they can't concentrate on them. They have to go and fight the larger fires that are burning through buildings and damaging and threatening homes. So the situation out here, very dynamic. And right now, we're just seeing a lot of thick smoke, lots of fires, cars that are on fire, and people really, Colleen, just trying to get out of here as fast as they can. We'll send it back to you guys.
Are there any firefighters or first responders that you can see of in that area?
Absolutely, Colleen. So what's interesting is the smoke is so thick. You can't see them, but you can hear them. That is how thick this smoke is. But we have seen tons of first responders, firefighters, and police officers going door to door, knocking on these apartment buildings, knocking on the businesses, and making sure that everyone is getting out. Because when I say how quickly this came through so fast. People were looking at blue skies or cloudy skies, and then all of a sudden it turned dark within a matter of seconds. Here's one of those fire engines heading, I believe, toward the school. Earlier, just before you came to us, we saw several of those fire engines heading toward Palisades Charter High School, which, again, a city worker told us had caught fire just moments ago.
All right, so we will, again, try to get confirmation on whether that is actually true or not. But in the meantime, Darsha, stay safe. On the phone here with us now is Mike Meadows, who's near the Mastros there on PCH. You got a view of the flames in the hills just above there, huh?
Yes, sir. I was here. I saw a spot fire start right along Pacific Coast Highway, and in probably 7 to 8 minutes, the entire hillside was just really roaring with fire. I don't know if you can see the glowing embers up there now, but at the top of this mountain are 3 beautiful homes, and of course you can't see them now. The 2 Sikorsky twin rotor helicopters came in and tried to put this fire up, but it was no good. We've got about 40 knot winds blowing down PCH right now, and this fire is well over by Topanga Canyon Boulevard right now.
This is really, I mean, other than Tracy Leong's live shot just a moment ago, and this is the first confirmation that we have that the flames have reached PCH.
Absolutely, Colleen. And I mean, they reached it in a hurry. Like I said, it was just a simple spot fire. And I drove down to the parking lot to see if it would spread, and it certainly did. I got this entire hillside. I mean, it was really spectacular. I've been at this about 45, maybe 50 years, and I've never seen PCH burn like this.
If you can't at least describe to us the view that you have now versus, let's say, 20, 25 minutes ago, have things intensified? Have they calmed down?
Yeah, the view I have now is pretty docile. You can still see the smoke being blown by the real strong winds, but this entire area that you're looking at was just seething sea of fire. Probably, I mean, and of course, this down here is the light fuel. This is not the heavy fuel, and it burned a lot quicker. And you can see the wind blowing all the embers off the hillside, but it was just solid fire. But it took about 10 minutes, maybe 15, for the whole thing to burn out, and everything's gone.
Mike, you mentioned you'd been at this 40-plus years. Can you explain to our viewers what you mean by that?
I've been a fire photographer. I worked for a local newspaper, and I was breaking news. And one of my fortes, I guess you can say, was shooting fires. And I'm pretty well known with the city and county fire departments. But you know what? I am getting along in years now. But this, I just couldn't leave this alone. I had to come out here, and I was really. I mean, I can't basically say that I've been in winds any stronger than this. I mean, my car was rocking and rolling while I was trying to shoot this, but it's gone, and it's headed in another direction right now. This fire is blowing to the north right now, up PCH. As a matter of fact, I've got a spot fire right next to my car in Mastro's parking lot. I don't know if you want me to pan over to it or not, but I certainly can.
Well, if you would, and Mike, while you're doing that, we're going to explain what you're seeing on the right side of the screen here. We talk about the flames at PCH. They've now crossed PCH. This is actually a lifeguard tower that looks like it's gone.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can see what you're looking at. If I can pan, this just started right here in the brush in the parking lot here. It's going pretty good, but you can see, Colleen, by the wind. I mean, nothing has a chance with a wind like this blowing fire like it's doing.
That's the best way to put it. Nothing stands a chance in winds like this. My gosh, Mike. All right.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, thank goodness for all the firefighters. I mean, I don't know how many companies are out here, but I can guarantee you there's at least 50, 60 maybe companies, and they're fighting fire 10 miles away from me as well as down here.
Mike, are you seeing any choppers overhead, any aerial assault? Can they fly in this kind of wind?
Yeah, Colleen, when this thing first started, when the cell started taking off, we had the two CH-53 double rotor helicopters come in, and they tried their best. But you know what? Dropping into a 40-knot wind, the water, they were dropping over the fire, but by the time the water hit the ground, it was 300 or 400 yards to the north, or to the west. They did a job. They did a good job of keeping it from crossing the road, but again, this fire was just too big and moving too fast. So hopefully those three homes up on top of that hill, buried in that smoke up there, survived. I know there were some fire companies up there, so hopefully they survived. But the fire now is well past me to the west, and I'll tell you what, it's something that's probably in my top 10 of fires.
Well, Mike, before we let you go, you're in the Mastro's parking lot there on PCH. Mastro's itself, the structure, not suffered any damage at this point?
Not at this time. I'm looking at a fire. If I can pan down here, there's fire. There's the restaurant itself, and there's a fire next to it down there. Hopefully they'll get this and get it out. But anyway, yeah, this was. I'll tell you what. I did send in some video of this entire hillside just blazing away. But you know what? Again, it's not cold. It's relatively warm down here. It's a warm wind, but it's just full of smoke and sparks and what have you.
We can absolutely see that in your video. Mike Meadows, thanks so much for your time and your expertise. I know you've covered fires for decades here in Southern California.
Thank you, Colleen. I appreciate it.
All right. Take care.
All right. All right. So Mike's picture there on the left, Mastro's parking lot along PCH. Again, lifeguard tower there on fire there. And again, something you likely wouldn't expect considering where the fire started. But again, we talk about those winds, those gusts, those embers.
Think about the embers. They cross PCH. They hit the water. They hit a sandy beach, and they hit like this one piece of wood structure on the beach, and that, of course, is the lifeguard tower. NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi is live in a neighborhood right now where at least one home has burned, and apparently they were able to save another one there, Camilla?
Colleen, that's right. When I first spoke with you guys earlier, this home over here was engulfed in flames. Since then, fire crews arrived on scene here and were able to put out those flames and save the home right next door. Earlier, I talked about how that homeowner came by to check her home. She was really worried. She was telling us how worried she was about how close those flames were to her property, but it appears that fire crews were able to spare her home. Again, earlier, these flames were just taking over this entire home as we were watching it burn, and that intense smoke that was taking over the area. And it appears now that there may be another spot fire towards the back of the home, but it's very difficult to see right now. But I say that just because of the amount of smoke that is behind there, and I believe that is where firefighters are right now. But again, the concerns of those wind gusts picking back up right now, so you can just feel the intensity of these winds and the concerns of more spot fires potentially starting and flames just jumping to other homes in this area. But for now, this home right here, they were able to put out those flames and save this home next door. Colleen, Michael?
You know, Camilla, it's remarkable. I was just telling Colleen that this was the same house that we showed no more than 30 minutes ago that was fully engulfed. You could see the flames coming out through the windows. And you spoke to the homeowner who lives to the right of this property, who obviously evacuated, but yet had no idea the status of her home.
Yeah, so she obviously, as you said, evacuated, but still does not know the status of her home right now. But the progress that was made here in those last 30 minutes was remarkable to see, because when we got here, those flames were so intense. And again, that homeowner, those flames were so incredibly close to her home, but thankfully they were able to put out those flames. And I want to go ahead and toss it over to some, we spoke earlier to several homeowners in this area who told us they actually stayed behind to help other homes, and they actually told us that they helped put out some fires. Let's go ahead and listen to what they had to say.
A lot of flames, a lot of smoke, a lot of wind. You know, it's been very catastrophic. And as you know, everyone knows, embers jump ahead as the wind blows, so they jump ahead of the fire and they catch things on fire. It's just, there's fire all the way around us, all the way around us.
Yeah, literally, you turn around 1 second, you're looking at the fire, look back to while you're firefighter, look back again, it's actually moved hundreds of feet in seconds. It goes that quick. Those embers go and poof, fire, because no rain.
Again, as he talked about those embers flying and just the concern with that due to these intense winds. But as you just heard, people helping people, doing what they can to help other homeowners in this area. But you know, back out here live again, one home at least here was spared this afternoon from those intense flames next door. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Camilla, thank you for that. We want to tell you now it is 4:30 straight up. We're continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire. We have been on the air bringing you live, continuous coverage since 11 a.m.
This fire is currently burning more than 1,200 acres in the Pacific Palisades area. There are closures out there. There are evacuations. More than 30,000 people have been forced to leave their homes. Some leaving their cars, just abandoning them in the middle of the road.
You're looking at that video right there. Those winds only expected to worsen tonight, with more than 10,000 homes threatened. We do want to remind our viewers an evacuation shelter has been established at Westwood Recreation Center. This is over at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
And this is exactly what they had to do with those cars. They brought in a bulldozer. They bulldozed those cars, those abandoned cars, out of the area so that first responders and fire crews could get in there.
NBC4's Robert Kovacic live there on Sunset Boulevard, near where people were being evacuated. And Robert, homes up in the hills are burning there, huh?
Yeah, just as you heard, it is just complete catastrophe. Everywhere you look, you just don't know what you're going to see here. And this is right here at the Highlands. And as you see a home there on fire, Scott's going to whip around here. And you see right now, basically, the Highlands Village has been completely spared, though the hills behind it have been charred. So the firefighting effort has been a hopscotch, if you will. You can still see some flames right here as you head up Palisades. And then we're going to take you, as you see the firefighting effort, we're going to take a walk here and be very careful, because the firefighting effort not only goes on, but so do the evacuations. And every now and then you're going to see the LAPD march people down here in their cars. But we want to show you here, as you see, that the winds have picked up considerably. The smoke continues to be an issue. There have been still evacuations, and we watch right now as they try and get people still out of this area. And we have talked about how difficult sometimes it is to maneuver out of these spaghetti streets, because these are very narrow and tough streets. So you see right here, you have an entire condominium complex, and look at the fire there that is raging behind it. We don't see any firefighting efforts there, but look at that fire pick up, and you just don't know if they can possibly get to it. The winds are pushing it right now. And Colleen and Michael, right before we came to you, saw a firefighter that I've worked with for decades. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "It's all going to the beach." He said everything right now is pushing towards the beach, and that is what we're witnessing. But let us take you down here and really give you an idea of the panic and the fear that must have set in for people. You showed a few minutes ago the bulldozer that was coming, that was pushing these cars out of the way. This is the bulldozer that's here, just in case this bulldozer is needed again. So the LA County Fire Department, this is Sunset and Palisades. Where you see right here, still the firefighting effort, still you see fire trucks, still you see LAPD officers trying to direct traffic, trying to get people out of here. But this is the aftermath of all of these cars that were abandoned. And you can see right now how important it was. Look at that fire truck heading east on Sunset now, having to get through the cars that they pushed out of the way. How are we doing, gentlemen? Evacuation still happening? Any injuries that you're hearing about? So far, so good. Okay, LAPD confirming evacuation still underway. So look right there. This is a fire truck right here. Looks like it says Hermosa Beach, if I can see on that truck. This is what is the path that they had to clear out because so many cars had suddenly had to be abandoned. So many cars had blocked Sunset here at Highland and the Palisades that they had to move these cars out of the way. So Redondo Beach is here on scene in this firefighting effort, but through wherever you look, you can turn 360 degrees. You will see smoke, you will see fire, you will see a destroyed home, and you will see an effort that only continues because right now you just don't know where you can possibly go to try and stop this thing from moving. But again, to quote our guys from the LAFD, this fire right now is heading towards the beach and it continues to burn right now. I'm going to show you right here with the Highlands. This is a condominium complex, an apartment complex that definitely has to be an area of concern right now because we are watching the flames behind it. We're going to keep our eye on it for you and we'll keep you posted.
All right, Robert, thank you. We have an update on that situation. It's not going to the beach. It's at the beach right now. We're going to switch live to NBC4's Tracy Leong. She's live along PCH near Will Rogers State Beach. Tracy, we understand you're seeing police evacuating people there?
Yeah, that's right, Colleen. Just within the last 10 minutes, we saw officers jump out of their patrol cars right here along PCH. They ran across the highway and they ran up that hillside to those homes that appear to be burning right now. The trees are burning. You can see those flames just taking over that one wall. We saw these two officers and they were yelling. They appeared to be talking to someone. They were telling them to get out. They were asking if they were okay. It's unclear. We couldn't see someone on the other side, but the cops were communicating with someone. And then just shortly after that, they jumped the fence and they are now inside that complex where there are just dozens of homes on this hillside, Colleen and Michael. And you can see right now, live on television, this home is burning down. And that is the home that the officers were trying to get to. We also saw other people who parked their cars and they were trying to get someone out of there. I believe they waved the cops down to alert them that they believe people are still inside these homes. And these flames, they are just moving so rapidly. These winds are so strong. They are blowing all this smoke in the area. Visibility is very low. It is difficult to see. It is difficult to breathe. We have seen fire trucks and police officers coming back along PCH. And again, a lot of people right now are trying to evacuate. They are trying to just get out of the area. So this is one of the main roads that people can use to access to get out. And again, we are already seeing these flames coming down. They've reached the beach. And I'm not sure if you can hear right now. You can hear these officers yelling. My photographer, Sean Browning, he's taking you over here right now. So these two officers, these are the two men that we saw run up that hillside. And it does, Sean, it does look like there's someone up there. It looks like there's someone up on the hillside. There's two people. I'm not sure if those are fire rescue crews, but they are trying to get inside this home that is actively burning, Colleen and Michael. And so these officers came back down. And if we get a little bit closer, was there someone inside? Was there someone inside? Okay. Not sure. There might be someone up there, but you can see this home is just crumbling from these intense flames, and there are just dozens of homes behind there. But we're going to keep an eye on this situation. For now, that's the very latest. Colleen, Michael, back to you.
Wow. All right, Tracy, again, get some water, catch your breath. The elements out there, obviously, doing a number on
yeah, and you can see the house there. When it goes quickly.
Yeah.
We did see two people in the backyard there. One appeared to be in civilian clothes. The other one might have been in uniform, but it was really hard to tell through all that smoke.
The hope is that nobody is inside of that home or anywhere near that home.
Yes.
All right, NBC4's Darcia Phillips with more on some houses burning there on Radcliffe Avenue.
Yeah, Michael, Colleen, we actually see maybe about 6 homes here on Radcliffe just going up in flames. We came down this street. We thought it was just 2, but take a long look down here. Almost every single home on this side of the street has gone up in flames, completely destroyed. This one actively burning right now. The one next to it also actively burning. And then just further down the road, we were able to walk down there. There are just skeletons of homes right now. So this is how quickly this fire is moving. We are not far from Pacific Palisades Charter High School, so that's where we are located. And right now, we do believe that everyone on this street has been evacuated, which is the good news. Sadly, though, people are going to be coming back to skeletons of homes, not able to come back home after this. But take a look how hot this fire is burning right now. It is burning through so much, and the wind continues to whip through this area. One thing I do want to mention, we do not see a firefighter in sight, and that is because this is so difficult to get a handle on. These fires are moving like a blowtorch with this wind, and the firefighters are struggling to keep up with it. Take a look at this over here that's going up. In just the past 5 minutes, we saw something burning on the other side of this area. I believe that's Haverford over there. It looks like a power line is on fire along with some trees and brush. But again, just really very close to structures. So we are seeing homes lost here in this fire. And again, first responders, we've seen them rushing around this area, trying to get everyone out of the area, get them evacuated and to safety. That, of course, is the #1 priority for these first responders. And then, of course, trying to save property. But the fast-moving flames, how fast this wind is blowing, makes it completely difficult for first responders to really get a handle on this. And again, we are also hearing explosions. A lot of those are tires of cars that are on fire. We did also see a gas line blow here in one of these homes. So a very dynamic situation. As I mentioned before, we are seeing homes that are burning actively here on Radcliffe. We'll send it back to you guys.
Darcia Phillips there again reporting live there for us on Radcliffe. Thought in the beginning, initially, there were 2 homes on fire. She counted as many as 5 or 6.
Yes. And nobody appears to be in the neighborhood, Darcia?
Nobody appears to be in the neighborhood. We do have several media who's here, just discovering that this is on fire, but we do not see anyone actively evacuating. So the hope is everyone was able to get out with their pets and with their loved ones. But again, I think what is so eerie is that we actually do not see any first responders here. And it's not because they don't want to be here. It's because this is moving so quickly that they are having to continue to try and save the property and the life that they can. This is a chimney that is smoking right here. The fire has gotten into the attic and in through the rest of the home, and now it's that smoke you see just pouring out of the chimney. It's really devastating to see these homes go up. People who left their homes thinking that they'd be able to come back to a home, maybe just leaving with the clothes on their back, and then having to come back to this is going to be devastating. It's going to be very difficult for so many of these folks. And again, like I said, we just saw 2 houses at first. We walked down the road a little bit, and it just continues to go on and on. At least 5 or 6 homes that have been burned. Colleen,
Okay.
Michael, we'll send it back to you.
Again, that's Radcliffe Avenue, and because it is moving so quickly, we're going to advise you to move out of the neighborhood as well.
All right, meteorologist Melissa McGee is back with another look at of course, the first alert forecast and, of course, the winds.
Yeah, it's really dangerous. I mean, just looking at those images with Darsha, Colleen, and Michael, typically we're talking about wildfire or this brush fire, and we're talking about containment in that area. Looking at her live pictures there, it's not just containment with the original fire source and that location, but also containment in terms of getting ahead of these hot spots. So now you've got flying embers falling on top of homes, on top of structures, just a really devastating situation there near the Palisades. So let's go back to the original source and just show you the observation data in that area. Look at these winds. We've got Topanga Beach up to 43 miles per hour, Santa Monica Mountains up to 62 miles per hour. So this is a wind-driven fire that we're tracking. It's a topography-driven fire as well. And now, not only do we have the topography in the sense that we're dealing with the hills and the foothills in that area, we've got a lot of dry fuel. Part of that fuel, the lifeguard station that we're seeing, the homes that we're seeing in that area, as well as the dry brush and the grass on the ground. Add on top of that the weather. In this situation, it's all about the Santa Ana winds. Those Santa Ana winds make this situation even more dangerous as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. It's not just for the Palisades. I want to show you the relative humidity across much of Southern California. Earlier today, when we were tracking the fire in the very latest with the conditions, we had relative humidity anywhere from 30 to about 45% across our entire area. It's dropping, and it's dropping quickly. Look at this. We're down into the teens for Lancaster. Van Nuys 13%, 21% there in West Covina, and we're down to 18% for the basin. So what does that mean in terms of fires in Santa Ana's? When you get these northeasterly winds that come through the canyons and the passes and going all the way down to the coast, all the way down to the beach, that Santa Ana wind, it warms, it compresses at the surface, and it dries out the atmosphere significantly. And we're starting to see more images pop up on the screen just to the left of me. I want to show you what to expect as we go throughout the rest of tonight. So we're tracking current conditions, the peak of the wind yet to arrive. So for the rest of the afternoon, from now until about 8, 9 o'clock, we've got winds anywhere from 20 to 50 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains, it's a little higher than that for you. So power outages is a big concern. Structure fires, brush fires, down trees. And then once we get into the peak intensity of this wind event, that's between 10 p.m. tonight until Wednesday, 5 o'clock in the morning. So we're calling for winds anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour across much of our area. Then you head up to the mountains. Then we'll have winds anywhere from 65 to 85 miles per hour, plus some isolated spots a little stronger than that. And then tomorrow morning, we've got that other burst of wind coming on through. So it's not just the high wind warning for all of our region, and even for areas that are typically wind sheltered, Beverly Hills, Pasadena, Altadena, the basin, as well as much of our area here. So we've got this red flag warning until 6 p.m. on Thursday evening, because the Santa Ana winds drying out the atmosphere, as we're seeing, unfortunately, this afternoon. This will elevate our extreme fire danger as we go throughout the rest of the evening. That's the very latest with weather and this windstorm that we're tracking. We've got more to come in just a little bit. I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, before we let you go here, we talk about the peak winds here tonight, ranging from 10 p.m. tonight until 5 a.m. Wednesday morning.
That's right. Right. So that's a long stretch of time, Michael, where we're tracking very extensive winds, and winds that we've yet to see so far our season, which is why the National Weather Service is using terminology like they're using, because they want people to be prepared. So in a situation with the Palisades fire, unfortunately, this serves as a reminder to be ready, set, go in a situation like this. Ready, preparing ahead of time. When the set happens, this is when you heed those warnings and take consideration of the evacuation orders, and then go is go when you see the flames and the fires coming in your area. So this, unfortunately, is serving as a reminder of what we need to do and how we need to prepare in the hours to come until this event wraps up.
We talk about a fire exploding. If you think about the fact that this started at 10:30 this morning, that's only almost 6.5 hours.
Right.
And we've seen this kind of destruction.
It's incredible, Colleen, and we were just talking about that. You know, when we were on the air, it was just a couple of acres at 10:30 in the morning, and then it grew to about 200, 300, and now we have more than 1,200 acres on top of the fact that you're dealing with residents who have homes that are burning, cars that are burning. So this all speaks to the magnitude of how intense those winds are as they come through, rushing through those mountains, the canyons and the passes. So it kind of acts like a funnel. I don't know if you guys have ever been in tall buildings and you're trying to walk through tall buildings. Once you walk through that pathway, it gets extremely cold and windy. Imagine that high up in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So all of that wind comes racing down from the mountains down to the canyons and the passes all the way down to the basin and the coast here in the Palisades. So we're tracking the conditions. Significant wind event. That's why it's so dangerous. That's why it's so strong, because of the level of the winds.
All right, Melissa, more to come. All right, appreciate it. Thank you. Homeowner that we met named Stewart talked to our Alex Rozier earlier near Glen Haven Drive. Take a listen.
Well, it started out as a brush fire pretty far up the hill, but with the winds, I had a feeling it was going to be driven down into all the neighborhoods, and it's starting to happen. This is Lockman, and it's burned sort of around this knoll for some reason. We're on a ridge, but it's burned down into Palisades Drive, down into that canyon, and it's gone over to Bienvenida down that canyon. So there's that school, St. Matthew's over there, and Calvary on Palisades Drive. Both, I'm sure, are evacuated.
So schools and homes impacted. A number of neighbors have already evacuated. What was your plan in here right now?
Just if there's like a little ember-driven fire right around the house that we can deal with, we'll do that. You know, if it fills in really hot and heavy, we're out of here, obviously.
And you can likely hear the wind that's hitting our microphone right now.
Exactly.
You said you've lived in the neighborhood for decades.
Yeah.
Has it ever gotten this close to your family's home?
It's never gotten this close. Yeah, not our house down by the village, and not this home on Lockman. It's been in the Highlands. We lived there for a little while. It's been around, but it's never burned this area.
As you stand here, the wind's blowing, the smoke around us, what's going through your mind?
It's a strong wind. It's stronger than normal, so that's what drives the fire. There could be an ember a half mile away, and it catches the wind, and it lands over here and starts a whole new deal. I've seen several of them just start out of nowhere. Like a big plume took off over to our right, and it's like, there goes another one. So if something like that were to land around us, we could put it out. That would be great. But if not, we'll get out of here.
They mentioned the key word here, and that is spotting. This morning, no one thought this would be on the beach, but it has crossed over PCH, as we've seen already. David.
Yeah, and Colleen, the long-range spotting of this fire is all due to the wind. It's carrying any ember that's being put up and essentially moving it hundreds of thousands of feet, if not potentially about a mile or so out ahead of the fire, which is sparking additional fires and making it difficult to keep up with. Here's a look at the current observations. You can see that in the mountains right now, we're seeing gusts up to 62 miles an hour. Down by the beach, we're still seeing pretty good gusts, up to 40 to 45 miles an hour. And through parts of Pacific Palisades, we've got some gusts up into the 20 to 30 mile per hour range. When we're talking about spotting, we're talking about these small embers going off and starting small fires in other locations. This is an example of it that actually happened during the bridge fire. Remember that was near the Mountain High area. So the fire was in the trees here, but I want you to pay attention to this meadow. I'm going to play this out in real time as it happened on one of the cameras. You see all this debris that's going by the camera shot right here? This is all just being kicked up by the wind. Some of this is ash. Some of this, though, are embers. And once they hit this dry grass, you'll notice a bunch of spot fires starting up here. See all these individual spot fires. And it doesn't take very long. Pay attention to the time here on the right side of the screen. It doesn't take very long for each of these individual spot fires to suddenly flare up, and it starts igniting this entire area, which is also helping to preheat it ahead of the fire that's coming out of the trees. And before you know it, by the time we get to about 25 seconds here, we've got a whole bunch of this area starting to light up, and then this will become engulfed with fire probably within the next 30 to 40 seconds or so. So that is the main concern, and we still have that tonight because we're still looking at another period of some very gusty winds for much of the region, including Pacific Palisades. This is an hour-by-hour forecast here, and you can see that over the next couple of hours, we still have some pretty decent gusts in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range. But suddenly, as we get closer and closer to midnight, it's that time frame we've been talking about, 10 p.m. to about 5 a.m., you'll see that the gust intensity suddenly cranks up, and we're potentially looking at gusts in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range or even stronger. So not only are we concerned about the potential for embers being spread by this gusty wind, we're also now going to be concerned about trees potentially coming down. That's a concern that we have across the entire region with this as the winds pick up. Right now, you can already see we've got some pretty strong wind gusts out there. Look at Van Nuys gusting up to 43 miles an hour right now. For Santa Clarita, we've got gusts into the 50-mile-per-hour range, currently 54-mile-per-hour gusts. And we're seeing these gusts in areas that are typically a little wind sheltered during Santa Ana wind events, such as around LAX, 36-mile-per-hour gusts right now. We've got 20-mile-per-hour gusts around West Covina. Ontario Airport is gusting to nearly 50 miles an hour. And again, this will intensify as we go through the next few hours. As you take a look across Ventura County into the San Fernando Valley here, we're going to start at 8 p.m. tonight. As we get closer to midnight, look at some of these gusts around some parts of the valley. Burbank gusting up above 60 miles an hour, 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts for Simi Valley and Porter Ranch. Even stronger in the mountains. This is our other concern down here. South of the Santa Monica Mountains, that includes the Pacific Palisades area, potentially looking at gusts 40 to 50 miles an hour. And this would go through the overnight into tomorrow morning. This is 7 a.m. Look at the gusts around Malibu. Look at the gusts around Point Mugu. Look at the gusts around Moore Park. Very strong wind gusts, 40 to 50 miles an hour or even stronger. And again, it's not only the fire concern that we're worried about, it's also the potential for trees to come down, tree damage, trees potentially falling into power lines. That could spark another fire. So there's a whole lot that we're going to have to pay attention to as we go through the overnight. This is just the very start of this wind event.
All right, just the start. All right, David, appreciate it. Thank you. Joining us on the phone now is Adam Handler, who abandoned his car earlier today, and that's exactly where Robert is. Adam, before we get to the property here, how are you doing?
Well, we're all fine. My wife and I and our dog are fine. We've evacuated, and we're with some friends in West L.A., and as far as we know, our house is fine, too. Car does not seem to be so fine.
Adam, we understand you were driving a black Audi. Is that the first one that's right there at the beginning of the dozer?
Yeah, that looks like the car. Yeah, that's it.
So describe
the driver's license.
Yeah, what happened? Why did you have to get out and go?
So my wife and I were in the car with our dog, and we thought everything was going to be fine. We were just going to go down Sunset to PCH and just get out of there. But the flames started, like palm trees near us started catching on fire, and then some flames came down the hill to the point where they may be like 10 or 15 feet away. And either a fireman or a policeman, I think it was a policeman, started telling everybody, get out of your car if you want to live. And he wasn't, just telling everybody, get out of your car, leave things, leave the car. You need to go now or the fire's going to burn you.
That had to be terrifying.
It was pretty terrifying, and the smoke was really thick, and there were like burning embers on the ground, and it was pretty scary.
So you're given those instructions by LAPD, I presume. What do you do at that point? You obviously abandoned the car. Where do you go?
So we actually had my wife and I were both out, so we had both come back, and that was. My wife was driving that car, and I couldn't get to her, so I parked on PCH, and I walked up to her, like about a mile and a half. And so I had gotten to her, so we actually had another car. So we walked down PCH to the other car, and that's the car we took. So we were lucky in having a car. But we were running into, like, neighbors and friends who were walking and getting out of there.
Adam, do you know the status of your home tonight?
As far as we know, for some people who haven't evacuated, the house is fine and doesn't seem to be in any immediate trouble. Our house is at the top of the hill, right next to the pump station, the LADWP pump station.
Mm-hmm.
So, but from people we know who are up there, that particular area of the Highlands seems to be okay. I feel really bad for people further down the hill. It was like terrible.
Why did you and your wife choose to evacuate? You still have neighbors who are there in the neighborhood. What prompted you to say it's time to get out?
Well, we didn't have a choice because we weren't at the house. Our housekeeper was there, and she brought the dog down and then left. But we couldn't get back up to the house, but I'm pretty sure we would have evacuated anyhow because why risk it?
Good answer.
I mean, when I was a kid, my house burned down. And so that was a pretty horrific experience. I wasn't there at the time, but fire's no joke.
Adam, how quickly did all of this happen for you? I mean, we've heard people who say, it was 15 minutes, it was 30 minutes, it was less than an hour. How quickly did you make that decision that you needed to get everybody out of your house?
Well, like I said, we weren't in the house, but I think...
But your housekeeper.
So we told her, as soon as we were seeing tentative evacuation orders, that it was time for her to leave and get out of there, because we wanted to make sure that, she was safe and her dog was safe. We told her to leave as soon as we started getting the temporary evacuation orders. And, we were actually trying to get back up to the house, but we would have just got up there, grabbed the dog and some valuables and just left. I mean, we wouldn't have stayed around. Other people seem unconcerned.
Before we let you go, we have just a couple of seconds here. Have you made the call to the insurance company at all?
I sent them an email.
Have you heard back?
I have not heard back yet, but I haven't checked. But, hopefully it's covered. I'm not sure what the rules are for when you're told by the police to abandon your car, that a bulldozer comes and gets it. A little unusual.
I'm not sure either. There may be some fine print, but we're not sure.
Yeah,
so.
please keep us updated for sure.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, good to hear you're safe. All right, thank you very much, Adam. All right, it's just about 5 o'clock, and we're continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire. Good evening once again, everybody. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Colleen Williams. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. We've been covering this fire since it broke out, bringing you live coverage since about 11 a.m. this morning.
Homes destroyed in a dangerous wildfire burning in Pacific Palisades. Evacuation shelters have been set up as residents were forced to leave at a moment's notice and get to safety.
I grabbed everything as fast as possible, hopped in the car, and then waited on Palisades Drive. I did attempt to go down Palisades Drive, but it was like a tornado of fire all around me.
Firefighters are hard at work, and some residents say they have never seen anything like this.
How long have you lived in the neighborhood?
30 years.
This the closest that you've seen it to your house?
Yeah.
NBC4 News at 5 starts with breaking news.
Well, that fire is currently burning more than 1,200 acres in the Pacific Palisades area, prompting closures, evacuations. More than, get this, 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate, some actually leaving their cars in the middle of the road. And we've seen one lifeguard tower there on fire.
And that's what we're looking at right there. The winds only expected to get worse tonight, with more than 10,000 homes threatened. We continue our live team coverage with NBC4's Karma Dickerson. She is live in a neighborhood right now where homes are, you can see, burning directly behind her.
Fire continues underway here on Lockman Lane now. Depending on where you are, you might see a part of the street that's completely clear, or you might see a scene like the one we have behind me. We've seen at least 4 different homes just on this stretch of Lockman. It's the 1400 block that are in some state of burning to the ground. This is one we've been focusing on for most of the day after we saw the flames come up within a matter of minutes, and firefighters really be taken I don't want to say off guard, but they realized pretty quickly that there was not much they could do to stop this home from burning. And so they focused on their efforts on making sure the fire did not spread to any other nearby homes. The wind so strong in this case that the flames overtook the home. It appeared from the rear pretty quickly and moved its way forward. And now we see there's not much left of it. Not much of a roof, not much of the foundation or the framework. Nevertheless, firefighters are working on all sides to make sure this doesn't blow to the house next to it. We talked with the woman who lives next door, and she says they've basically been watching in terror, wanting to see what was going to happen next. Fortunately, it looked like the winds are blowing the fire away from her home. Nevertheless, she's not sure of what to do next because there are not many options for getting out of the neighborhood at this point. There are so many fire crews on the ground. The smoke is so heavy. There are fire hoses. It's not really a safe area to be out driving around. So really they're hunkered down, hoping for the best right now and just listening for what their next steps should be. We do want to show you what happened as we first came to this house as it was burning, though. A little bit of a bright spot, if you can call it that. Firefighters coming out with the belongings of the residents in their hands. They were carrying photo albums. They were carrying what looked like antiques. They carried out a grandfather clock. And I asked what was going on, and they said, we're just trying to save something, trying to do what we can. Maybe this will give them a little bit of comfort. That was the sentiment as they walked out of this house with the few things that they were able to save. Now, these flames have been going strong since at least about 2:45. So to give you an idea, this has really just been consistent despite the efforts of firefighters actively fighting this fire. These flames have not relented, and the wind is just one of the big reasons why. There simply wasn't much they can do. What they have been able to do, though, is make sure it hasn't spread beyond this particular home. If we want to show you, though, a little bit further down the road is what we are dealing with the winds. Another home burning in the distance there. Again, this is the 1400 block of Lockman. And we continue to see this street be an area where there are a lot of spot fires. There are a lot of crews actively working to stop homes burning. But yes, there have been several homes lost just along this particular stretch of the roadway. The smoke is thick, it's heavy, it's hard to breathe, it's hard to see, and it really has been pretty relentless for hours. This has been the situation on this part of the road. Most people in this area are gone. Every now and then we do see a homeowner stick their head out, and so we're trying to make sure people know that they are supposed to be keeping this area clear. But if they haven't, at this point, there's not a lot of options that people have. As a matter of fact, I do see a gentleman here. I just want to ask if we can ask what brings him out. Hi, sir. My name's Carm. I'm a reporter with NBC. I'm so glad to see you're okay. I've been seeing you stick your head out. Do you live nearby?
I live next door.
Next door? Oh, I think I talked to your wife. She was very worried. How are you guys doing?
We're okay. We might be okay. I don't know. We don't know yet.
We've been watching firefighters fight on all sides around your home. What are you able to see?
We got fire on all of our sides of the home, and this is the last side. So if we get lucky and this is out, we might save the home.
What are your plans for this evening, as we know these winds are not dying down anytime soon, and this fire has been burning for a couple of hours now?
I'm just going to stick around and save my home, try to save my home.
What other measures are you taking?
That's all I can do.
Is that what you all are doing, using your own hoses and your own water around the house?
Yeah, I use the pump that pumps the water out of the pool as well, and that was very helpful.
And do you have a plan for what happens if things take a turn, if things get worse?
I'm just going to stay home until the last minute.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us. Good luck to you tonight. Please be safe out there. Guys, this is the latest from Lockman Lane. We're on the 1400 block where homes are burning. Some residents, as you hear, are staying, but most people have left this area. I'll send it back to you.
Karma, thank you. By our count, at least 3 homes in that area burned since about 2 o'clock this afternoon. NBC4's Robert Kovacic is live right now at Palisades and Sunset. And apparently, Robert, the flames are getting close to homes there and an apartment complex as well.
Let's show you, Colleen. I just want you to know we have an evacuation route right here that we can look clearly down this path. We only hope that the people who live in this vast apartment complex have it as well. These are the flames right here. This is the back of the Highlands complex here, and you can see already that the embers have begun to latch on to the beams and to the frames of this structure. We only hope that they can withstand the fire, because what you see here is not only a fire that is burning here at Palisades and Sunset, which has really just been the heart of the matter for several hours right now, but what you don't see is any firefighting effort, and that's because, honestly, they don't know where to turn first. We have seen firefighters do what they can, structure protection, trying to save homes, but this is a fire, as we know, that is pushed by winds, that is pushed by these fast-moving winds throughout the day. And hang on one second, I'm just going to walk right here and see if I can talk to this person.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
So have you seen any evacuations here at all?
Yeah, just then.
Just now?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's it looking on the other side?
Pretty hectic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so have we seen any fire on this side of the apartment complex?
I don't think so.
No, just here so far.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
No worries.
Always appreciate your work. These are our stringers that have been working with us throughout the day and throughout the years here. So this is just part, Colleen and Michael, of a very large Highlands apartment complex here. It appears to be pretty much empty. Haven't seen a lot of people leave. Haven't seen a lot of people still inside. So remember, we're talking about an evacuation order for all of Pacific Palisades. When was the last time we've ever said that? An evacuation order for all of Pacific Palisades. These people have been told to leave, and we understand that most of them, it appears, looking at this, have. But we have this apartment complex right now, and again, it stretches from here all the way over to Sunset and Highland. And as we come back here, we're going to go down the street with you for a second. As you continue to watch the firefighting effort, there are flames throughout both sides of the road because the embers have pushed this fire. We've talked about how the fire is already at the beach, but this is where the fire still continues to burn. We have fire trucks now still racing. We've seen Hermosa Beach arrive here. We've seen Redondo Beach arrive here. We've seen Point Doom lifeguards come here and try to help. And look at here, we've got the LA Fire Department running down Sunset Boulevard. This is Sunset West heading towards the beach. And right there at that intersection right here, look at all of these cars. All of these cars, I guarantee you, are people evacuating, still being pushed out of Highlands. Here, this complex and this neighborhood here in Pacific Palisades, one after the other cars. We saw a woman who had to leave because of the Franklin fire. We saw other people who had to leave because this was the first fire that they've ever encountered. People who said that they are just so exhausted by this because, as Governor Newsom said in the news conference, we were just here weeks ago with other fires, with the Franklin fire, and now here we go again. But this is a fire unlike we have ever seen in several years. A fire that exploded from this morning, that forced the cars right up here on Sunset and Palisades to be evacuated by people who ran for their lives, people who feared they wouldn't get out in time, who had to abandon their cars. And you can imagine, altogether, it must have just been a mass exodus. But what they did is they left their cars behind, and now most of those cars severely damaged by the bulldozers that had to push them away. So this right now, for the Palisades, is part of the center of the firefight. And you see right here, people still trying to get out and people still evacuating, realizing that right now, this fire is here to stay, and it is still causing widespread damage. As we continue to look here to see what is going to happen here at the Highlands apartment complex where the fire is now threatening. Let's go back to you.
All right, yeah, Robert, thank you. Robert talked about the evacuations, about the entire area of the Pacific Palisades evacuated, and we heard from the fire chief that encompasses 30,000 people and well over 10,000 residences.
And Robert's on one side. He's on the Sunset Boulevard side of where it connects with PCH. All the way on the other side at Topanga Canyon, that's what we're looking at here. We understand this is a business that is on fire at Topanga Canyon and PCH. We're trying to get some confirmation on what business it is there. But keep in mind, that's very close to where the fire burned, that Franklin fire, not that long ago. And I can tell you, I've looked at some of the reports or the releases from Pepperdine. They've been through this before very recently, and they're keeping an eye on the situation. They say they have a plan in place just in case the flames should encroach on their area as they did in the Franklin fire. I mean, got very, very close on campus there. But again, this is Topanga Canyon and PCH.
All right. As we give you this shot, we want to take you now to NBC4's Alex Rozier. He's live for us there on Telham and Lockman Lane. Alex.
Yeah, we've been monitoring this scene right here on Telham near Lockman. There are a number of LA City firefighters that have been on scene. About 10 minutes ago, they used a saw to cut open that garage, and they've been working to put out flames ever since. At brief moments, you can see the silhouette of the firefighters that are fighting this at this home right near Telham and Lockman. That is ongoing right now. And we've been driving around the neighborhood over the last hour, and it's a different story block by block. I want to show you another scene that we shot about an hour and a half ago when we were at Scenic Place and Enchanted Way. There was another home there that was catching fire, and the neighbor's house was in flames too. As Colleen noted earlier in the broadcast, you know, this is a very densely populated residential neighborhood, and these firefighters are working with urgency to contain the fire as quickly as they can if it hits one of these homes so that it doesn't spread to the next. And as we bring you back out live here on Telham Way, that's what they're working and that's what they're up against right now. But the reality is this: we've been talking about it as an ambulance is passing right here, but we've been talking about it throughout the day that the winds are going to get stronger and more intense as the day goes on. And I can tell you right now, just standing out here over the last 30 minutes, the winds have definitely intensified. You can see the thick black smoke that is coming here on Telham Way, but thankfully it appears a large majority of the people who live here have evacuated and have listened to the orders. I do want to say, in driving around over the last hour, a large majority of the homes that we saw were saved by the firefighters, at least right now. But unfortunately, there are the homes like this one, and I witnessed myself at least a handful. So these firefighters right here aggressively fighting this, and we'll bring you the latest as we have it. Look at that ember right there.
Boy, and that's some of what we've been talking about, the spotting. That one didn't go far. I mean, that blew off that house just a few feet, but with winds like this, you can see spotting for several miles ahead of the fire, and it's why we're seeing the fire reaching across PCH, across Pacific Coast Highway, all the way to the beach tonight. Our Melissa McGee is here with us right now. She's here to talk about some of the winds. And again, the worst is not here, according to the forecast.
That's what we've been saying, and that's exactly right, Colleen and Michael. We're still tracking those strong winds that will likely move in later on tonight, overnight into our Wednesday morning. So we're not even seeing the most peak intensity in terms of the winds. In terms of the latest data, more changes are happening as we speak. The winds are starting to ramp up across areas in the Palisades as well as Topanga Beach, Santa Monica Mountains. We're starting to see that relative humidity lower. Look at this. We're down to 11% there in Topanga Beach, so the atmosphere is really drying out. And it's not just the Palisades. Everybody is dealing with these strong, significant, damaging, destructive winds at this hour. Fremont Canyon, Santa Ana Mountains and the foothills there, 80 miles per hour. Not really touched on Orange County or the IE because a lot of the concentration today with the strongest winds have been out across areas in LA and Ventura counties. Now some of that wind opportunity moving in across those communities as well. Pacoima, 78 miles per hour. Saugus, 55. East Simi Valley, or east of Simi Valley, and at 58 miles per hour. Then I put LAX on here and at 44 miles per hour because typically LAX is wind sheltered when you're talking about a Santa Ana wind event. They don't typically get on the activity, but because this is so widespread, you're starting to see why this is damaging tonight. I want to show you the current wind gusts across the region. Santa Clarita, we've got a gust up to 54 miles per hour, a gust there in Santa Ana up to 46 miles per hour. But then I want you to concentrate on the colors here. We've got purples, we've got lavender, we even have reds. ahead, that's an indication of winds anywhere from 50 to about 70 miles per hour or higher. Also, the relative humidity is starting to lower as well. Red flag warnings have been posted even after the most intense winds move in and move out of our region. Red flag warning stays up until 6 p.m. on Thursday, and relative humidity is dropping down into the teens in some spots, where earlier today and earlier this morning we had a relative humidity anywhere from about 30 to about 45%. That's changing. Storm reports to tell you about, in the sense that we've got a lot of damaging winds moving in across areas and across communities here. So near Beverly Hills, we had a tree that was reported down in the road close to Beverlyville Drive and between Cisco and Beverlywood. In Rancho Cucamonga, we had a semi-truck overturn on the freeways there. Running Springs and even areas in San Bernardino County, we had winds anywhere from 70 to 77 miles per hour. Let's talk about what's to come as we go throughout the rest of tonight. Wind gust futurecast showing you 7 p.m. tonight. Not even in the thick of it right now, but we're starting to see those gusts pop up in Pomona up to 44 miles per hour. Then 10 o'clock, we've been talking about the height of the winds moving on through 10 p.m. overnight into 5 a.m. on Wednesday. That's when these winds will be even stronger than what they are right now. So the concern is still there. Rapid fire growth is still there as well. Look at some of these gusts. 10 o'clock tonight, we'll have winds gusting up to 44 miles per hour in San Bernardino, close to 40 in Riverside, gusting in the San Gabriel Valley and the mountains here anywhere from 70 miles per hour or higher. Then we go throughout the overnight hours and into our Wednesday morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. This is still a factor in terms of those very strong winds. So red flag warnings do stay up across our region, a drop in that humidity as we go throughout the rest of tonight. And this is a long duration Santa Ana wind event, which is rapidly spreading these fires, as we're seeing now in the Palisades, and we'll continue to watch what's to come for the rest of tonight. Colleen and Michael, I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, we're going to put up a picture on the screen here. I want you to take a close look at it. I understand this is a camera that's positioned at LAX. It's pointed towards the Palisades area. Now, we always say fire looks worse at night because you can really see it. In this case, there's no getting worse at night. This is a fire that has burned over 1,200 acres so far. That number we heard at about 4:30 this afternoon. No doubt it has grown. 30,000 people affected here, 30,000 people evacuated, 10,000 households in the danger zone, as we say here. In fact, as Robert Kovacic put it just a few minutes ago, when is the last time you've heard that all of Pacific Palisades is evacuated? We've seen, I would say, Michael, at least a dozen homes go up in flames this afternoon. That's by our count. There's no containment on this fire so far, and no specific number on the number of homes burned. But again, this will just give you an idea of the magnitude of what we're talking about here. This fire stretches from Sunset Boulevard all the way to Topanga Boulevard, and it has crossed over PCH. It has burned at least one lifeguard tower and has threatened, it was burning in the parking lot of Mastro's, just to give you an idea of a landmark if you're familiar with the area.
And you talk about the number of structures that at least we have seen destroyed. This fire has become much more aggressive with each minute. I mean, it's gotten, with our coverage, we've seen more destruction, more damage. So again, this is a 12-acre brush fire now, 1,200 acres plus. It started at 10:30 this morning with a 10-acre brush fire. So you can talk about how fast this has grown over the course of 6+ hours.
We do not use the word explodes lightly here. Yeah. This one really did explode. But once again, we wanted to give you an idea of the magnitude of this fire. This is a camera at LAX pointed towards the Palisades area.
All right, we want to get now to NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi. She's off of Telem and Donair Way. Camilla.
Michael and Colleen, the winds here have only intensified just in the last 10 minutes, and now another fire truck here is coming up on the street because now the focus is turning to what you see out in the distance there, those flames that have flared up just in the last 5 minutes. The visibility, it's very difficult to see right now. We can't tell if it's a hillside or if it's a home that is burning, but that just gives you an idea of just how quickly things can change here due to the severity of these gusty winds. And firefighters were just here on this street putting out this house right here. that went up in flames this afternoon that we watched burn, and the flames were so intense they almost attacked the home next door, and luckily firefighters were able to spare that home. But that just gives you an idea of how quickly things can change here, just because of the intensity of the winds and those embers flying, and then you thinking about just the amount of brush that is surrounding this area, making the firefighting efforts here very challenging. And firefighters have been here for the last several hours focusing on containment. They told me that they're also working on containing another fire that started just below this other home here on my right. So again, their focus is on, again, containment and making sure that these flames don't spread to other homes. But again, with the conditions and these winds that are only expected to get worse later tonight, it's very, very concerning. Colleen, Michael.
You know, as we look at your picture there, it's hard to see. The firefighters really seem to establish a defensive stand in this neighborhood. Can you give us an idea how close the flames are to this neighborhood?
It's very difficult to tell. I would say we're downhill here, so there are a number of homes directly threatened by those flames up there, but it is because of the low visibility, it's very difficult to tell if that's a hillside or if it's a home that is burning right now. I asked earlier the firefighter if they have several crews now that are going to be heading toward that direction. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation here and bring you another update as soon as we learn more. But again, these winds are intensifying at this hour. You can just see those embers flying here on this street. Colleen and Michael.
All right, good to see that at least firefighters are within that particular neighborhood, but we go from live shot to live shot, and it's the same scene, the same scenario. Destruction, we see homes on fire. Let's get to NBC4's Tracy Leong. She's live along PCH near Will Rogers State Beach. Tracy. Wow.
All right, Michael, you could just see how intense these winds are. My photographer, Sean Browning, and I, at moments, we feel these winds just blow us over as well. You can see the entire sky since we've last been on air with you, completely dark. We've moved down just about a block. We're still at Will Rogers State Beach, but here along the bluffs, you can see those flames, those glowing flames, dozens of homes up on the hillside. You could see those trees just burning, flames just shooting up from there, and that wind continuing to push these embers. We have seen ember after ember fly across this area. And we're in the parking lot of the Will Rogers State Beach, but if you can see, I know it's really dark, there are several trees that have burned as well, and that's because those embers from these strong winds, they've been blown over, they've blown across PCH, and we've seen trees just here at Will Rogers State Beach go up in flames. So that is just another huge concern. And what's scarier is we are even at the most intense part of these winds. It's going to get a lot worse, and the smoke, the visibility is extremely difficult to breathe, to see, and we continue to see cars driving back and forth. Again, this is PCH. For everyone who needs to evacuate, this is the main road that they need to use. These are the emergency crews that are driving here as well, and I'm sure you can hear that intense wind just fueling everything right now. But we're going to continue to monitor this. We have seen fire crews up in these hillsides, but right now, Michael and Colleen, it looks like those homes might be a complete and total loss. That's the very latest out here. Back to you in the studio.
Tracy, you say that you continue to see fire crews within the area. Any idea whether they're tending to what we're seeing up on that ridge there?
You know, from my vantage point, Michael, it's difficult because we're near Tahiti Avenue, and that road kind of bends around. So from where I'm standing, I can't see them, but I do see emergency crews going back and forth. The hillside that I was at earlier, I did see some fire crews get in behind, but where we are, the roads that you would access, we can't see from where we're standing over by PCH.
Tracy, when we checked in with you last, there was a house that was catching fire. There were a couple people in the backyard. There were LAPD officers trying to evacuate them or encourage them to leave. Do we have any more on that story? Is there an update?
So, Colleen, Sean is pointing his camera towards that area. So you see those flames, that home that we saw burning down, probably about 50 feet behind those orange flames that we see. We did see the entire house. It appeared to be burning, and we actually had to leave that area, Colleen, because that thick black smoke, it was just filling that parking lot, and we really couldn't breathe. It didn't feel that it was going to be safe there. We started to see embers flying in, and those are the palm trees we started to see just go up in flames. So that's why we moved. I tried talking to the officers when they came down. I tried to get confirmation. We still don't know if anyone was inside, if they were rescued, but we did see that home appear to burn down, and we left there just shortly after.
Hey, Tracy, before we let you go here, and we appreciate this, how has the situation changed here over the course of the last 30 minutes? Has it become more intense, more aggressive?
Yeah, it's become more aggressive. It's become more intense. You know, what's difficult is this smoke. I mean, when we first arrived, it was difficult to see. The sky was gray. It was smoky. But now it's completely black. You can't even see. You can barely see maybe 30 feet ahead of you. So that's a big concern if you're driving here and you need to get out. Sean's showing you the beach right now. The beach completely covered with smoke. You can see those embers continue to fly. It looks like they're landing on the sand right now, but these winds, they are so extreme. It's even difficult for me to stand and hold my ground because they just come and they kind of come, they're really intense. As soon as they hit you, it's almost like a force that you just got to hold yourself up. But it only seems to getting a lot more aggressive as the time goes on, Michael and Colleen.
Oh, we definitely see that, Tracy. And I want to remind people, as we look at you, you're in a parking lot here. That area behind you where we see all those cars racing by, that is PCH, Pacific Coast Highway. That is closed all the way from roughly the tunnel or Lincoln all the way to Topanga Canyon. What you're seeing in the back there are people evacuating and first responders, and obviously you see a lot of them with lights and sirens going.
All right, Tracy, appreciate it. Thank you. It's 5:30, and we are continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire. We have been on the air bringing you live team coverage now for well over 6 hours.
This fire exploding in size since this morning about 10:30, currently burning more than 1,200 acres. We expect that number will grow. This is in the Pacific Palisades area. It's prompting closures, evacuations. More than 30,000 people have been forced to flee their homes.
Yeah, the winds, and you've obviously heard them in our reporters' live reports, only expected to worsen here tonight. More than 10,000 homes are threatened, and we have already seen dozens of homes destroyed.
As you've seen, our team of reporters spread out across the area, giving you the most updated information. We're going to check in right now, though, with meteorologist David Bigger, who's tracking the peak of these winds. And David, that's yet to come?
Exactly, Colleen. We likely have to wait until we get closer to 10 o'clock this evening before we start to see the winds pick up again. I mean, they're already starting to pick up now, but that peak of the wind will probably be somewhere between 10 o'clock this evening and 5 o'clock in the morning for tomorrow, depending on location. I wanted to quickly show you what this looks like from space. This is actually a satellite view of what we call fire temperature. So the brighter that these pixels are, the more intense the fire is burning. And the important thing that we've noticed out of this is that the area has been slowly expanding. We've obviously been keeping track of that with all of our reporters out in the field today, just how quickly this fire has spread. But also, it is still very bright, as seen from satellite hundreds of miles up. It is still very intense out there currently, and this is likely going to get a little bit worse as the winds start really ramping up. So here's a look at the current wind conditions out there right now. I want to split kind of the two observation sites here. So we've got Topanga Beach and Pacific Palisades. Both these observation sites a little bit lower in elevation, more kind of what you would expect around the areas closer to Pacific Palisades and Topanga Beach, obviously down by the beach. In fact, this observation site is right on the other side of PCH from the beach itself. You can see that both spots are reporting winds at about 10 to 15 miles an hour, though it's been a little bit variable here. It's kind of switching directions around, but we've been seeing gusts about 20 to 30 miles an hour. But as you get higher and higher up in elevation, as you get closer to the ridge lines, you start to see some more impressive gusts. For example, here's the Santa Monica Mountains It's an observation site that is on one of the ridge tops. Right now, 34-mile-per-hour sustained winds, but we have gusts of 53 miles an hour right now. The other thing you'll notice on here is that the humidities are still very low out there. We're looking at humidity down around 12% for Topanga Beach, but for the other observation sites reporting about 20 to 25% humidity. So let's talk a little bit about what the next couple of hours are going to look like. So for Pacific Palisades itself, we're just going to focus initially, and then I'll take you through parts of Ventura County and LA County. We're looking at the wind gusts remaining in about this 35 to 40 mile per hour range for at least the next few hours. But then as we get closer and closer to midnight, again, that 10 p.m. start time about, we start to see the wind gust intensity really ramp up. Now, this is just a sampling of the gusts, meaning that we could potentially have gusts higher than 50 miles an hour, but probably in about that 45 to 55 mile per hour range. And that'll be very brief. And then the intensity will come down as we go through the morning. But notice that all the way through 6 a.m., the gusts are still around 30 miles an hour or stronger. So even if we just get a very brief pulse of wind tonight, which it doesn't look like is going to play out, it looks like we're going to have several hours of this, we would still have a lot of wind coming our way for tomorrow morning. Let's talk a little bit about some of the winds around the area right now. Then I'll get into the future cast. You can see that currently Van Nuys is gusting up to about 32 miles an hour. But if you look toward the eastern portions of the San Fernando Valley closer to Burbank and the Verdugo Mountains, you've got this purple coloring here and even this little bit of a pink shading. That's wind gusts on our scale 40 to 50 miles an hour and a little bit stronger. So we're starting to see some of that around the eastern San Fernando Valley. For portions of Santa Clarita, we're looking at gusts about 50 miles an hour, i.e. wind tunnel south of the Cajon Pass. Very windy right now. We've got some gusts above 40 miles an hour. And Orange County now also starting to see some of these impressive gusts with 46 mile per hour wind gusts being reported in Santa Ana. And look at LAX, 41 mile per hour gusts. And that's typically a spot that's pretty wind sheltered during Santa Ana winds. So this is definitely a bit of a different kind of windstorm than we're used to with our Santa Ana winds. So here's what it looks like by 9 o'clock this evening. So we've got Ventura County on here and the San Fernando Valley over here. You'll notice that we've already got some pretty impressive winds around Porter Ranch. Wind gusts above 40 miles an hour. Look at Malibu, look at Topanga Beach. Also looking at wind gusts above 40 miles an hour. As we get closer and closer to midnight, though, look at the gust intensity ramping up. This is what we've been very concerned about because you can see, especially as you look toward Burbank, 61 mile per hour gusts. We're starting to ramp the gusts into the damaging wind territory. This is where we start taking trees down in places. In some cases, you can start taking fences down if they're kind of weakly built. But essentially, this is where we're concerned that we're going to start losing a lot of trees tonight. We're probably going to have a bunch of power outages. And again, look at the timing. This is 11 o'clock this evening, so a lot of folks will probably be in bed and then suddenly have the power go out, but you'll be hearing this wind all the way through the morning. This is 7 a.m. Look at some of these wind gusts along the coastline, above 50 miles an hour. We're still seeing some very strong gusts around Camarillo, still seeing some impressive gusts around the San Fernando Valley as well. And it's not just the San Fernando Valley, it's also the San Gabriel Valley that we're keeping track of. Essentially anywhere that's got a mountain range or a set of hills, the south side of it, looking at some impressive gusts tonight. In fact, here's what it looks like by 10 p.m. Look at Pasadena and Duarte as well as Glendora, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. And again, that's the kind of wind speed we need to start seeing trees come down. So we're obviously concerned not just for the fire area, but for a good portion of the region tonight, guys, just because of how strong the winds are going to be. And again, that time frame, it's probably around 10 o'clock this evening through about 4 or 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right, David, thank you for that. Darsha Phillips is standing by live right now. Apparently, she's near Palisades Charter High School. Darsha, we understand there might be fire on the property there.
Yeah, Colleen, fire is surrounding the high school here, and we have seen some athletic buildings that are on fire. I haven't seen any of the main buildings on fire, but take a look at the pool right here. It is just covered with ash and smoke. The water pretty much black at this hour. You also hear those fire alarms going off, and again, we did witness several athletic buildings on the baseball field go up in flames. Really sad for the kids that go to this school to see this happening right here. Now, I do want to show you what's going on just across the street. This is Temescal Canyon. Lots of homes have burned. It also looks like another business or possibly assisted care facility that's also on fire here. But this is these winds. Take a look at this. You can hear it and you see those embers how much they are able to just kind of go with the wind, and that's why this fire is moving so quickly. You saw several first responders going down Temescal Canyon Boulevard. We've also seen so many of them surrounding the high school here. When we first got here about 2.5 hours ago, this was the main concern. We saw a lot of first responders heading to the high school to try to do structure protection. But Colleen, I have covered a lot of fires. These winds are extreme. They are like none I have ever felt before. My photographer and I are having a hard time staying put when some of these gusts come through, and you can see just how fast they're moving through this area. They're burning through homes. This home really just completely gone. You see the chimney there, but you barely see the structure at all. And this is on the other side of Radcliffe where we were, where at least 6 to 8 homes had burned. So this is how quickly this fire is moving. And again, you can see the dark black smoke here on Temescal Canyon Road here. We see a lot of this home right here about to go up in flames. We see this fire. It looks like it's at the top floor, possibly in the attic, and that house is going to go as well. This has been really tragic to see so many homes go up so quickly. And also, what I do want to mention is when we've covered other fires, we have seen first responders at least try to do structure protection, try to save at least a portion of these homes. But this fire is moving so quickly that these first responders are having to try and get ahead of it, try to save as many homes as possible. And of course, their main priority right now is getting everyone out here. Now, we have seen people evacuated, but we have also seen several people still here in these neighborhoods. Such a dangerous situation. We just saw 2 people in their cars racing away. When you are told to evacuate, when you start seeing the sky fill with smoke, like we were reporting all yesterday, you do not have to wait for someone to tell you to evacuate. When you see this smoke and you see this fire, you need to get out of here. So, you know, they are trying to make sure that everyone is out of these neighborhoods safely. But unfortunately, Colleen, Michael, what we are seeing are some people who have stayed behind and now are racing to get out of these neighborhoods. Here's another first responder coming down Temescal Canyon, again, trying to get into these neighborhoods to make sure everyone is okay and everyone is out. But again, these are conditions unlike I've ever experienced before with these winds, how strong they are. You can hear it whipping through my microphone. You can see how difficult it is for us to stand here because when these winds gusts come through, it is so intense. And when it hits that fire and that flame, it is like a blowtorch. Colleen, we'll send it back to you.
You know, before you go very quickly, Darcy, are you still with us? Michael and I were talking about this earlier. The water supply out there, when you talk about all of the Palisades has been evacuated and all the firefighters out there, when you look back and see how they're trying to protect this school, does there appear to be a problem with water supply at all?
You know, that is a really great question. We are not hearing or seeing any water drops, which is another thing that you would think that we are seeing. And we actually haven't seen firefighters trying to douse the area with water. And I do not know what the water supply situation is at this time, but we do know when this was happening. Actually, we're going to come over this way. We do see some firefighters working over here at Pali High School, I think, trying to figure out exactly what is going on. Oh, it looks like something has caught fire. But again, the situation is so extreme when it comes to trying to get ahead of these things. And honestly, Colleen, I don't know if they were able to put something out. Oh, it looks like a building. You see that building right over there? This is the Pali Charter High School property, and we do see what appears to be a building on fire. Really tragic here. But again, take a look at these conditions. Wow. This would be so difficult for them to even put water on this because the wind is blowing so hard. So right now, I think that they're just trying to make sure that everyone is okay and protect what they can when it comes to structures and make sure that they themselves are okay. It's a very difficult, very dynamic situation out here, Colleen, again, unlike that we've ever experienced before.
All right, Darcia Phillips there live near Palisades Charter High School. I checked their website earlier today. They continue their winter break this week. So at least some good news there for them, but obviously returning back to school next week with some damage to assess.
Sadly, they will be going in to see at least one or more of their buildings damaged. You are right about that.
All right, we want to get to NBC4's Robert Kovacic. He's live there at Palisades and Sunset Forest. Robert, wow, active flame behind you there.
Well, you know what? This is what's interesting and also terrifying. We are on Sunset. We were talking about the flames that were pushing towards the ocean. This is now pushing east. We are on Sunset Boulevard, and you can see that the wind has shifted direction, at least for this moment. And here, right before, as the sun started to set, you really felt the winds pick up, and you can see that they are really pushing now. Look at that. Pushing east on Sunset, a road that is completely closed off. And if you think this fire hasn't spread, Scott, just turn around right here. This is right outside of the Fellowship of Realization. The fire now burning on this side of Sunset. Again, everywhere you turn, you see some type of flames, you see some type of activity. But just when you start to think the fire is heading in one direction, it is now pushing in another direction. So we have seen fire crews now begin to turn and leave Sunset pushing west, and now Sunset heading east, because again, you just don't know where this fire is going next. And be very careful, Scott, as you stand here. This is, you see, probably a car looking to get out of the way, because just when you think that you're going to be out of harm's way, you see the fire has shifted direction. And look at the winds, how it is pushing these flames right here. You can feel it. And this is one of those gusts that Melissa and David and everyone has been talking about that we are expecting. These are the gusts. And look right now, just embers flying now up Sunset Boulevard, heading away. There's structures right there on top. There are other homes right here that are threatened. I don't even know what is on fire right over across here on Sunset, but another building, another home is definitely burning here. And that's Palisades pushing towards the ocean, but the wind has definitely picked up. The wind, at least right now, has definitely shifted direction. And we're going to just take a little walk here on Sunset. Basically, coming down Sunset Boulevard from the Palisades Village, heading towards Highlands, you are going to see pockets of fire on both sides of the street. And these are the embers that you fear. These are the embers. One can travel miles, and one can light a home on fire, light a structure on fire. Fire burning on both sides of the road here. The wind is picking up, and the firefight, again, you have to pick and choose where you're going to go if you are these firefighters, as well as members of the LAPD that have had to also decide where they're going to help people evacuate. They were stationed at Palisades and Highlands, which we're going to show you. But again, we are about 8 hours since this happened, and it is worth looking at again, because this sort of defines exactly what this firefight has looked like all day. And as you mentioned, Colleen, you don't like to use the word explode. We don't use it lightly, but this is a fire that exploded. These are the cars still here that were abandoned because people feared the fire was coming too close. And these are the cars that now were severely damaged by the bulldozer that had no choice but to come over here and clear them out of the way so they can continue this firefight. A firefight right now that is traveling in so many directions. And just like these cars here, again, we are so far from figuring out where we need to go, what direction we need to go, and where we need to end up when it comes to trying to get a handle on this fire. Containment, I will tell you, must be next to impossible, because there's no possible way to even see a containment line. There you see, this is the intersection of Highlands and Sunset. That is the fire that continues to burn here. When we saw you last time, we saw that apartment complex. It is right below those flames, an apartment complex once again, that just stands in harm's way, like so many structures here on the west side of Los Angeles. Let's go back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you. Robert mentioned containment. You can't even figure out what the leading edge is on that fire, and Sunset almost looked like it had molten lava rolling down it. Our Karma Dickerson is live now. She's moved. She's along Vista Grande Drive at this point. Karma?
Just a few minutes from where we were coming to you from before, Colleen, and this is a really important place we're coming to you from because it gives you an idea of the big picture. As we've seen fire after fire, spot after spot, hillside after hillside, it's hard to get an idea of the breadth of the destruction and the threat here. We want to give you a look at this view, and that really helps put it in perspective. We're taking a look down from Vista Grande Drive to Enchanted Way, where the neighbor here tells us that the fire has been burning largely unchecked all day. He's looking at homes he's looked at since his childhood. This is his childhood home, and he's watching them burn below. And so to understand a little bit more about what we're taking a look at and how this all unfolded today, I want to introduce you to Brant Didden. Thank you so much. I know you grew up here, your parents still live here, and you guys were here as it unfolded today.
Yeah, we were coming home early this morning and we first saw the smoke off PCH, and then by the time we were coming up the hill there was large flames up above Temescal, and I'd say within probably an hour and a half this hillside right below our house and our neighbor's house were on fire.
Okay, so let's take a look at this hillside as you're explaining to us about what exactly you found. For example, the house just below you burned.
Yeah, it's completely gone. It's an older house. It's got a lot of wooden eaves and the decks caught fire. It's vacant. We tried to put out some spot fires, but there really wasn't anything we could do.
In the darkness and the smoke, we can only really see the glow of the flames below. What have you been looking at all day in terms of what has burned over there?
Well, like you said, Enchanted Way, I've seen from the top all the way down. Now there's probably 8 or 10 homes. I don't know the exact number. That's my guesstimate that are on fire. You can see Paseo Miramar over there. I'd say there's at least 6 or 8 homes there. And then Highlands, Palisades Highlands going up Palisades Drive, both sides of the canyon are on fire.
To help orient people, you're telling us the ocean is this way. It's over to the right-hand side of the screen.
Correct. Yeah, this is all Santa Monica Bay, excuse me.
And so what have these last few hours been like for you? I understand you were fighting for the home yourself.
Yeah, the last few hours have been pretty mellow. This morning was very hectic, but luckily an engine pulled up just in the nick of time and pulled hoses around the house, and we were able to kind of keep things safe for us, so that was amazing. Engine 98, LA Fire Department from Pacoima, thank you guys.
Fantastic. But as we're standing here and we can barely keep our feet rooted because of this heavy wind, the way it's whipping, what does the rest of the night look like for you?
Well, it looks like the water just went out, so I was planning on just working embers and spot fires. At this point, I guess I'll have to find a shovel. The engines are gone, the winds are picking up. Luckily, most of the fuel around our house is already burned, so I'm just hoping for a miracle.
Your parents did safely make it out, though, correct?
Yeah, we got them out with the dogs early, and so they're fine. They're at my brother's house. Yeah.
And lastly, if things take a turn, do you have a plan? What are you going to do? Do you have a backup for if things start to get out of control for you?
Yeah, just get out. I've got my car in the driveway ready to go. Hopefully it won't come to that, but we'll see. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Brant. Good luck to you tonight. Thank you for allowing us back here into your home in this very difficult time. Guys, you could probably hear how the wind is picking up. It's hard to even stay on our feet at this point. And so you can see what firefighters are up against as they are trying to battle the flames in a pretty chaotic situation. How do you even begin to get a handle on flames when they are whipping around you at every step? So, and again, a reminder that we're not just dealing with the fire here, but that significant wind warning, wind threat. Even if you're not in the fire zone, be careful as you're out there. Things are falling from the skies. Things are whipping around, lawn furniture, plants, everything. So hopefully people are being safe and taking precautions. But that is the latest from here in the Palisades. I'll send it back to you.
Karma, did he mention there's a problem with water in the neighborhood?
Can you repeat that?
I said, did he just mention there's a problem with water in the neighborhood? Water. Can you hear me?
Yes, I did. Water in the neighborhood. We were at a previous location on Lockman, and the house that we showed you that had been burning for several hours, we saw firefighters pulling up their hoses. They said that they had lost their water supply there, and it was unclear whether or not the fire hydrant was out of water or if it had just malfunctioned, but they mentioned that they were trying to find another way to get water to that section of the street. We moved over here, and we just heard from Brant that they've turned off the water for the utilities, and so that I'm not sure if that is to preserve it for firefighters so they have more access and higher water pressure, or if there's something else going on. We're definitely going to look into that and find out what's going on there. But as a resident, his water has been turned off here on this particular street, Vista Grande.
All right, Carmen Dickerson there live for us. We want to now bring in NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi. She is located there off of Telem and Donair Way. Camilla.
Hi, Michael. Since I last spoke to you, we were talking about those additional flames that erupted up this hill, and now the focus for firefighters is right here behind me, this hillside now on fire. You can see those embers flying in the air and just the intense smoke, and now fire crews are having to come through, so we're actually moving. But you just can see just how much this has intensified because of these winds. And again, fire crews now putting their focus up on this hill. It is very difficult to see if there are a number of homes up there from our vantage point, but you can see those trees on fire, that smoke billowing into the air, and just how quickly these flames can spread because of these intense winds that are only expected to intensify tonight. So this has been such a challenge for firefighters to contain this, and that has been their focus for the last few hours that we've been here. And I also would like to mention that home that we saw burning this afternoon. Earlier, about 15-20 minutes ago, those flames flared up again. So fire crews were focused on putting out those hot spots and that containment. So just another example of just how these winds are playing such a role in these embers just flying everywhere and potentially sparking other fires. Michael?
All right, Camilla Rambaldi live there for us off of Telem and Donair. And we want to bring in now meteorologist Melissa McGee. Melissa, we heard it from Robert. We heard it from Tracy. Again, the shift in these winds, right when you think they're heading this way, they're tricky. They're heading somewhere else.
Yeah, that's right. And they're getting stronger, Michael and Colleen. And it's just hard to believe some of the images we're seeing from our reporters there on the ground. I mean, it's unreal. It looks unbelievable. Almost look like scenes from movies. But unfortunately, this is real life. And this is really impacting a lot of families, a lot of homes, a lot of communities in and around that area. So as we go throughout the rest of tonight, it's only going to get stronger in terms of the winds. Latest observation data is showing you where the fire originally was sourced and the location of that fire close to the Palisades. But now looking at the images, you can see it's not just this location. We're putting out hot spots in these communities. So we've got winds sustained at 16 miles per hour for the Palisades, gusting up to 36 miles per hour. Topanga Beach, we've got a gust up to 32 miles per hour. And then you move over out across areas in the Santa Monica Mountains. We've got winds gusting as high as 56 miles per hour, and the relative humidity is starting to lower as well. As we go throughout the rest of tonight, it's going to be an issue in terms of the smoke, the ash, the particulate matter in the atmosphere. So there's a wildfire smoke advisory in effect. Santa Monica over into Calabasas, also as far west as Malibu as we go throughout the rest of tonight. What started this? What created these Santa Ana winds here in Southern California? Let's show you what's going on in the atmosphere in terms of what we're dealing with here. We have this ridge of high pressure out in the Pacific, this area of low pressure out across the Great Basin, and that just dropped in just to the north of Southern California. And the pressure gradient in between these two systems helps to funnel in all of that wind energy down to the surface. And that wind energy is warming, it's compressing, and it's drying things out. So this was the example I was using. If you're in between this tight pressure gradient gradient here, that's you walking through two buildings on each side of you, and that wind really rushes in. A pretty good example, a visual of what you see on the ground happening up in the upper levels of the atmosphere here. As we go throughout time, I want to show you the current wind gusts across the region, gusting up to 52 miles per hour in Santa Clarita. We've got a gust in Santa Ana in Orange County up to 46 miles per hour, and we've got gusts there in Ontario up to 44 miles per hour as well. Relative humidity will continue to lower into the lower teens because of that red flag warning that we do have in effect. Relative humidity down to 16% for the basin, 14% in Van Nuys. Santa Clarita, we've got relative humidity down to 15%. It will continue to lower as we go throughout the rest of tonight, and the peak of the winds later tonight in about 4 hours time from now. So from 10 p.m. even as we go throughout the overnight hours until 5 a.m., I should say, on Wednesday. Very interesting as we're watching the images here on your screen is that the sun is setting, and we did have some aerial assaults in terms of getting the upper hand on the fire there in the Palisades fire. But I'm curious to know if this will likely be more of a ground attack because we are losing some of that light from the day. So we're watching the fire very closely and the conditions that will only strengthen as we go throughout the rest of tonight. Colleen and Michael, I want to send it back over to you.
Melissa, when we look at the pictures that we've seen, especially this picture, I believe it's from LAX pointed towards the Palisades, there's only one phrase that comes to mind, and that is firestorm.
Oh, I mean, it's incredible, Colleen. The images that we're seeing, it's hard to believe that this is happening where we live, and it's hard to believe that it intensified so quickly in so many areas. So it's not just a matter of maintaining and managing containment in one specific area. I mean, like Robert was saying, Darsha was saying, Karma was saying, where do you go? Where do you go with a significant wind event that's moving into our area? Where do you go in the sense that where do you battle the fire next, right, to get the upper hand? Because these embers are flying so far in advance of where the fire originated, and now you're dealing with a situation where you've got hot spots and unburned fuel in between those hot spots. It's incredible as we're watching the images in the terms that this is dangerous, this is destructive, and this is a significant Santa Ana wind event that we should not take lightly. So this will likely be something that we can move forward with as we watch for what's to come as we get into tonight and into Wednesday and ways in which we should prepare.
All right, so you talk about preparation, but again, the strongest of these winds happened, Melissa, between 9 and 10 o'clock and beyond tonight?
Yeah, I would say so. Between 10 p.m. tonight, Michael, right through the overnight hours, while a lot of us are sleeping. So this is when you want to prepare. And then 5 o'clock in the morning, still, we're dealing with the height of those winds that are currently moving here in Southern California. Then after that, they will start to ease, but don't let your guard down. It's still something that we have to watch very closely because now we're drying out the atmosphere with that northeasterly wind coming through the mountains and canyons, drying everything out as it races down to the south and west, seeing the issue that we see on your screen there.
I suspect a lot of people will not be sleeping tonight in Southern California.
It's difficult.
Melissa, thank you. It's just about 6 o'clock right now. We are continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire. Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We've been on the air bringing you live team coverage now for about 7 hours.